I returned home, hoping to spend a wonderful evening with my beloved wife, only to find her preparing to leave for a weekend with another man. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. I arrived home on Friday evening hoping that after a long week of flying, I would be able to spend time with my darling wife. Our 3 more or less independent children live independently and we've been married for 22 years. Maybe we can go somewhere and have a nice evening. My name is Tom Evans and I am a pleasant mechanic in charge of the arrival and departure crew. I am currently working the day shift after working various hours for 25 years. My wife, Emma Evans, was a senior nurse at Central Hospital. Work the day shift in labor and delivery. We both make good money. I have a little more than she does. You are aware that this is thanks to the union. However, we comfortably belong to the upper middle class. I drove the pickup into its customary parking position in the garage and closed the gate. If we were to have a wonderful time, it would be with her, the Lincoln Navigator. If it was a country western night, my F-250 would be prepared. My wife would decide on the night. Isn't it always the case? It didn't disturb me. If Mama is happy, Pop is overjoyed. I entered the kitchen through the garage and examined the mail on the kitchen table. I heard a disturbance upstairs, followed by the sound of footsteps going down the stairs. My lovely 42-year-old wife strolled into the living room wearing a little robe that always made me happy. "Oh," she exclaimed, "you are early. I didn't expect you until another hour or so." I checked my watch and realized I was early, but not by much. "What's happening? Where are we going?" "Well, I'm leaving." "I'm not sure what you're doing." "Okay, my weekend plans have just gone down the drain." "What do you mean you're leaving? Where? And with whom?" Her attention settled on the tiny bag at the end of the sofa. "I have a date with Michael Strappin-Moore. This is for the weekend. I'll be home Sunday evening and we can discuss it." Then what the hell did she say? I thought I should continue packing. She turned to run upstairs and I heard the door slam. "There is no way you are going to accomplish that." I told myself my initial instinct was that I needed backup. I pulled out my cell phone and phoned my daughter's number. I was not going to become the evil guy because of what my wife said. "Hello, Daddy, what up?" She responded enthusiastically. I grabbed my wife's bag and emptied its contents on the coffee table. "I need you to get here right away. Your mother injured her head and we need to assist her." "I need to go, Dad." I overheard as I hung up. My son received the same message, but with an addition. "Call your brother and urge him to hurry." "What the hell, Dad?" But I'd already finished the call. Next, I promptly called her parents and said the same thing. They were just as perplexed and there were a few cries. When I hung up from Emma's bag, spilling the typical contents, credit cards, keys and 12 packs of protection. I had a vasectomy and received an email confirmed from a hotel room 703 to 710. Like hell, over the last 5 years I assumed Michael Strapp was more of a pediatric surgeon at her workplace. I'd met him several times at the hospital Christmas party and I could only describe him as slick. His wife was breathtakingly lovely, but I got the idea she had issues with him. I confiscated the credit cards and car keys, then I took the email and kept it in my pocket just in case. I took out my cell phone and opened it. Her code represented our anniversary date. She was still busy upstairs, so I used her emergency contact list from work to find this kind doctor. His mobile number was unnecessary, but his house number could be useful. I dialed it and after 2 rings, someone picked up. "Oh dear, I was expecting your call, but I don't recognize the number. Is everything okay? Is this Mrs. Stratton anymore?" "Yes, who is?" "This is Tom Evans. My wife is the top nurse in the hospital where your husband works. I do not know if you remember me." "Yes, Tom, I remember my husband and I discussing you and your wife a few days ago. I was expecting to hear from Michael when you called. What can I do for you?" "So your husband is not home?" No, he's in Boston attending a surgical conference. Is everything okay? Listen, Mrs. Strap, I'm not sure how to express it, but I don't think he's there. I just had a quarrel with my wife and she informed me that she is going to spend the weekend with him at a hotel till Sunday evening. What exactly are you talking about? I believe we are both being misled too. I received an email confirming the rental of 7 neighboring rooms on the 7th level from today till Monday. Mr. Evans, I've saved your number. Let me get back to you. I'd had enough of this garbage. I glanced through the emergency contact list and located the phone number for Lisa Adams, the hospital's health department director. I knew her. She and my wife were close friends. I also knew her husband, a detective sergeant. I called her number. She responded almost instantly. Hello, who is this? Hi, Lisa, this is Tom Evans, Emma's husband. I heard something muffled. Oh damn. Yes, Tom, what can I do for you? She was clearly afraid. I believe there are some inappropriate interactions between Dr. Stratton-Moore and my wife, and I want this examined and stopped. Sorry, Dave, I can't talk right now. I have to go click. Wow, that was bizarre. Emma's phone rang almost immediately on the 3rd ring. I answered the phone while my stomach churned before I could say anything. The caller began. Emma, he realizes he knows everything. What have you told him? And that's when I stepped in. Not everything, Karen, but I'm progressively figuring it out. The abrupt gasp from the other end of the telephone was quite telling. Goodbye, click. I instantly discovered her home phone number and dialed it 4 rings and a man answers. Listen, I do not wish to upgrade my cable service. Frank, it sounds like you had a horrible day. Who is this? Tom Evans, Emma's spouse. Yeah, all I get are telemarketing calls and spam. What up, Dave? Is Karen home? No, I'm babysitting the kids. This weekend, Karen is attending a team building retreat hosted by the hospital in Philadelphia. Why are you asking? I took a deep breath and told him what I knew and suspected, and I assumed it's more than just the 3 of them. 7 hotel rooms. Silence filled the other end of the line. Are you thinking the same way? I am. I'm not sure what I'm thinking, but I do know one thing: Emma is not leaving tonight. Even if I wind up in jail, I'll contact you if I find out anything. Do not do something silly. Frank was a cop and I could hear the wheels churning in his mind. Then Emma descended the stairs, looking like an expensive call girl, a red silk sheath dress. The neckline dropped almost to her waist and split to the right, reaching mid-thigh. She spotted her suitcase dumped on the table. What the hell, I need to go, and you got rid of everything I owned. She began gathering everything and I exclaimed, oh no, you are not, you aren't going anywhere now. Shut up and sit down. She flinched and stated, I don't belong to you. I can do anything I want. Really? Well, so can I. How do you like it? I stretched out and tore the deep neckline of her garment downwards. Suddenly she was virtually naked, dressed in an open-cup bra, a French lace garter belt and smoky grey seamed stockings. She yelled and wailed on my dress. There's no crap. This is not your dress. I purchased it for our 25th wedding anniversary, along with the majority of the lingerie you are wearing. If you go any place tonight, you won't be wearing this dress. Then my cell phone rang. Hello, Dave Evans. This is Elizabeth Stratton-Moore. I'm sorry to say, but you were correct. I called the police and reported that the car had been stolen. I bought the car for him and registered it in my name. They had stopped him approximately 5 minutes ago. He claimed to be my husband and had the right to drive the car. She chuckled nervously. They called to tell me. He claimed he was my spouse. I could hear him in the background angrily telling the cops it was impossible. My hubby is in Boston. The bastard exclaimed, I need a lawyer. I have to go down and clean up this mess. He's been arrested and the vehicle has been impounded. Tell your wife that I will come for her. The next time we were speaking on speakerphone, when Emma learned who was calling, Emma gasped and yelled, "What have you done?" "Tom. Damn you, my children had just run in." "Dad. What is going on?" "Mom. Are you okay?" asked Dave Jr. My daughter Haley stormed into the room and approached her mother. "Are you okay, Mother? What has happened to your dress?" "Your father ripped it." Their angry glares shifted to me. "What the hell, Mom, what have you done? Tell them why." "Emma, go ahead. Why do you carry 12 packs of protection in your bag? Are you planning on making water balloons?" "I do not know where they originated from. They are not mine," Emma remarked in a barely audible whisper. "And where were you heading? A sensual weekend without your husband? Isn't that what you intended? I can do whatever I want. This is my body." As soon as she said it, Emma knew the significance of her words, especially in front of her children. She replied quietly, "Well, it's my business." Young Dave rolled his eyes and headed to the kitchen for a drink. He returned a few minutes later carrying an envelope. "This is addressed to you, Dad." He glanced at his mother with contempt on his face. Emma shrieked and jumped from the couch. The remnants of her clothing fell to the floor. She cried, "Don't read it." Haley hastened to assist her mother in saying the truth. "Emma, please shut up and sit down." I opened the envelope and read it aloud to my dear hubby. "My sister is taking care of my mother and requires some assistance. I'll be with them this weekend and return home on Monday evening. Hugs and kisses, Emma." The children gazed at each other, unsure what to think. I noticed she had written the note before facing me. Her uncertainty and panic would be her undoing. Then, as if fate was watching this spectacle, while chewing on popcorn, the doorbell rang and Emma's mother and father burst in before Michael could answer it. "Emma, are you okay?" her mother inquired. Her father yelled, "What is happening here?" Emma fainted. "Hello, Mother and Father, welcome to Shitstorm Central. Your daughter has basically destroyed our marriage and will most likely damage her own life and career." I seed her mother and my daughter attempted to resuscitate. Emma and her father gradually boiled over with rage. As I explained what had transpired, the atmosphere became increasingly frigid around this moment. Emma awoke and gazed around in a frenzied state. She begged her mother for help. "You need assistance. What about calling your sister for assistance? You were meant to assist her with your mother. Maybe she'll return the favor." With those words, I passed the note to her father and phoned her sister's phone number. While he read it aloud, the telephone was answered. "Hello, is it Tom?" "Yes, Mavis, how are you? How was Mom doing? Is she okay?" "Oh yes, she's fine. Emma has been a big assistance. I'm not sure what I would do without her. Can I speak with her, please?" "Oh well, she's occupied right now. How about I ask her to call you back?" Later her mother snatched the phone and growled at her other daughter. "There's no need for that. You arrogant little brat," Mom Mavis yelled hysterically. Emma couldn't handle it any longer and sank to the floor again. Now she was nearly entirely exposed in front of her children and parents. "Don't bother asking about my health, Mavis." She ended the conversation amid her other daughter's muted sobs. Around this moment, my phone rang again. "Tom, it's Frank." "You were correct. I obtained a search warrant for 7 hotel rooms. We conducted a search using the missing persons warrant. I signed under oath and discovered 12 more people, including my wife, 3 male doctors, 4 female doctors, 4 nurses and another woman from the HR team and my wife. I'm very sorry, Dave. I sincerely apologize." "I agree, Frank, but it is what it is." "Thank you." I turned to my soon-to-be ex-wife. "Go upstairs, dress decently and leave my house." She stood up whining and turned to go upstairs. Then she paused and added, "Please do not throw me out like this." "Oh, you mean how you wrecked our marriage with your own? This is my body. I will do whatever I want nonsense. I've been tempted numerous times. I could have slept with the young waitress at the restaurant where we used to drink coffee after the night shift. I could have became engaged with the woman at the Lincoln dealership where we purchased the vehicle. Damn it, even your own sister came onto me, but I was in love with you. Crap, and this is the gratitude I receive. Get out of my life, filth." She fully lost her cool, turned and went upstairs, losing a high-heeled shoe. In the process, silence settled across the living room. Then my daughter remarked, "I will go make sure she doesn't do anything stupid, Dad." About 30 minutes later, Emma arrived downstairs with a suitcase, dressed in jeans and a hoodie. Her makeup and hair were disastrous. My oldest son stopped her at the door. "Don't worry, Mom, Adrienne and I will schedule the wedding so that it does not coincide with any of your sex parties. Not that you were invited. Perhaps Dad could bring his new girlfriend." Adrienne was Dave's serious girlfriend, but we didn't realize how serious now we have completely lost. Emma paused at the front door. Her mother walked around. Her father turned to face me. "Is there a way to go over this? She plainly needs help, yet nothing appears to have happened. She can talk about it with my lawyer. Remember, son, she loves you." I looked him directly in the eyes and said, "It's an amusing way of expressing it." The hilarious part was that they were all spewing the same garbage. All of the adults gave their consent. They did nothing wrong until they were caught. It was later revealed that the excellent doctor had used a company hospital credit card to hire the rooms and pay for the drinks and food during the weekend party. The hospital attempted to avoid publicity, but 8 participants were identified as being on duty or attending a fictitious official seminar or hospital event. When this became public, some marriages fell apart. This was not the first party, but it was certainly the last I filed for divorce. I adored her more than my stuff, as they say in movies, so I let it drag on. While she went to counseling, the kid stayed by my side, recognizing that I was making an effort, but it hurt so much and struck like a lightning from the blue. How could I have been so blind? The airline was compassionate and I was granted an extended sick leave. She lost her job, along with everyone else involved. The good doctor was sacked, sued and found responsible. Lisa and her assistant lost their jobs. There was a serious nursing shortage and numerous medical positions opened up. My wife was the most recent addition to the sex club, which was always on the lookout for new members. They had noticed her a long time ago and Kin worked on her, telling her that she owed it to herself, that it would be a lot of fun that I would never find out, and that many husbands love their wives sleeping with different guys. It took 6 months, but they finally persuaded her. It took almost a year, but I adored her and could not live without her. The age-old question, are you better off with or without her in your life? I watched her like a hawk. I was continually asking her if everything was good with us. She reported back and I listened carefully. It drove her insane. However, after listening to her therapist, her parents and our children, she realized that I was making extraordinary attempts and she adored me. God, I believed her. I sued the hospital and the doctor added extra straps. I had to wait in line behind his wife's divorce action, but I outperformed the other impacted parties combined. We cleared him out. The hospital did not fare much better. My children and I reached an out-of-court settlement for a 6-figure sum through a sealed agreement. The remaining litigants earned a total of 7 figures in secret settlements. My sister-in-law was not welcomed anywhere. I'm not sure if her parents still talk to her. Was I lucky with the outcome with how things turned out? My intellect was running on all cylinders at the perfect time and I had the support of my children and friends. I did not believe I took my marriage for granted, but maybe I didn't do anything more. We returned after more than a year away and our sex life is quite wonderful. Sometimes she cries in post-coital ecstasy apologizing for all the suffering she has inflicted. But it's steadily improving and, as I have stated, I adore her, but don't mistake me for a pushover. About 8 months after this terrible storm, I ran into the doctor on my way out of the gym. I beat the crap out of him, breaking 3. Yes, he lost 3 fingers and crushed one of his assets. His wonderful looks are gone. Fortunately, I had a cop with me at the moment so life goes on. Yes, I understand, extremely tasteless, brutal, don't meddle with my wife and I'll stay meek. Here is the next story. Morning light crept through the curtains and the lingering effects of an unrelenting headache compelled me out of bed. I stumbled into the bathroom, swallowing 2 aspirin and bracing myself by the sink, praying that my upset stomach would subside. My name is Mark Wilson, and yesterday, after a tough day at work, my world turned upside down. I stepped into our house, completely oblivious of the mental wreckage that awaited me. My wife, Linda, looked at me with a mix of love and grief. She admitted that she had been connected with another man for the past year. She referred to their friendship as a lifeline for him. A guy was broken by a vehicle accident that killed his wife while he escaped unharmed. Linda described how she attempted to heal his damaged spirit, how their relationship evolved into love and then physical intimacy. She assured me that her affections for me had not altered and that she would return once this man no longer needed her. She swore to be present for our children and me, balancing her life between our family and her commitment to this man, whom she believed would soon go. In my startled state, her announcement felt like a sucker hit. I yelled at her, trying in vain to make sense of the treachery. Linda responded sharply. She accused me of failing to sincerely love and support her, rejecting our wedding vows. She reasoned that if I loved her, I would accept the situation, no matter how painful it was. The conversation left me in a state of emotional turmoil, calling into question everything I thought I knew about love, loyalty and marital commitment. Linda was definitely upset and angry at me. I was infuriated, and to avoid assaulting her, I began drinking and cursing once I had cooled down. I questioned how she would react if I met another lady who wanted you. Linda sneered. You are an overweight middle-aged man with thinning hair. She told me that if I tried to divorce her, she would ruin me. I was furious and perplexed about what to do. My mind was in complete disarray and I couldn't think. Clearly I continued to drink and rage at Linda. She packed her bag and announced, I'm leaving to be with my lover until you calm down and accept the situation. I couldn't recall. Much after that, I sat on our bed and decided to take stock. Linda was correct. I was middle-aged, my hair was thinning and I was around 20 pounds overweight. I couldn't modify my age, but I could manage my hair and weight first. I needed to find out where my children were. It was Saturday morning, so they should be at home. After exploring the home, I noticed they were not present. Where did Linda take them? I was just about to call her parents when I heard a car in the driveway. It was Chris's car and I noticed our kids getting out. I greeted Linda at the door. Good, you are sober. She snapped. Where were the children? I asked. They were with me. I could not leave them with you. Did not take them to your lover's house, did you? I hissed, Mark, watch your language. She snapped again. They were already present. My friend is kind, unlike you yesterday. I would not dare to leave them with you. I conceded that you had a point, but why didn't you take the kids to your parents' home? They weren't home, Linda said, as she walked upstairs. I followed her. Are you here to stay, or will you return to your lover? Oh, Mark, stop being so childish. I've told you how things will be. I will not dispute about it. The discussion is over. Accept it or not. I still love you, even though you are acting like an idiot when he no longer requires my services. I will return full-time, so what should we do now? I battled to remain calm. I'm currently packing a few items to spend a few days with my pal until you calm down and accept the circumstances. How about the kids? I attempted to guilt her into staying, but it did not work. If you don't want to watch them, phone my parents and they will. Linda grabbed another bag and went, leaving my brain about to explode, but I knew I had to keep it together for the kids. I wasn't about to take Chris's infidelity lying down. No respectable man would. After Linda went, I checked on the kids to see if they had any homework. They all complained but agreed to get started after I promised we'd go see their grandparents, Linda's parents. The kids enjoyed going there because Pop helped them build go-karts. Chris's parents, George and Elizabeth, resided on a tiny farm nearby. George, a retired tinkerer, had a spacious workshop where they worked on their go-karts. Sometimes I'd aid two people, being a certified mechanic at the local Ford dealership. I wanted to speak with Chris's parents to see whether they knew about her boyfriend and obtain their advice. I'd always had a terrific relationship with them and considered them my surrogate parents because I lived far away. However, I was concerned that they may side with Linda. I verified that the kids were doing their homework and realized how much they meant to me. Mark, the oldest at 16, played football but was too small for a college scholarship. Sally, 15, was a typical teenager and an excellent student. Kyle, the youngest at 11, was a pleasant accident and a happy-go-lucky kid. While the kids were working, I made coffee and started making a to-do list. I called my supervisor, Bob Clarkson, to explain my dilemma. I had been with the dealership when it started 23 years ago and Bob had been my employer for 15 years. He felt sympathetic, having witnessed his son's nasty divorce in which his ex-wife leveled false accusations against him. "Damn," I muttered. "Check a cold witch, tell me about it." Bob muttered coldly for a week. "We anticipated the police to arrest Gary. These accusations are terrible and difficult to deny. When a lady accuses a man, the cops become concerned. Gary's lone saving grace was his ex-mother-in-law. Carol was concerned that telling her mother about Gary's mistreatment of her grandchild would destroy things. Bev, known for being tough but fair, quickly rushed her granddaughter to the doctor to see if she had been mistreated. The doctor confirmed she hadn't. Bev went to the police and threatened to testify against her daughter if they filed charges. She also told Carol that exposing her pills could result in her losing custody. God bless Bev. I responded, surprised by what women could accomplish to get their way. That is absolutely correct. Bob said. If there is anything I can do for you, please let me know if it is within my power. I will make it happen. I requested the next week off, utilizing my personal days and vacation time. Bob agreed and even offered additional time if necessary. There's something else I mentioned that I needed a decent divorce lawyer. That's easy. Bob said use the same attorney as my son. He cleaned Carol's clock. Gary received primary custody, maintained the house, and Carol is required to pay child support. His name is Alan Smith. I believe I have his number. Smith's name kept coming up in my dreams as my son's divorce became more complicated. Bob discovered Alan Smith's card after approximately a minute. I contacted his office, expecting no one to answer on a Saturday, but luck was on my side. Not only was Mr. Smith present, but his assistant informed me that he had a cancellation and could see me if I arrived in 30 minutes. I told the kids I needed to go out for an hour and behave. I drove to Mr. Smith's office and arrived in 20 minutes. Alan Smith, a handsome man in his early to mid-30s with deep blue eyes and a warm grin, greeted me. I was confident he scored points with the female jurors. "What can I do for you today?" Alan asked as I sat down. "My wife informed me yesterday that she is cheating on me with a younger man." I responded, humiliated and enraged. I told what happened the day before. Alan took notes and shook his head when I revealed it. My wife claimed she still loved me, but planned to continue seeing the guy. He stopped me. "Let me clarify this." Alan murmured, his eyes hardening. "Your wife claims to love you, but will keep seeing this man." Embarrassed. I nodded. "Okay, go ahead." Alan prompted. I said that Linda became enraged when I refused to accept her proposal. I admitted that I called her a strumpet and a hooker. I vividly remembered how Linda laughed when I asked how she would feel if I met another woman. She belittled me, saying no woman would want me and threatening to ruin me if I sought to divorce her. Did she really say all that? Alan asked incredulously. Mr. Fremont, no offense, but your wife is either exceedingly heartless or has major mental problems. None were taken. I exhaled. I think the same way. I then told him that during our dispute, she left the kids at her lover's place where they stayed the night. Alan's head snapped up and he smiled before writing anything down. Now for the 6,000 question. What would you like to do? Alan inquired, stapling his fingers. I can't live with this situation, I said after a moment. I'm not sure if I can move past this, but I do not want to be ruined in a divorce or lose my children. Alan nodded compassionately. This is prevalent among women facing divorce because of their terrible behavior, but I'll work hard to limit any damage she can cause. You will receive at least 50 of your joint assets. However, the courts do not care about infidelity. Therefore you may be required to pay alimony and child support. I felt deflated. Despite Alan's assurances, it appeared like I would be taken to the cleaners. Yes, that is feasible, which is why we must act quickly. Alan explained, studying his notes. Your wife abandoned the marital home and left your children at her lover's house, which is a major no in some courts. You currently have custody and we can work to keep it that way. I'll file an emergency restraining order against your wife, allowing you to remain in the house temporarily. The longer you stay, the more compelling your case for primary custody. Does your wife work? Yes, Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays are part-time days at the hospital. I responded, then added that is presumably where she met this guy. Alan agreed and inquired how much she earned. I mentioned 2,000 each year, but I actually made around 8,000. I need to ask you a critical question and I want you to think carefully. Alan said this while staring directly at me. Do you still love her? Do you want to attempt to work it out? I looked at the floor for a long time. I looked up, tears streamed down my face. I adore her, but I cannot accept this condition. She degraded me and violated her promises. I simply want a divorce. Alan asked the last question, turning to a blank page of paper. Tell me about your assets. I rapidly reviewed our assets and indicated that we had approximately 3,500 in checking, 4,000 in savings and a 22,000 CD. I had approximately 15,000 in my 401k, whereas Linda had significantly less in her retirement plan from her full-time employment at the hospital. Despite the hospital's typically greater perks, my firm provided a superior healthcare plan, which we utilized. We also had 2 automobiles in our names and a house with low equity, because we maxed out the loan when we purchased it a few years ago. This is what I want you to do. Alan said, looking prepared for fight. Withdraw half of the savings, checking and CD amounts and deposit them in a second account in your name exclusively. I stated that I cannot touch the CD without Linda's signature. Not an issue. Alan said, calculating. Take 3,750 from your savings. Pay as many house bills as you can with your bank account, then cancel any joint credit cards and acquire a new one in your name exclusively. I still have a credit card from before we got married. I responded, I don't use it much, because our joint card provides cash back even better. Alan smiled. You will not need a new card. Alan prepared a list of instructions and delivered it to me. Go to my secretary and have her contact Taylor Locksmith to change your house locks. Come back and we'll go over the following steps. Miss Carlson soon reached Taylor Locksmith on the phone. They indicated they would arrive about noon. I went back to Alan's office as he ended the call. We're unfortunate, he explained. If I fax my documents today, we'll see Judge Johnson. Why is that lucky? I asked. He despised cheats. Alan smiled. He's an old-school Bible Belt judge who despises infidelity. This works to our advantage. If hadn't been accessible, I'd have had to work more, but Judge Johnson was a friend of my father. He wouldn't mind if I called him at home. Alan stood up and gave me his hand. I shook it gratefully. Alan directed you to go home before you left. Go take care of your banking needs. I am preparing a petition for an emergency restraining order against your wife. She will not be allowed in your home or within 500 feet of you or your children. She's with her lover and has left your children there. This should assist with the order. It may be reversed later, but you will be designated as the primary caregiver by Friday. I will have her served with divorce papers. Then we will see how she reacts. For the first time since Linda's revelation, I felt like I was regaining control because the bank wasn't crowded. I promptly obtained a cashier's check for my portion of the funds and deactivated our shared credit card, paying off its $537 balance from my checking account. I also paid the mortgage 2 months ahead of schedule, using up an additional $2,600. With the cashier check in hand, I went to another bank and opened accounts under my name exclusively. When I arrived home, the kids were watching television. I placed them into my car and drove them to my in-laws. As the children ran into George's workshop, he waved from within. Elizabeth greeted me with a kiss. A minute later George joined us. I have something difficult to say. I began. Linda is having an affair and I am filing for divorce. I don't believe you. George remarked forcefully. What proof have you got? She told me. I said gently, tears rolling down my cheeks. Just then the kids entered. Please stay outside for a few minutes. I instructed them. Why, Mark? Mark asked because I said it. I spoke more sharply than I wanted. Mark saw my cries and swiftly pushed his siblings back out. Did she tell you? Elizabeth asked in disbelief. Yes, I replied forcefully. I described the previous evening, including Chris's threats and insults. They were stunned and George was furious. I still do not believe it. I'll call her and put it on speakerphone. George dialed Linda and placed the phone on the coffee table. Hey, Daddy. Chris responded enthusiastically. What can I do for you? Mark is here. George said, are you having an affair? After a lengthy silence, Linda demanded, what exactly did he say? He stated that you are having love-making with another man and that you love him. It's complicated, Daddy. She pleaded. I'm attempting to assist this man who has suffered a terrible tragedy. George's face became crimson. Are you making love with him or not? We've made love, yet I still love Mark. I can't leave this man right now. I adore him too. I was stunned. Linda had always been a daddy's girl and I expected George to make excuses for her. George's voice was choked. I never imagined my daughter would become an immoral woman. Daddy, please. Linda pleaded, but George hung up. Minutes later the phone rang again. Elizabeth moved to answer it. Leave it alone. George ordered, but Elizabeth took it anyhow. George took the phone from her grasp and tossed it on the fireplace. I said to leave things alone. He yelled. She was taken aback by her husband's rage and moved away. I was as astonished as you were. The room fell silent. As George and Elizabeth received the news, George finally hugged me. Mark, I'm very sorry. I can't believe what our daughter did to you. We'll assist you in any way we can. Elizabeth will speak with her later and let you know how it goes. Right now, I'm too angry to talk to her. I needed to go to meet the locksmith. After forcing the kids into the van, I hugged George and Elizabeth and offered them to dinner to discuss further. Sally started crying on the way home. Are you and Mom getting divorced? Where did you hear this? I asked from me. Mark declared defiantly. I sneaked back inside and listened. I groaned, thinking they needed to know, but unsure how to tell them without inflicting too much harm. Damn Linda, she hadn't thought about the kids when she was with her new lover. Yes, it appears that your mother and I will be having a divorce. I said softly, but why? Carl cried. Your mother is in love with another man. I stated, do you imply she's making love with another man? Sally spoke through tears. I detest her. She's a complete witch. Sally, do not say anything about mother. I reprimanded, even though I felt the same way. The locks were changed precisely on time. Linda arrived 10 minutes later, screaming into the driveway. Did you tell my parents? I am sure you called me a strumpet and a hooker. Linda screamed. I thought you loved me, Linda. I said sadly, I love you with all of my heart, but I will not allow you being with another man. You profoundly offended me when you described me as an ugly middle-aged man who no other woman would desire. Your pity love I can do without you also threatened to ruin me. How can you claim you love me? If you honestly believe what you're doing is correct. It doesn't matter if your parents know. Linda appeared distraught. Okay, I apologize. I did not mean those things. She attempted to apologize. I was only irritated because you labeled me a strumpet and a hooker. You promised to love, respect and cherish me. Shame on you. If you loved me, you'd accept my condition. I am not abandoning you for him. I simply adore him too, and I'm trying to assist him. He's young and will ultimately move on. Linda, I murmured, shaking my head. If you're going to quote our vows, remember that you swore to abandon all others. A married woman will not sleep with a young man simply because they are hurting. I recognize that you are broken goods and I no longer want you in my life. Accept it or not. That is your option. Linda blushed red and appeared confused, but her eyes hardened with new arrogance. She was definitely thinking about her next point, as she breathed heavily at the time. I hoped I didn't love her, but I still did deeply. Mark Christie spoke in a tone she used with the children. Stop being an idiot. I am your wife. I love you and will return to you when this man is well again. I was extremely heartbroken, yet my love for her had transformed into complete hatred. No, Linda, I do not know you. My wife was loving and faithful. You. I don't recognize. For all I know. This is just one of many incidents. I can't trust you anymore. Linda's face reneged with rage. This isn't an affair and he's the first person I've been with since our wedding. He is hurt and I shall assist him. Whether you approve or not, suit yourselves. I refuse to accept this. I do not trust you, so I'm going to have the kids' DNA tested to prove they're mine. You are a terrible jerk. Linda had a spat. This is going to get really unpleasant. Do you remember what I told you would happen if you tried to divorce me? I would sooner die in poverty than live with a lady who lacks morality. I said. Staring down at her, she appeared to be unconscious of the dangers that were ahead for her. A sheriff's truck arrived just then. The deputies approached Linda. Are you Christy Wilson? He asked. Yes, Linda reacted, puzzled. This is a restraining order. You cannot enter the house and must remain 500 feet away. Do you understand? But that is my home. Linda sputtered. All of my belongings are inside. You have 15 minutes to get your belongings. The deputy stated. I nodded in accord. I'll take my kids to the backyard. I said I want to see my kids. Linda spoke hurriedly. The deputy stated that the restraining order is to protect your children from you. Linda turned to me enraged. Did you do this? You are taking my children away. No, Linda, you did it. I replied calmly. You abandoned our house and left our children alone at your lover's residence. I did not abandon our home and he is a beautiful man. Linda yelled. I am assisting him by sleeping with him. If he is so lovely, go live with him and show him your love, or does he only want to utilize you for cheap pleasure? I responded primarily for the benefit of the deputy rather than Linda. I brought the kids out the backyard and told them that their mother was gathering her belongings to take to her new man's place, but I would let them see her before she left. When I brought them out front, Carl burst into tears and ran into his mother's arms, imploring her not to leave. Priest cried, saying, "Please, Mark, can't you see what you're doing to these children?" Anger rose in me, but I suppressed it. "Don't talk about the children. I have not done anything to them. You took them to your lover's home while you were with him. Mark, why don't you understand that I can't forsake him?" Linda started crying. "Linda, you've already abandoned your husband, children and house. It's time we did the same, for you failed to consider the implications of your choices and now you're facing them." Mark Jr. questioned why Linda tried to explain to her kid, but he clearly did not trust her. However, Sally gave it to her mother. "You are nothing but selfish," which she said, spitting in her mother's face. I had to grab Sally to stop her from assaulting Linda and demand an apology, but she refused. Linda was caught off guard and fell on the ground weeping. Sally and Linda had been recently, which I assumed was normal teenage rebellion. I felt Linda had irrevocably harmed their relationship. As I held Sally, Linda stood up, went to her car, and sped away, pounding the steering wheel. Kyle attempted to go after her, shouting, "Mommy, please don't leave us." Mark Jr. apprehended him and brought him back. The deputy glanced at me with sadness. "Mr. Wilson, I really apologize for what you are going through. George and Elizabeth visited us for dinner that night. I had planned to grill burgers, but Elizabeth took over the kitchen and made meatloaf and her renowned macaroni and cheese, which the kids enjoyed. While she cooked, George and I drank a few beers in the living room. He was visibly distressed by his daughter's conduct. I recounted the restraining order and how Linda had left the kids alone at her lover's house, which grieved George even further. George finally revealed that Elizabeth spoke with Linda approximately an hour after you departed. "How did it go?" I asked. "It was terrible." George conceded Elizabeth tried to reason with Linda, but she is adamant. "She is correct and we are all wrong. She believes we are nasty people." Elizabeth became enraged and told Linda not to call us again and that she would testify against her if it came to court. As you can expect, the supper was extremely somber. The only bright side was when George asked the kids over to work on their go-karts the following day, which made Mark Jr. and Kyle happy. Sally, on the other hand, sat there angry and refused to eat. I let it go, knowing she was as hurt as I was. On Friday, Linda was served with divorce papers at the hospital. Friends present said she lost it, yelling at the process server and threatening to ruin me. She was sent home, or rather to her lover's home. Linda hired Amber. The lawyer Alan knew. He claimed she wasn't as good as she thought. Amber attempted to get the restraining order lifted, but Judge Johnson only modified it, allowing Linda's supervised trips to the house without her boyfriend there. He cautioned her that any violations would result in the loss of her visitation rights. Linda was initially pleased, but her happiness faded when the judge ordered her to pay child support, forcing her to return to work full-time. Despite her outburst at the hospital, they are likely to take her back due to the nurse shortage and her talents. Following the hearing, the DNA results arrived. It took me nearly half a day to open the mail. When I did, I was flooded with joy. My children were truly mine. I read the report a few times to reassure myself I knew I loved my children. Regardless of the outcome. Even if Linda abandoned her lover and returned home, I would not forgive her. She was a negative influence and should be kept away from the children. I used all of my personal days and vacation time to spend with the children. When that ran out, Linda's parents stepped in. George and Elizabeth refused to speak with Linda until she came to her senses. After a week of frequent daily calls, George banned her phone number. Linda and I were left to hash out the visitation arrangement, so our solicitors relayed our views. We decided that Linda may come by on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays between 6 and 7 p.m. Elizabeth offered to monitor, but I insisted on being present during the first visit to establish clear regulations. On the first Monday, Linda arrived in an unfamiliar car, most likely driven by her lovers. She approached the home uneasily, smiling tentatively. "Hello, Mark, how are you, Mother?" "It's nice to see you, Linda." "You must leave." I snapped. "The judge stated that your partner cannot be within 500 feet of this house." Horror washed over her face, but he was simply dropping me off. Are you brain dead? I was infuriated. The judge was clear. There's no sweetheart here. Tell him to go now, and I will not tell the judge. Linda nodded immediately and returned to the car. I walked outside and copied the car plate number. The Benny returned to the porch as the automobile drove away. Linda replied defiantly, he'll pick me up later. Tell him to join you down the block. I do not want him near the house. Linda's face turned angry. Mark, I'm tired of the way you treat me. You did not need to steal money from our bank account or deactivate my credit card. Linda, I haven't stolen anything. The funds were utilized to repay the credit card and make 2 mortgage payments. I wanted to make sure the kids had somewhere to stay while we straightened things out. As for deleting the credit card, I didn't want to be held responsible for any spending you incurred while with your boyfriend. Linda's cheeks flushed with wrath and contempt. This isn't an affair and he's not my lover. You being a jerk. Before I could reply, Elizabeth moved forward and slapped Linda across the face. Linda and I were both surprised as she took a step back, bewildered, and stared at her mother. Linda, if you ever insult Mark again, I'll pull that dress off you and smack your rear end. If you want to see the youngsters in the living room, I'll talk to Mark first, then join you. Be warned. If you say or do anything inappropriate, I will kick you out of this residence. Linda nodded sheepishly and entered Mark. I apologize for my brain dead daughter. Elizabeth stated gently, thank you for standing up for me. I expressed gratitude and then I left. The restraining order was lifted 2 weeks later, just as Alan had mentioned. By then, I had established myself as the primary caregiver and was allowed to remain in the house. Linda continued to see her partner. Therefore her child support stayed. She could spend unsupervised time with the kids in public, but she couldn't take them to her lover's house or have him there. After 4 months of delays, a first court date to finalize the divorce arrived before the attorney could speak. Judge Johnson inquired whether we had attended counseling. The attorneys admitted that we hadn't, so the judge ordered 8 sessions of marital counseling. Neither Linda nor I disagreed. I believed they were a waste of time, but I didn't want to upset the judge. Linda seems to feel she could persuade me or the therapist that her acts were justified. The first session with therapist Evelyn Lewis went as predicted. Linda spent the most of the hour arguing that what she was doing was the Christian thing to do, and she appeared horrified by her own arrogance. In the second week, I gently questioned Linda's claims, wondering if it would be fair if I began having sexual relations with another woman. I cringed, expecting an onslaught on my manhood, but nothing happened. Linda did not respond straight away, but I didn't mind. During the lengthy divorce, I made some changes. When the lady you love tells you that you aren't good enough, you want to prove her wrong. So I underwent hair transplantation surgery. It cost around $4,000 and I pondered it because I didn't want to face teasing, but while I was still on holiday day, I went for it. My hair was buzzcut and plugs from the back were placed in the front. I stayed at home for the first week, explaining to the kids that it was a minor medical operation. After 10 days, I looked like my old self and my hair became longer every week. After recovering, I began exercising and running. I could barely run half a mile at first, but I gradually got up to 10 miles. I also joined a gym and switched our meals to healthy ones. The youngsters initially whined about missing fast food, cookies, ice cream and pizza. I found some entertaining healthful recipes online, but others did not work out well. We laughed, scrapped them and made sandwiches. Cooking became a family activity. Despite the anguish of Chris's treachery, I started to feel better about myself. On my first day back at work, I received an ego boost. Trudy. The receptionist gave me an odd look but did not mock my new hairstyle. Welcome back, Mark, she said, then her eyes focused on me. There's something unique about you. I reneged a little. Oh, I have been on a diet. I have lost 18 lb. I'm hoping to lose another 5. She laughs and nods. It truly suits you. If I wasn't married, I would be all over you. Thank you for the ego boost, but according to my wife, I'm just a middle-aged man with no romantic attraction, so much so that she has found a lover. I attempted to make a joke out of it, but it went flat. Everyone in the organization was already aware of my condition. Storm clouds passed over Trudy's eyes. Linda is an idiot. Either that or she has a loose screw. Mark, you're a fantastic guy and many women would be glad to have you. Do not let Linda get into your brain. That was the best jolt I'd received in months. I now felt less like a loser. Evelyn asked my wife again and I jerked back to the present. Linda, how would you react if Mark came home and informed you that he was sleeping with another woman? As I indicated, I was expecting Linda to attack my man OOD, but she didn't. I did see her looking at me on our initial meeting. I suppose she could no longer claim that I had thinning hair and was obese. That was another boost to my ego. Anyway, I just sat in my chair and waited while Linda seemed to think of something to say. She couldn't possibly claim that I couldn't have another woman if she had another man. I suppose if he was attempting to help that woman overcome some tragedy, as she arrogantly stated, I would be fine with it. What if he told you that he adored this woman and that the love-making was excellent? Again, I'd accept it. Linda insisted, however, he would have to guarantee me that the children and I would be well cared for. The discussion continued like this, with an attempt to persuade Linda that her perspective was ludicrous. But Linda refused to budge and I feared that these sessions were a waste of time. Linda was just going to use them to try to persuade me that she was correct. That was not going to happen, and by now the immediate shock of Linda's actions had worn off. It's an amusing fact about love. If it is not tended, it will begin to die. By the third week, everything had shifted. Linda entered the session very somber and spoke little. Mostly she listened. Whatever had changed had set Linda back a little. Perhaps she wasn't as haughty now that Evelyn was gently and compassionately questioning her premise at every turn. I also caught Linda looking at me when she thought I wouldn't notice. I continued to exercise and shed a couple more pounds. I'd even started doing a lot of yard work, which had given me an excellent tan. A few months before the therapy sessions were scheduled, I made another shift. I was becoming dissatisfied with my job. I enjoyed mending cars and not only the engines. I found great satisfaction in doing body work. I'd been repairing ancient cars since I was 14 years old. I could do everything now. I regarded starting my own business as an opportunity to spend more time with my children. I discussed it with George and he agreed to help me. I wanted to open my own shop and begin growing a business, but I couldn't simply quit my work and do it. I didn't have enough money to support us till the business took off. We'd starve before I could make a go at it. However, because George's property was also in an industrial zone, he consented to allow me set up my business in his workshop. George's tinkering shop was formerly a horse barn that he converted. There was plenty of room for George and me if I got the business started. George agreed to release me a plot of land on the road so that I could build my own structure. I spent time at work examining how they set things up. The dealership was basically set up to manage more volume than I had anticipated. They completed some bodywork at the dealership, but most of it was substituted out. With this in mind, I reduced my tool and equipment requirements. One thing is certain: I'd need to create a paint booth. George was not only all right with it, but even helped me build it. I used the savings I had released from our shared accounts, as well as a small loan from George to fund the venture. I started part-time, primarily working weekends and evenings. It was entertaining and the kids came out several times to watch or even participate. I truly enjoyed showing Mark Jr. how to do things. Even Sally got her hands dirty and enjoyed telling her girlfriends how she helped rebuild an engine or paint a Corvette that made her more appealing to the lads at school. I acquired business by word of mouth and I quickly wondered if I shouldn't go full-time. That decision was solidified when I was informed that they needed me to work over the weekend to complete a backlog of workouts. I couldn't do that because I had my own customers to take care of. I expected I'd get fired when I went in to inform Bob that I couldn't work because I had personal business obligations. "Have you got a minute, Bob?" I inquired, putting my head inside his office. "Sure, Mark," he waved me in. "I'm delighted you are working this weekend. We have 44 cars coming in on Friday that need to be thoroughly inspected and prepared. We need to get these out by the end of the month." I winced somewhat at that. Most individuals are unaware that manufacturers provide specific incentives to dealerships. If they sell a particular number of automobiles in a month, they receive a reduction on their invoice. For example, the factory might say if you sell 300 vehicles this month, we'll deduct 150 from your cost. That's a savings of 400 or 500. However, if the dealership sells only 299, they receive nothing. This was critical for the dealership. "That's it, Bob," I said, feeling sweat run down my back. "I can't work this weekend. I began my own business on weekends and I have commitments." "I'm sorry, Mark," Bob replied curtly, "but if you're unable to work this weekend, I may have to let you go." "I understand, Bob," I responded resignedly. "I'm simply hoping there are no bad feelings. I've been working on establishing my own business. I want to spend more time with my children and earn some more money for their education expenses. I will clean out my locker." "I'm sorry to lose you, Mark," Bob remarked sadly. "Tell me about your business. Where are you located and what types of jobs do you do?" I mentioned that I had set up my company on my father-in-law's property and listed the equipment and tools I possessed. I was equipped to do practically any type of car repair, including bodywork. "Go get yourself a cup of coffee, then return here," Bob explained, reaching for his phone. I didn't want any coffee, so I walked to my locker and stored my belongings in a box. Losing this employment meant things were going to be difficult for a time. The kids would have to be put on Chris's health insurance plan because I had removed her from mine. Nonetheless, I was convinced I could make it. I was turning down nearly as much business as I was receiving in. Bob motioned me into his office when he noticed me walking down the hall. "I have a bargain for you, Mark," he remarked eagerly. "If you work this weekend, you will be reimbursed for any money lost because your customers are dissatisfied." "No," I shake my head. "I couldn't do that to my clients." "Hold on. I am not finished," Bob remarked, sliding a piece of paper across the desk. It was an independent contractor agreement. "I truly need you this weekend. I also believe you can persuade your consumers to wait a few days. If you can achieve that and your shop passes our inspection, we'll hire you as an independent contractor to complete some of our body work." I was startled, but I accepted the deal. After that weekend, I was basically working full-time on my business. If there was a problem at the dealership and I wasn't too busy, I'd go in. George also started helping me part-time and Elizabeth volunteered to do my books. I was suddenly earning more money than I had ever made working for the dealership. My marriage was the one thing that remained a shambles in my life, and after the fourth counseling session I wanted to terminate it. I didn't really care what Linda was doing with her new beau. Oh, do not get me wrong. It's still pain to think of my wife being with another man, but I wasn't thinking about it as much. In our fifth session, I decided to take the offensive. I felt if I attacked Linda hard enough she might decide to quit these pointless sessions. I decided to approach her about the most painful things. She'd said that I was too unattractive to attract another woman. When asked whether I had anything to say, I lit into Linda. "I've decided you're not only selfish but also quite cruel. How dare you tell the man you're meant to love that he's ugly and middle-aged? No lady would ever want you to wound me in such a way that I doubt I can ever recover." "Oh God, Mark, I am so sorry," she sobbed. "I'm ashamed I ever said it. If I could, I'd take it back. I love you just not enough to abandon your lover. Keep your regrets to yourself. You will need them more than I do." I snapped back. Linda broke into uncontrollable sobs. No matter what Evelyn or I said, we couldn't get her calmed down. Evelyn eventually ended the class, but given us homework to do before the next one. I was not looking forward to attending because I thought these seminars were a complete waste of time. The homework consisted of answering a series of questions. Some made sense, such as how we interacted with our parents, how was our bedtime EXP experience. Some of the questions did not make sense to me, like what my favorite meal and drink were or what kind of car I drove. But one question prompted me to reflect. If I could change one thing, what would it be? I had been working on the questionnaire the night after the last session, but I put it away. After reading that question, I wanted to think about it for a while. The next day I finally wrote that I wished I'd been a better husband, so that my wife would still love me. We turned in our papers at the next session, but I did not even glance at them. Instead she asked if we had any questions or wanted to talk about something. I'd want to ask Linda a question. I replied quickly and she nodded at me as I moved to address my estranged wife. Linda, I don't think we're getting anywhere with these sessions. You've made it clear that you're not leaving your friend Daniel Gray. Therefore, there's no prospect of reconciliation. Why don't we simply end this and get a divorce? How do you know his name? Linda inquired, shocked when you first came over to see the kids. I obtained his license number. After that, it was easy to figure out his name, but it doesn't really matter. I have no desire to retaliate or even communicate with him. I simply don't care anymore. I want to move on. Linda gazed up at me with the saddest eyes I'd ever seen. I hated seeing her in pain and wanted to hug her, but I knew it wouldn't help, so I proceeded. I know your lawyer has been dissatisfied with the settlement of proposed thus far, so I've instructed my solicitor to provide some alternatives. I'm willing to give you extra visits with the kids. I am also offering to give you $1,000 each month in alimony for 3 years. I just want you out at all costs. I waited for Linda's reaction, but all I saw was tremendous grief. She had made it abundantly apparent that she was not going to stop seeing the guy, and I couldn't and would not tolerate my wife making love with another man for the life of me. I couldn't believe she thought I'd put up with such a predicament at this time. It didn't matter. I just wanted out. I determined to push for the end of this farce. I understand that what you stated about me was somewhat accurate. It really hurt when you said it and I told you I didn't think I'd get over it, but as time passed I realized that I was getting over it anyhow. As you can see, I've attempted to improve myself. I don't think I'm the man you underestimated when you started dating Daniel. I've also begun dating after our divorce course. You can care for your guy buddy for as long as you wish, but I believe it is time to end this if, for no other reason, so you can begin to rebuild a relationship with your children. Linda burst into tears and departed the room, looking as stunned as I was. She eventually controlled herself and informed me she wanted to see Linda alone for the next session, followed by me alone for the final session. I sighed and agreed. When Linda poured all of this on me, I was enraged and filled with hatred, but later I was simply worn out. I could see the anguish this was causing, not just for me, but also for Linda, her parents and, most importantly, our children. I wanted it to stop. I was also no longer outraged that Linda was making love with some guy. When I came for my final appointment with Evelyn, I was relieved that Linda was not present, as well as that the counseling session was coming to a conclusion. I want to compliment you for your patience over all of these sessions and began. I know this entire scenario has been really distressing for you. After meeting with Linda last week, I believe I now understand what happened to your wife. I was now seated on the edge of my chair. Finally, maybe I'd figure out why Linda decided to end our marriage. Do you recall the homework I assigned you? She asked. I just nodded. I had forgotten about it and assumed it was of little use in these counseling sessions. The way you both answered one question surprised me. She added, pulling 2 pieces of paper from her folder. The question was, what one item would you change? Do you recall that I nodded? You said that you wished you had been a better spouse, so that your wife would have continued to love you. Linda sobbed uncontrollably when she heard that. It took me to calm her down. I wasn't sure what to think, say or do so. I just sat there. Your wife has never ceased loving you. Yeah. That's why she continues to sleep with Daniel. She loved me so much. I responded sarcastically and gave Mark a critical look, but then sighed. What I discovered about Linda was that she was experiencing a major midlife crisis as the children grew older. Linda felt like her life was slipping away. She is, and I believe she has always been a nice and compassionate individual. She eventually came into Daniel, who was in desperate need of her help. She mixed her longing to be young again with Daniel's desperate need for forgiveness after his wife died for love. That doesn't change anything. I insisted. Is she still sleeping with Daniel? Actually, she is not, Mark. Really, this was new to me. Then why didn't Linda tell me? He moaned. I know this won't change your feelings at this point, but you deserve to know the complete truth. Daniel left town on the same day. You told Linda you were going to start dating, saying he only wanted to finish the divorce. She thought she'd already lost you. I pondered about it, but Evelyn was correct. It did not change my mind. Too much had happened to return. My life was on track now and I wanted to move on. I would never trust Linda again and I did not want to live like that. Most importantly, I wanted the kids to rebond with their mother. Sally's grades had plummeted since the incident began and she was still unhappy with her mother. Kyle had become moody and distant and he was behaving out at school. This was probably the worst effect of Chris's actions. Kyle was no longer the happy-go-lucky girl he once was. Mark Jr. handled this situation best. He was not furious or grumpy, but anytime his mother's name was spoken, he changed the conversation. Maybe I am mistaken. Perhaps he reacts worse than the two girls. I honestly don't know. One last thing. Mark replied, pulling out the second piece of paper. This is Chris's response to the question of changing one item. She stated that if she could change one thing, it would be to never meet Daniel Gray. The divorce was finally ised and Linda was allowed to visit the children on Wednesdays and Fridays, as agreed upon. I made certain to take the kids out on Fridays before Linda arrived. Our interactions were stiff and awkward at first, but we eventually began eating meals with the kids and one evening Linda asked if she might stay the night. No, I responded with a chuckle. The bed in the extra room isn't particularly comfortable. It is preferable that you return to your original location the following time. I don't think I would ever be alone with you. Brew Gray's story was not entirely truthful. His wife died driving away from him after discovering he was cheating. She fled in wrath fast and perished in a vehicle accident. Why did he leave the town? I assume it was due to a serious beating. He received outside a nearby tavern, 5 damaged ribs, 1 cracked kneecap, 5 lost teeth and 2 busted nuts. I had to request a favor from some friends. It was worthwhile. The striking guaranteed that he would never be with another woman, let alone delight one. Linda eventually restored a loving relationship with her children, or should I say with Sally and Kyle. Linda's distance from Mark Jr. remained constant, regardless of what she did. I expected Sally to carry a grudge, yet she was the first to totally accept her mother's return. Linda eventually reconciled with her parents. However, like Mark Jr., she had a slight animosity toward her father. Most Sundays we'd eat dinner there as a family, but we weren't. Linda again apologized for everything that had transpired. Finally, I asked her to please stop. I will never forgive you, and it is pointless to try. I told her, oh, Linda, please stop acting so childish. I told you how things will be. I have no intention of arguing about it. The discussion is over. Accept it or not. That is your option. We will never get back together again. Even if you are the last woman on the world, and if the destiny of humanity relied on me making love to you, I would decline. 3 years later I was married. I married Sally's teacher. How we met and what happened is a story for another day. What counts is that the children love her and accept her as a member of the family. Linda has still not accepted this. I have moved on, so I'm not going to do anything about her after all the discussion had ended. She either accepts it or not. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. At the age of 71, I found out my wife was having a child with another man, which led to a tough decision: continue the marriage or choose divorce. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. I exclaimed into my cell phone as I drove west on the interstate nearly 2 hours from Columbus on a lovely July Sunday. The sun was shining brightly. While I spoke loudly on the phone, I was driving down the highway at a modest speed, the windows down and the hatch open. The car resembled a wind tunnel, but the engine purred consistently and behaved no worse than a more expensive vehicle. My car was a 1996 Ford Probe, one of Detroit's most expensive vehicles, and it belonged only to me. During our recent trip to Washington, my wife gave me a retirement gift the next day, which I picked up. I couldn't contain my excitement and yelled to Melinda, "It's simply amazing." She responded with a smile. "I'm delighted you like it. Just remember to use it carefully and avoid expensive speeding charges." Grinning, I assured her, "Don't worry, I'm just slightly over the speed limit and the road is empty. It will be all right, okay, I'll see you tomorrow night." She added, wrapping up the chat. I hurled the phone onto the vacant passenger seat and let out a happy yell. I'd been driving for about 5 hours and planned to stop in Columbus for dinner and a night. As part of my journey, I had previously reserved a hotel room at 63. I didn't think I could handle 12 hours of driving in one day like I might at 35 or 45. If Melinda were with me, we could take turns driving and possibly do the journey in one day. However, I was alone on my adventure. I've always been a fan of the Probe, ever since I had the opportunity to take a test drive. It was the first model of the new Ford in 1989, and several dealerships in my region acquire such vehicles. I was immediately drawn to its appearance. After waiting a week, I decided to go to the local Ford dealership and test drive the automobile. It was an instantaneous connection. The original Mazda engine was not only quick and powerful, but it also had exceptional fuel efficiency. The automobile's handling was extremely responsive, resembling a racing car. A modest turn of the steering wheel caused the automobile to quickly shift on the road. It was simply great. I drove my first car for 11 years, followed by another 11 years in the second. I purchased the second automobile in 1996. It was in its final model year and had traveled nearly 20,000 m before colliding with another vehicle. It was not my fault. I tried to find a replacement on eBay and other websites, but was unable as a result. I've been driving an ordinary, uninteresting vehicle for the past 2 years. After 40 years in the insurance sector, I recently retired ed. Although the job was repetitive, the income was adequate and I was able to retire a few years before turning 65. My colleagues planned a small farewell party for me, which was attended by my wife. They gave me wonderful gifts, but the most memorable part was when my wife handed me the car key. I was surprised to receive one of my old auto keys, along with the note. It turned out that my daughter and son, while hunting for a car for me, discovered one in fantastic shape with minimal mileage near Washington. The plan was for me to travel to Washington for the weekend, spend time with my family, then drive 7 hours to Columbus and spend the night after breakfast. On Monday, I would continue my trek and return home early in the morning. Melinda booked the hotel for Sunday, which baffled me at first, since I assumed she would join me and we would leave right away. But she clarified that I was going on this trip alone to get to know my new car, a black Jeep GDE Turbo. In the 1990s, Ford began producing Probe engines, making them the only options. The car featured a turbocharged V6 engine that created a loud roar but was less fuel efficient than the 4-cylinder Mazda engine. The journey started in the mountains of West Virginia. An interesting yet perilous challenge. Driving in many lanes, disregarding speed restrictions, avoiding heavy trucks, taking sharp curves and abruptly changing lanes. All of this resulted in a hectic and challenging environment that was not for the faint of heart. based on my previous experiences with the other two test participants, I am convinced that this vehicle will be able to conquer any hurdles in its path. Personally, I enjoy driving in the Highlands, but after that the rest of the trip is primarily on a straight highway, which can be monotonous because I can't fully utilize the car's capabilities. The speed limit frequently decreases to 60 or 65, so I drive around 70 or 75. However, it is critical to be vigilant, because there are numerous police officers here, particularly in Ohio. After talking with Melinda, I stopped at a petrol station and purchased a Coke from the store. The cashier looked at me, then at my car. "It's an excellent vehicle, sir. Is this a probe?" His expertise was astounding, especially given that he was probably not even alive when the car stopped being made. "Yes, that's her," I said proudly, standing tall. It was a retirement gift that purchased in Washington and am now bringing back to Illinois. "Wow, she's adorable," the young cashier observed as I nodded and confidently returned to my car to brag a little. I gripped the clutch for a second before moving gears and screeching the tires slightly. This is not always possible with a front-wheel drive vehicle. While driving, I reflected about the past weekend. I enjoy the time I spend with my daughter, her husband, and our only grandson. Now that I'm retired, I've made an implicit commitment to spend more time with my grandson in person. Although I was delighted to see him over FaceTime, nothing could match his personal presence. I drove past a car full of teenage girls. They hunted their horns in greeting and my gray hair flapped in the breeze. A short glance at the girl behind the wheel reminded me of Melinda in her youth, who had long blonde hair, an elegant body and blue eyes. She reminded me of Melinda. The life of the party. She wasn't the same as when she was younger, even at the age of 63. She was a wonderful woman. Despite the extra pounds and possibly more artificial blonde hair than natural, she continues to capture the attention of her contemporaries and even some young individuals. Last fall I considered asking her to the museum's opening, where she bravely wore a revealing pink sweater. I could tell she was hesitant to wear such a daring clothing in public, but she did it because she knew I enjoyed the look. I thanked her for the gesture to show my thanks. I met Melinda during my sophomore year at Indiana State University. She had just moved into the dorm where I had been staying for the previous 2 years when my buddies and I were outside playing frisbee. Melinda arrived with her folks to check in. As soon as I noticed her, I was mesmerized. My obsession was so clear that one of my pals accidentally smacked me with a toss. I was ecstatic. Needless to say, I'll never forget this night. I paused my game and approached Melinda and her family, offering my assistance. Unfortunately, Melinda's father did not appear to approve of my long curly hair and politely denied my offer. When I realized his reaction, I took a step back. A week later I saw Melinda in the dorm and introduced myself. I swiftly retreated, sensing her disinterest. 2 weeks later I saw her strolling with a guy from the dorm who lived 2 floors up. He resembled a nerd with a short bristly mustache. It was obvious that I was not her type, but this didn't worry me at all. I occasionally ran across her in the dorm and had polite discussions with her. Because she was not a member of my social group, I didn't feel the urge to communicate with her. She showed no interest either. I didn't want to make any effort to pursue her. Maybe I wasn't regarded a romantic ideal, but I did well with other girls. I did not feel the need to confront someone's negative attitude. 2 years later she suddenly attended a semester party held by mutual friends. Mr. Bristly Mustache had already graduated from university and she arrived alone. I resolved to try again, knowing that if I was met with rejection or a nasty attitude, I could simply move on. Nothing nasty or bad. Melinda stood out from other business students during a period when there were few women in his sector. Despite her modest demeanor, many of the business students on my floor perceived her as overbearing. They seemed to be terrified of her intelligence and defiance of standard corporate rules. When I spoke with her, I didn't expect much, but it was clear that she disliked being alone in a crowded setting. When I approached her, I observed she was really scared. Her behavior was akin to that of a drowning person. When offered assistance, "Do you always take 2 beers?" she asked harshly. while carefully inspecting the glasses in my hands. I nearly made a sarcastic remark, but kept my lips quiet. Mostly I responded dispassionately. I'm an adaptable guy. Therefore I try not to indicate my preference. As I turned to leave, she shook her head slightly to my Aston M. She reached out and caressed my right forearm, which stopped me in my tracks and invaded my personal space at my height. I towered over her, but she stood on tiptoe, grabbed my shoulders and brought me closer, kissing me tenderly on the lips. She left me shocked, stepping back. She stood on tiptoe, her gorgeous blue eyes enthralling me as I held her near. I softly kissed her, careful not to spill the beer in my hands. We decided to leave the party and spend the next several hours speaking in a quiet corner of the dorm's living room. We were inseparable after that and finally got married soon after graduating from university. Although her parents were against our relationship, I didn't care what they thought. After graduating from university, we both secured fantastic careers and resumed our normal lives. We continued to sleep together, but not as frequently as when we were students. Brianna emerged in our family 3 years after the wedding, bringing us both enormous happiness. We frequently competed to have her in our arms, especially when we visited her grandparents. Brianna seemed to walk on air for the first 2 years of her life while we were in their place. I felt joy, as I remembered those early years. When I looked up, I noticed the first exit from Columbus approaching, but I didn't pay attention. All I wanted was to be home with my wife, Melinda. The notion of seeing her again prompted me to leave the motel room. I paused, cancelled the room and considered phoning Melinda to let her know I was on my way. I decided to surprise her by getting home in the middle of the night and climbing into bed with her. Just 2 hours after leaving Columbus, I went to a restaurant near a bus station. I called Melinda and pretended to check on her from my hotel room. She sounded anxious and out of breath, implying that she had left her phone somewhere and hurriedly answered the phone. "Hey, save your breath for me tomorrow." I taunted her as she took up the phone. "Of sure, honey." She responded. I said "I've missed you so much" sounded honest. We talked a little longer before I confirmed our intentions to meet the following day. She merely replied with a quiet, "Ha ha," and we said goodbye. After swiftly eating my breakfast and refueling the petrol tank, I went out again. The windows and hatch were closed for the night and the howling wind was no longer a distraction. The sensor functioned flawlessly and I drove on. I couldn't help but smile as I remembered how my wife and son-in-law had put me to the test. 39 years of lovely memories rushed across my head and I wondered where the time had gone by 4:30 p.m. I had already arrived home, leaving my Ford Probe parked on the street. I intended to bring my new bike to the garage, but when I arrived with the remote control in my hands, I discovered that someone else's automobile had parked in my customary spot. As I stood next to my wife's car, a sudden rush of terror overcame me, causing my limbs to shiver and beads of sweat to form on my forehead. It appeared that I was on the edge of a heart attack. After taking a deep breath, I was able to relax and the sensations began to subside. However, the unknown car remained parked outside my wife's house, leaving me perplexed and lost. When I turned off the engine, my memories appeared to distort. For a second I sat in disbelief staring at the Mercedes that had snatched my parking space. After some consideration, I decided to enter the garage and open the passenger door of the strange vehicle. I discovered the registration number in the glove compartment and my heart fell when I saw it belonged to Melinda's former boss, Gregory Pute, who retired 6 months ago. Disappointed, I decided to sneak into the house, take my 9mm SIG Sauer and confront both of them. After reflecting on the physical conflict, I determined it was not worth going to jail. I crept silently into the home and into the bedroom, which was eerily silent. The door was locked, but I cautiously unlocked it and entered to discover were Melinda and Gregory Pute lying on my bed. My wife was hanging to his right shoulder. His arm firmly curled around her, which reminded me of how Melinda and I used to sleep. The way they hugged each other felt familiar. Like if it wasn't the first time. I couldn't help but enjoy the iPhone's wonderful night mode feature. I put down my phone after taking 2 clear photographs in a softly lit environment. I calmly grabbed enough clothes from the drawers and closet to last several days before stumbling into a suitcase in the hallway closet. I hastily grabbed my belongings and hurried left carrying my weapon. I left the house again, this time creeping back through the garage. I got out a knife and punctured all 4 tires of Melinda and Gregory's automobiles. Then I jumped in my car and drove to a neighboring location to witness from a distance Melinda. As a pensioner could get adequate sleep, but Gregory had to leave for work early to avoid raising suspicion from the neighbors. The car was parked conspicuously, with all 4 tires flat, making it difficult to ignore the damage. Even if you hadn't looked closely when Gregory started the engine while sitting in the garage, his automobile sensors would have promptly alerted him to the problem. I couldn't see what was going on, but around 8:30 a truck from Fred's tire business arrived as they were replacing the tires. I couldn't help but worry if Gregory had paid for Melinda's tires or if she had to foot the bill alone. I also wondered if they would be brave enough to go to the police, even if they were unaware of my role in causing the damage. Involving law enforcement would raise a lot of questions, especially because I had to be home early in the morning after Gregory left at 10:00. I imagined Melinda had raced to change the bedclothes and remove any evidence of Gregory's presence from the house. I traveled to Omaha, Nebraska, to visit a friend I hadn't seen in a long time. Melinda called when I didn't come by 3:00, so I answered fast. I made AM note that I would soon install Bluetooth in my old probe. "Where are you now?" she asked carefully. "You should be home." "I'm on the interstate in Iowa." "On my way to Spencer," I responded monotonously. "What are you doing in Iowa?" "I know you enjoy driving, but do you love this car more than I do?" "Yes," I answered honestly. Before hanging up the phone, I paused and texted her a photo of Gregory asleep in her bed. There was no response, so I proceeded on my route, pounding the throttle pedal for 3 days. Spencer and Marion tolerated my grumpiness while I kept them up to date on the newest events. Being surrounded by old friends during a tough time became a source of comfort to me, although I didn't say anything until the end of the visit. When speaking with old friends, it became clear that words were not always necessary to show love and support. Marion hugged me warmly as I prepared to leave, assuring me that she and Spencer would always find a home for me, regardless of the circumstances. This voyage home was less thrilling than the prior ones. I don't believe I've ever surpassed the speed limit in traffic, because it took me more than 6 hours behind the vehicle to process my sadness and thoughts. I was lamenting the end of my marriage, since I was pretty certain that we would not be celebrating our 40th anniversary together. I was thinking about the same familiar questions. Have I made a mistake? Can I satisfy Melinda in bed? Did she find solace with another man? What does the future hold for me without Melinda? After so many years, I considered forgiving her and trying to repair our marriage if she wanted to, but I quickly brushed the thought aside deep down. I knew I'd never forget the vision of them cuddling in her bed. I saw that true forgiveness entails the ability to forget, and I knew that if I stayed, I would just grow bitter and resentful. In the end, I concluded divorce was the best option for both of us. Despite the anguish, Melinda's Lincoln was the only vehicle in the garage when I opened it. I collected my belongings from the trunk and entered the house, where Melinda sat on the couch in the family room, a glass of red wine beside her. I grabbed a Corona from the fridge and sat down in an armchair. When we met, I noticed Melinda's eyes welling up with tears. I could see the misery on her face as she sat up slightly, but she did not cry. I asked her to stop, reminding her that I could not bear her pity. If anyone had justification to cry at that point, it was me. How could she betray us like that? How could she have betrayed me? 39 years have elapsed in a second. I believe some of them were real. Perhaps the first 10 or 20 years. When did she quit loving me? Ethan, I want you to know that my feelings for you have never changed. She whispered. It grew stronger over time, despite the agony I have caused you. I'm not sure how to solve things, but I know your feelings for me may not be as strong as they were before. How long has it been going on? I refuse to believe that this was an isolated incident. Your statements imply that this has occurred more frequently than you care to admit. Is anyone else involved in this? Have you cheated on our friends? When I posed the final question, her countenance shifted from terror to rage. I wondered if I had learned some awful truth. How could you say I would betray you with one of our friends? This is completely outrageous and disrespectful. She snapped, her voice brimming with rage and hate. The charge appears to be close to reality. I interrupted, my dear. She made a disgruntled sound before falling silent. Her look grew tired, as if she feared I would damage her. She knows me well enough to understand that I would never injure her, no matter how I appear from the outside. She began to talk but immediately stopped when she realized I could see her eyes. In settings where dishonesty is well entrenched, honesty is usually the best option. He is the only one, she corrected herself. This has been going on for some years, perhaps 5 or 6. I felt dizzy, and I'm sure my eyebrows lifted when I heard about this time frame. We began dating once or twice a week. As soon as we felt comfortable with each other. On your business trips, I generally remain alone for a few nights. She remarked calmly, as if we were having a straightforward chat about algebra or history for 5 or 6 years once or twice a week. It occurred to me that I must be either quite naive or exceedingly trustworthy. It's not that you complicated matters. She explained. You absolutely trust me, so I only had to come up with a plausible cause for my absence. I apologize for putting my trust in my wife for almost 30 years. I responded by tossing my head back and finishing my beer. When I got up to buy another beer, I noticed that her glass was also empty. Another one? I asked. Yes, please. She said pleasantly. I bought a new beer and filled her glass with wine before sitting back in the chair, leaning forward. Why didn't you just let me know you were unhappy? I could have done something differently, or we could have parted on better terms. I recommended, but I am not unhappy and do not want to divorce. She spoke bluntly. I've already told you I love you, and I truly meant it. I want us to grow old together. My expression must have reflected my perplexity. Listen, Alice, this is not Wonderland. You cannot cheat on me with a lover for years then expect me to transport you to the land of eternity on my white horse. In my own experience, this does not occur. That is why we are addressing this subject. Ethan, she said, referring to me by my full name, suggesting her disappointment or unhappiness with me. You're smart, and there's no reason we can't make a decision, even if this means breaking up with Gregory. I am being honest, Ethan, I care just about you. My relationship with Gregory is strictly physical. You could argue it's simply intimacy. Although our closeness is undeniably pleasant, it is simply a small portion of what binds us. Our relationship is much deeper. Why did you decide to give up everything right now? I sat stunned, unable to comprehend her indifference to our relationship. It appeared that someone had taken my wife's spirit without my knowledge. Wait a minute. I eventually managed to say, do you really think I'll let you continue seeing Gregory? She retorted angrily, Ethan. The way you say that is extremely disrespectful. Feeling insulted, I quickly responded. I couldn't help but wonder where the loving woman I married 39 years ago, who promised to remain faithful until her death, had gone. Melinda, have you been having affairs for 5 or 6 years and don't recognize the seriousness of the situation? I inquired. What is going on with you, honey? I paid close attention to her expression as she sipped her wine. My God, I am so fortunate. Despite her age, she could not have been older than 53 and had the build of a 33-year-old woman. I had no idea this would quickly become a problem, as I discovered you remember how a few years ago, after menopause, you noticed that I appeared to have gained vitality. I nodded in agreement. We were both astounded by her renewed youth and have been enjoying it ever since. I'm not sure what a doctor called this phenomenon, but he said that about 10 of women experience it near the end of lives. When Melinda first started going through this, I saw her doctor as a source of support for her newfound energy. Despite our age, medical intervention allowed us to maintain a satisfactory intimate life. Throughout this time, Gregory complimented me on my radiant appearance and newfound vitality. We've been working as colleagues for about 4 years and have developed a strong friendship. We even engaged in frivolous flirting, which I found exciting. I was relieved to discover that at this point in my life, a man still finds me attractive and playful. I abruptly interrupted the conversation to remind her that I had always admired her incredible sensuality. I've tried to contact you several times in the hopes of deepening our relationship. Isn't it really important to you I'm my husband after all, she said. However, a completely different person expressed genuine interest in me, my friend. It was undeniably exciting. Later you had to leave for Houston on a short business trip. I don't remember why, but I ended up inviting Gregory to dinner with me on Saturday night. As one event led to another, I found myself taking him upstairs and for the first time we really connected. This experience was thrilling and unforgettable. The excitement I felt stemmed from the forbidden nature of our meeting, as well as the fact that he was unlike anyone I had ever met before. Following the second round, we rested for a few hours before he left. Every time he arrived, we quietly parked his car in the garage and he always left before dawn to avoid attracting the attention of the neighbors. We've always been careful. I couldn't stop laughing at the irony. Who did you want to impress among the neighbors? Obviously, it is not me. Considering that a man is in bed with my wife. It's difficult to believe in such a situation. You talking about respect? She shifted uncomfortably and sipped more wine. I must admit that I did not wake up feeling guilty about my actions. The only time I felt remorse was when you arrived home that night. I avoided you for several days, wondering if my transgressions were visible on my skin like a stain, but you didn't know anything, and since I didn't give away any of your belongings, my guilt subsided. It became almost easy to return for a second time and then a third time. I just wanted to make sure it wouldn't hurt you, yet you inadvertently gave him some of my belongings, although this is ultimately your body and you can do whatever you want with it. You promised to be faithful to me. I took our vows seriously 39 years ago, not realizing they had an expiration date hidden in the small print. Ethan, you are exaggerating. Have you considered the consequences of breaking up and living alone in a retirement apartment? What are we both gaining from this? Why did we start this conversation? I care about you, Ethan. I know you're unhappy with me, but deep down, you care about me. If you want me to end my connection with Gregory, I am ready. My fury erupted with renewed vigor, causing my blood pressure to soar. It seemed like we were talking about the future of our relationship, but she decided it was about her relationship with Gregory. I could not believe it. I don't want you to date Gregory anymore, especially while we're still married. I shouted at her after we break up, you can spend as much time with him as you like. I do not care divorce. That's not going to happen, Ethan. She said dispassionately. I hurriedly got up from my seat, put clean clothes in a suitcase, grabbed a few personal stuff and departed. I took my car to the nearest inexpensive motel and planned to stay there for the following few days. I was absolutely bewildered by Melinda's behavior. How could she not comprehend a man she had been married to for 39 years? The next day I called my old buddy and lawyer, William Lilly Joseph, and planned to see him for lunch. We chose an Italian restaurant where I shared within the painful events of my recent past over a superb VE and pepper sandwich. Willie and I have known one another since our days at Indiana State College, and he has known Melinda since we started dating. We even spent time with him and his wife on several occasions. Do you believe she has early signs of dementia? He asked, concerned. This is not Melinda's regular conduct, he added. I agree with what I said in answer. Perhaps someone will think I am soft when I instructed Willie to handle everything honestly. She had been by my side for 39 years and I saw no reason to suddenly become upset. I requested that Willie transfer the fully paid house to her and offer me with the equivalent amount in cash as compensation. I realized I'd never be able to return to this house without picturing them together in her bed. Do you honestly believe reconciliation is impossible? My friend, you've been together for a long time. You've grown old together. I could tell that this was as difficult for him as it was for me. Are the typical 2 paperwork timelines acceptable? Ethan, he inquired dispassionately. I was looking for a rush service and I'm willing to pay extra for it. Can you provide it by Friday? Why the rush? If you don't have a grudge. You did not finish the duties that I deemed required, for example, you did not go to the bank. I can't take her attitude. Willie. She's overly hopeful. Perhaps I'll change my mind and let her stay with Gregory. Wow, that is for sure. Friday is too early. It is critical to me that you grasp the gravity of the situation. Willie. Melinda continued to engage with me on the phone and in email and in the days that followed, expressing her wish to make peace, apologizing for the hurt and criticizing my evident intransigence and immaturity. But I couldn't help but observe her lack of remorse for her own conduct in the relationship. On Tuesday evening, I called my daughter and son-in-law to advise them of the divorce and its reasons. Their surprise matched mine when I discovered what had transpired, calming my worried thoughts about a conspiracy against me. Tears flowed, and after a little stillness, Brianna gingerly broached the subject of reconciliation. You've been together for so long and are now both retired. Isn't it time to unwind together by the fireplace with a bottle of wine? She suggested quietly. That was the original plan, sweetheart, I explained, but your mother has a different point of view. She believes that if I let go of my anger, everything will fall into place. However, this was not a one-time blunder. Their affair has lasted over 5 years and they have even had an intimate relationship in her own bed. I caught them together in this bed right away. I emailed a photo of the sleeping lovebirds to my daughter's cell phone. Both she and Nathan let out a short sigh after hearing the notification sound. This horrific image is now etched in my consciousness and I'm worried it will never go. I recognize that the memories will fade with time, but the anguish will stay. It has been horrible for 39 years. She said, if you were in a similar scenario as Brianna, would you consider forgiving her after 5 years of having an affair with another man? The phone paused. I envisioned my daughter staring at Nathan, hoping for a forgiving response, but I knew Nathan's convictions were unwavering. No, Dad, I would not forgive her. He responded. I wouldn't rule out physical violence. Nathan, Brianna exclaimed. I'm only telling you the truth. Ellie, Nathan responded. If you ever did something like that to me, it would be a metaphor for death. Willie called at noon on Friday to inform Melinda that she had been served with a subpoena. Melinda, according to his co-worker, appeared astonished and then devastated. I arrived at the residence about 2 p.m. to pick up my remaining stuff. Melinda sat at the kitchen table holding a glass of wine and a half-empty bottle. As I passed her on my way to the stairs, she mumbled frustrated. You are really cruel. It's only been 4 days and you're already considering nursing home choices. Ethan, I have previously informed you that there will be no divorce. We'll fight this together. We will get over this and stay together for a long time. I love you. Everything remains the same. I shake my head, Melinda, this is not a farce. I refuse to settle for the role of an elderly guy. You've repeatedly breached our oaths, and because we're older, you believe I should forgive and forget, but I cannot forgive and I do not want to forget. Melinda, I believe you still love me, but it isn't the same the all-consuming love that it once was. Gregory changed everything. I was totally devoted to you. I had no backup plan or option. It was only us, and now everything seemed to have changed. Now it's just you, me, Gregory, and whoever follows Gregory. Tears run down her cheeks. A part of me wanted to hug her and assure her things would get better. My affection for it stayed strong, even after 39 years of marriage. Love does not go immediately. Despite the pain in my heart, I avoided using offensive remarks. I climbed the stairs in solitude. Melinda disputed the divorce proceedings and her lawyer persuaded the judge to schedule a counseling session for the pair. Willie urged that I obey the instructions and remain silent. I warn you that offending the judge will simply postpone the procedure. We both arrived to the first session a little earlier than expected. Melinda tried to talk to me in Dr. Ruth's waiting room, but I only responded briefly, since I didn't want to talk. She refused to be addressed as Dr. Ruth and instead took us to her office, despite being offered alcohol. We respectfully declined. The doctor then began to give out the basic guidelines. We couldn't yell at people, curse or interrupt. The first breach would result in a warning, whereas the second would result in the judge being told of the insubordination and the associated repercussions. I was considering what steps I should take when Dr. Ruth encouraged me to listen to others. When I remained mute, I took her suggestions into consideration. As someone who felt insulted, I was given the opportunity to share my perspective. First, Melinda was irritated and attempted to interrupt me, but the consultant stopped her. Melinda's opinion coincided with mine, except she added that due to my hectic work schedule, she found solace in a new acquaintance. When I was given the opportunity to answer, I told the consultant that I rarely go out, only a few days per month, which contradicts Melinda's claim that she is lonely. Dr. Allingham nodded and jotted down my explanation in his notepad. The doctor then inquired about the prospective repercussions of divorce. "Are you looking for success in this case, Mr. Ethan?" the doctor questioned. "No, I'm not trying to win," I responded, weary. "I don't believe you can find triumph here, only heartache. My only goal is to minimize my losses. The person who has been at the center of my life for nearly 4 decades is no longer with me. Everything swirled around her, but now that she's gone, there is no way to fill the emptiness. Perhaps I shall be alone in my old age, since the woman who meant everything to me did not regard our relationship enough to stay faithful for more than 5 years. Mr. Ethan, this seems to be a serious situation. You are not one for embellishing the truth, so why did it hurt so much?" "You're right, doctor, I often keep my emotions under control. However, this is unlike any other circumstance I've ever faced. It is not an exaggeration to say that she utterly devastated me. A few weeks ago, I felt invincible after retiring and receiving a car as a gift from my lovely wife, which I cherished greatly. We were pleased and planned a trip throughout the country to visit museums, zoos and other sites. It was a dream come true to go on a journey with the woman who held my heart, but my happiness was dashed when I found that her feelings for me did not equal mine. The only sound in the room at a time of heartbreaking quiet was the ticking of a wall clock. After hearing from everyone else, Dr. Allingham turned to Melinda and asked her to share her opinions. She began by expressing her tremendous affection for me, emphasizing that her love for me is unshakable. However, she emphasized that her concern is entirely about physical closeness, not their emotional relationship. Melinda repeated her earlier justifications to me, which made me distrust her remarks. Trying to conceal my boredom, I attempted to continue the discussion. What struck me was her habit of adding additional aspects to the story. The night after Gregory departed for Houston was the first time we really got close. We had a similar situation on Saturday night when we weren't at home. I felt embarrassed and lonely, so I invited Gregory to my apartment because you weren't at home. He seemed to interpret my invitation as something more so. He flirted with me more than normal when we started kissing. It felt like a natural extension of our friendship, and I knew we'd end up in bed together. It was a fantastic experience, the first time I had physically gotten close to someone other than you in our 42-year relationship. The knowledge that this was improper exacerbated the urgency of the situation. Despite the circumstances, he acted like a great gentleman during our encounter, making it even more memorable than normal. But it appeared to me that two good friends were simply enjoying each other's company. There's nothing more. I had no romantic sentiments for him and he did not have any for me, but there was a link between us. Following that we hug, as we frequently do. I admit that I love you. We're pals, close buddies. Surprisingly, I didn't feel as guilty as I had expected. You obviously didn't notice my feelings. I understood that as long as I don't take anything from you, we can stay friends. Even if you hadn't arrived home ahead of schedule, you would not have understood anything and would have loved me until the end. This issue may have been prevented. I took nothing away from you. Can we just dismiss what happened on Sunday night and return to what happened before? Is it truly all about your pride? It suddenly dawned on me. It's all about me and my sensitive ego. Dr. Allingham pointed out that our lesson was coming to an end. You weren't very cooperative today, Mr. Ethan. He said. I couldn't resist responding in a snarky tone. I did not shoot her today, did I? The consultant warned me sarcasm will not help you here. Mr. Ethan seemed frustrated, so I raced out of the office. When we arrived in the parking lot, Melinda attempted to initiate a discussion, but I preferred isolation when there was only the sound of traffic surrounding me. I got into my ancient car and took the highway east to the Indiana border. After driving for several hours, I stopped at a rest stop to refuel before pressing the gas pedal and returning home. It became a repetitive routine in my life, and I found peace only behind the wheel of my 16-year-old vehicle. Melinda and I were meant to meet after our individual consultations. I did not inquire about Melinda's conversation with the psychologist. It didn't matter to me. She probably wouldn't have shared anyhow. The doctor's swirling hand's directions perplexed me. She appeared to be attempting to persuade me to forgive Melinda, while also emphasizing the potential ramifications of refusing lonely old age. This is my current condition document. Despite her physical presence, I am nevertheless lonely. Once I saw this as a single hole in me, or part of that hole. However, since then she has separated herself from me, leaving us as distinct individuals. She ignores our relationship, since she is just concerned with herself. Gregory and I are in the background, but it appears like everything is now dependent on her. I stated my unwillingness to tolerate this scenario, but Dr. Willingham reminded me that she claims to love just me. She claims that her relationship with Gregory was not founded on love, but rather on physical attraction. Really, Doc, shouldn't you be a trained psychotherapist and counselor? Don't you realize the truth? So, Mr. Ethan, why don't you tell me your version, so I can understand what you're saying he proposed? Can I be honest, since we are alone here, or should I be cautious when I declare I am willing to be honest? Are you willing to listen to me? I believe Melinda still cares for me, but not as much as she used to. If that wasn't the case, she wouldn't consider being with another man. Personally, I do not believe in the justification that it is only a physical link. There appears to be some emotional connection between her and this guy. She stated that they are very close friends, leading me to feel that their relationship is more than just friendship. In my perspective, if you are completely committed to someone, you should not have feelings for anyone else. While I was speaking, I paid close attention to the doctor's reaction, seeing how he tried to maintain a neutral expression on his face. However, I witnessed a few instances where he couldn't contain his reaction. I asked the doctor what happens when your partner has an intimate relationship with someone else in your own bed. What does this indicate about their level of regard for you and when we discuss love and respect? How does the fact that it has been going on for almost 5 years influence that a brief affair can be brushed off as a passing fancy? But 5 years, is she underestimating my IQ, even if it is simply a matter of physical attraction? How do I overlook or forgive a 5-year betrayal? 5 years despite this. Everyone seems to believe that because we are older, I should simply forgive her and move on. What difference will it make if I spend our final years alone? I'm already lonely. She left me when she decided she wanted to be with him. It doesn't matter whether I live alone in an apartment or have my own room in her house. The results are the same. I simply need one more thing, Doctor. Despite admitting that she injured me and regrets her actions, she has never apologized for it. She loved another man's attention and willingly engaged in an affair, showing no regret, and she had ever shown regret to you. After finishing my monologue, I stood up and began pacing the room. Tired, I sank back into my chair. All of your points are valid, Mr. Ethan. We will have to discuss them at our next meeting. The source commented yes. I responded dispassionately when I stood up and left the room. I couldn't help but be surprised at my own ignorance. During my meeting with Melinda and Dr. Walling the next week, Dr. Wall and him began discussing a remedy to the problem, which made my head spin. Let us start with Melinda. He advised I do not want to end my relationship with Ethan. I genuinely believe that we will be able to overcome this and return to a happy existence on Compilation. I recognized that my past apologies to him were insufficient to demonstrate genuine regret for breaching his confidence, which, as I now see, caused him extra agony. Ethan, please forgive me. I genuinely regret my behavior and do not want our relationship to end this way after so many years together. You deserve more. While Melinda was apologizing, I caught a glimpse of the doctor's smirk, which swiftly faded. When our gazes collided, the deafening silence in my mind was awful. I am grateful to my parents for teaching me that beating women is unacceptable. Otherwise I might have done something regretful. I told Dr. Allenham that the fact that you've been close to him for over 5 years demonstrates that you don't regret it. Perhaps I could forgive sleeping with him once or twice. Maybe I could forgive a silly conduct when inebriated and breaching an oath, but I can't immediately forgive him after sleeping with him for over 5 years. It does not reflect my essence. Melinda became extremely disturbed by my response. The doctor, on the other hand, appeared astonished and began furiously jotting notes. Despite knowing that I would most likely be chastised for my actions, I couldn't help but express my dissatisfaction. It had been 2 months since our breakup, so I asked Melinda without waiting for an answer, how many times have you been with him since my departure? Melinda's face became hot crimson. It was hard for her to speak. The doctor's expression conveyed her shame. I wasn't sure if the lack of reaction was due to embarrassment or my own knowledge. For a brief moment, I felt a burst of satisfaction. I hoped that what was going on wasn't happening in her former bed. Melinda did not say anything. I stood up cautiously, my attention drawn to the texture of the carpet, meeting the doctor's gaze. He shuffled uncomfortably in his chair. I am not in a position to say whether what you did today was unethical. I have a feeling the comments were not completely suitable. I believe I have completed these sessions and you will need to inform the judge that you do not believe extra counseling will help. Melinda exclaimed in disbelief as I stood up to leave. So that's it, she exclaimed. 39 years have elapsed in a second. I never imagined you could be so callous and wicked. I think I overestimated you as I departed. I gently said I never imagined you to be a dishonest or promiscuous woman. That was my error. It had been 6 years since my last visit to normal, and as I drove into the funeral home parking lot, I realized the reception would not begin for another hour, but my daughter wanted me to arrive early so that I could speak with her before the other visitors arrived. She and her husband Nathan were organizing the funeral at my ex-wife's request. 2 days ago they returned to normal from Washington. Brianna invited me to assist with the preparations or to provide a speech at the service or meeting following the death. She pointed out that Melinda and I had a successful 39-year marriage and I probably understood her better than anybody else. That may be true, but I couldn't deny that in the 8 years after our divorce I hadn't spoken to her much. The last meaningful chat we had was when I called during a visit to the children following our last meeting with Dr. Walling. It seems that there was nothing else to talk about. Brianna seen my car pull up to the funeral home. She hurried away, followed by Nathan and my grandson. Brianna usually greeted me with a kind hug whenever we met one another, even though I hadn't visited their place in a long time. As expected, she did not disappoint me this time, jumping into my arms like a youngster, despite the fact that she was 47 years old. When she fell on me, I had to pause, realizing that at 71 I wasn't as agile as I once was. I hugged her closely, then kissed her on the cheek before gently lowering her to the ground. Hello, Ellie. This is Lena, my expedition buddy. I introduced a charming woman who, although being only 2 years older than my daughter, exited the car on the passenger side. Lena has kindly consented to accompany me on a 15-hour highway adventure. We took a little break half an hour ago to replenish ourselves after driving for 6 hours today. My daughter and son-in-law were horrified to learn the news. Did you drive for 8 hours yesterday given your age? Brianna exclaimed, and he wouldn't let me drive for a single minute. Lena said you probably know your father better than anyone else. He is quite picky about who he permits to drive his car. Actually, I drove it before him. Nathan explained, recalling how he did a test drive for my wife before she purchased it for me. When Nathan realized his error, his voice trailed off awkwardly. I sensed his embarrassment and swiftly helped to alleviate the situation. This turned out to be the last gift my wife gave me, and if she hadn't given it to me, I would never have discovered her infidelity. It was simultaneously a blessing and a curse for me. I reflected. Brianna continued. I think she always took it as a curse. She claimed to love you till the end, Dad, yet she felt abandoned by you. I cannot imagine what she was thinking. I continued. She dated this man for 3 more years before he was transferred to Colorado. He never asked her to go with him. I assume she nursed a grudge against him, blaming him for the end of our relationship, even on her deathbed. I believe she was unaware that her family had broken up because of her. I chose not to sit with Brianna, Nathan and the children outside the funeral home during the eulogy. It didn't feel right being there. What a closeness was now a distant memory. During the service, Lena and I sat quietly in the last row. The preacher delivered a touching address about Melinda, which made many people cry, but not me. I cried all of my tears for Melinda a long time ago. After leaving the funeral home, we returned to Melinda's house, where we had previously lived. We were greeted by several old acquaintances I hadn't seen in years, many of whom offered their sympathies. Lena was always helpful, quietly consoling me and holding my hand whenever I needed true confidence. When we walked into the house, Brianna greeted us and I felt like I had returned to the past. Everything looked just like I remembered it. Melinda had not changed anything. Brianna noticed my surprise and said that Melinda had left everything untouched after I left in case I returned. She didn't bother replacing the locks, anticipating. I might return sometime if you still have the key. I'm sure it still works. She said I've retained only the car keys. Since then. I replied, pulling the trophy from my pocket to show her. While Brianna was pouring coffee, I was organizing cups and saucers for the 6 of us, making it easy to find everything while we worked in the kitchen together. She leaned over to me and said gently, "You know, some people thought you were rude and careless for bringing your younger companion to Mom's funeral. I have to admit I understand why they're doing this." I lifted my brow knowingly as Brianna poured the coffee, for everyone gathered at the kitchen table with their mugs. I took a moment to address the primary concern. I've already stated that Lena is my vacation companion, not a love interest. We've been friends in Houston for a long time and she kindly offered to join me on this long and potentially stressful travel. However, I may have overstated my case by referring to her as a friend with privileges, despite the reality that she is simply one of many such friends in my life. My grandson chuckled at my comment, while Brianna and Nathan exchanged shocked looks. Lena, the head of the Quattro Queen Bridge Club, greeted me warmly 8 years ago. Our bond grew swiftly and we soon became inseparable, particularly during her games. Cass' generosity had no limitations. She gradually introduced me to 3 of her closest single friends who were also members of the Bridge Club. These females aged 52 to 60 frequently had company or an escort for various functions. I reneged in embarrassment, prompting Lena to finish the story. As we became older, it became more difficult for all of us to meet single guys like your dad. As a result, all 4, or rather 5, of us reached an agreement. This arrangement ensured that we would all be healthy and free of jealousy, with no more than 2 persons engaging at a time. After all, we don't want to overburden your father. Lee and Nathan K. stated. Ellie and Nathan still appeared perplexed. Let me know if you require any assistance. Your father is in excellent health for his age. My dears, there are medications that can help you cope with some challenges, and you know a man's intelligence never fades, right? Brianna and Nathan had an easy moment of understanding. My grandson found the entire exchange amusing. Everyone, including myself, assumed that I would end up alone and bitter, but looking back, I think everything went really well for this old man. Here is the next story. My wife was excited as I walked through the door. She rushed over to me and gave me a big kiss as a hello. Then he turned and went to the kitchen to finish cooking dinner. I prepared your favorite dish tonight. I have some vital news to share and I thought we might celebrate it together. That's wonderful, sweetie. I said I've also got some vital news. Perhaps we can hold a double celebration. It was Friday evening and the work week had ended while she was finishing up in the kitchen. I went into the bedroom to shower and change into casual clothes, since I didn't have to work tomorrow. I was looking forward to a long night of making love with my wife. I had crucial news that I knew she'd be quite excited about. I was dizzy with excitement about hearing her news and then sharing mine. My name is Carter Doze. My wife's name is Isabella. We've been married for 7 years and are both 30 years old. I'm 188 centimeters tall and weigh 95 kilograms. Depending on the day, you can gain or lose a kilo or two, and I'm in fairly terrific shape. While I'm not a heartthrob, I've been told several times that I look better than average. I've also been advised that my size is slightly over average. If you get my drift, Isabella is 168 centimeters tall and weighs approximately 50 kilograms. She is also in great form. We both work out in the gym. She has long blonde hair, brown eyes and a stunning physique. I was pretty sure I knew what her news was. We recently began attempting to increase our family. She stopped using birth control pills a few months ago and we've been having lots of sex ever since. Don't get me wrong, we weren't celibate before then. After our first year of living together, we had sex roughly 3 times each week. Before then it happened almost every night. Since she stopped taking the medicines, we have been having sex more frequently again. It was only postponed on days when I had to travel out of town. I didn't travel often for work. Usually I was in my office by 7:00 a.m. I left work at 5:00 p.m. I'm mechanical engineer. My schedule only changes when I need to attend a conference or seminar, which occurs roughly once every quarter. A few months ago I was promoted to engineering manager, so I managed 5 junior engineers, 3 technical specialists and a few secretaries. I also have a personal secretary. Isabella is a pargal for a small law company in the city. She is one of 3 pargal in an office of 5 attorneys. Her schedule is nearly as consistent as mine. The only difference is when problems emerge and she needs to work later in the evening after showering and changing. I entered the kitchen just as Isabella was arranging the table. She'd gone all out tonight. I believed she had taken the day off to get ready for the evening. She prepared chicken scallops, a delicious Caesar salad and garlic toast. She even prepared tiramisu for dessert. She had uncorked a few bottles of excellent Mero. Her news was clearly impressive. I was looking forward to our talk tonight. I also noted that she was dressed nicely for the event. She was dressed in one of her shortest, sexiest gowns, with a plunging neckline, cleavage and legs on display. It appeared that she was also looking forward to a wild and passionate night. After dinner and dessert, I helped to clear the table and clean up the kitchen. We filled our glasses with wine and went to the living room to share our good news with one another. We sat on the couch sipping our wine and, as always, debating who would go first. She was overjoyed and I wondered how she had managed to hold back for so long. To be honest, I expected it to come out spontaneously. We did it. Honey, I am pregnant. We are going to have a baby. She virtually shrieked. That is awesome, I exclaimed, expressing my delight at the news. She flung herself into my arms, kissing me fiercely. We kissed deeply and embraced each other, allowing the delight to overpower us. Finally, she stepped back and inquired about my news. I was almost as eager about my announcement as she was about hers. With a big smile and an expression of eagerness, I told her about my good news. My secretary Yifa is also pregnant, since she is single and does not want to raise a child alone. We have decided that she will simply give us her baby to raise. They'll be as close as twins, because you and Josephia will give birth around the same time. They will be identical, save for biology. Since I am the father, There will be no custody concerns, especially because she is more than happy to hand over custody to me. All she wants is to be the child's favorite aunt. We'll definitely need to explain this to the child when they're old enough to understand, but that shouldn't be too difficult. I happily communicated this to my wife. Oddly, I detected a distinct lack of happiness on her face when she received this news. In fact, she appeared irritated. She had just told me that her family was about to expand, and I had just told her that it would double in size. I expected my news to make her even happier. Instead, it appeared that her euphoria had vanished, giving way to intense anger. I was honestly stunned. Her expression of tremendous stress caused me to pause before continuing with my news. I decided she needed to know, and perhaps it would change her mood from upset to pleased. Her initial ultrasound also revealed that she is having twins. Although it is too early to tell, there's a high possibility that at least one of them is female. Just imagine having the little daughter you've always wanted, and I can have a little boy. Whoever you give birth to will be an added bonus. You will immediately have the large family you have always desired. I didn't grasp what was going on. Instead of being overjoyed with this news, she appeared to become even furious in comparison. The explosion occurred quickly. Hiroshima resembled a failed firecracker. You bastard, you cheated on me with that office. What kind of foolish thoughts run through your mind if you think I would ever consider raising that bitch's illegitimate children? Are you out of your mind? Everything went downhill for the following half hour. She screamed every abuse imaginable at me. I believe she even created a few new ones. This was nothing what I had envisioned. I began to realize that my night of passionate love-making would not materialize, but that didn't stop me. Sweetie, how about we head to the bedroom and enjoy our good news together? I'm confident that after a night of intense love-making, we'll have a lot better understanding of what our lives will be like with 3 new children joining our beloved family. I was startled that she not only rejected me outright, but also attempted to kick me out of my own bed, so if she didn't want to sleep with me, she could find another bed. In a flash of wrath, she grabbed some pillows and walked away to the other bedroom. Honestly, I was perplexed by her attitude, because I believed I had done nothing wrong. I turned over and slept soundly all night. The next morning I unsuccessfully attempted to entice my wife back into our bed for some love-making. She was irrationally angry at me. I simply couldn't understand her problem. Seeing as she was being unreasonable, I decided to take advantage of the good weather and went golfing. It was an amazing day. I ended up in a threesome with one man's wife and her sister. We had a terrific time, and then I won a bet against my wife's unmarried sister. I got 2 shots in 3 hours. After the round concluded, I left her house after meeting both her and my requirements. When I came home, I discovered that my garage door opener was not working. This was bizarre. I shut off the engine and approached the front door. Oddly, I noticed numerous luggage packed on the front porch. Without understanding what they were, I ignored them and grasped the doorknob. I discovered that the front door was locked. That wasn't terribly surprising. What was so surprising was that my key did not fit the locks. Looking closer at the locks, I noticed they looked brand new. Strange. Isabella had never addressed the need for new locks on the doors. In any event, I was hot and fatigued and needed to come inside, take a shower and change my clothing. As a practical person, I simply took a saw from my car and cut around the door handle and deadbolt. When the handle and deadbolt were removed from the rest of the door, it swung open effortlessly. I decided to go to Lowe's and buy a new front door. When I entered the house, Isabella launched another rant. She mentioned that I was moving out and that my clothes were packed in luggage outside. Hearing this, I went out and returned the baggage to my bedroom, opening them. I noticed that all of my clothes were in them. It took me a few minutes to put everything back in its proper drawers and closet. While she continued to yell, I undressed and switched on the water. Her raving became more intense as she recognized Aria's aroma and dampness on me seriously. I couldn't understand her problem. Sure, I slept with Aria, but it was only once a one-day meeting. It was only sex. I scarcely know her. I invited Isabella to join me in the shower, but she declined. She clearly had some psychological difficulties that needed to be addressed. I might bring this up later tonight and recommend some counseling. After a lovely shower, I headed to my bedroom to change. To my amazement, I discovered Isabella in the process of packing all of her clothes into the newly empty luggage. When I asked her what she was doing, she replied that because I refused to move out she would. Apparently, while I was showering, she contacted her sister and agreed to stay with her. My notion that her pregnancy had thrown her hormones out of balance, leading her to act strangely, was met with outrage. I was certain that this was the underlying cause for her unusual behavior. I believed that once she delivered the baby and my secretary's twins arrived home, she would be an excellent mother to all 3 children. I was perplexed by her reaction. She left about an hour later. A few days later I moved Rosetta into my home. She would require some assistance during her pregnancy, and since Isabella was no longer present, it felt like the appropriate thing to do. After all, those twins were mine. Isabella should have been able to understand her husband's lack of sexual activity. I even invited Aria over a couple times. Usually it was one-on-one, although there was the occasional threesome with Josiah and Aria. It found out that Oa and Aria were both bisexual. A week after Isabella left, I received divorce papers. She asked the home for 18 years of alimony, 90 of our assets and investments, plus $1,500 each month in child support. In short, she fully complied with the infidelity clause in our prenuptial agreement. We included it as a rather severe punishment for cheating. Yes, I knew about it. Yes, I slept with only Sat and Aria. Yes, all of you listening to this probably believe I'm a jerk who deserves to be burnt. Go ahead and laugh all you want. 3 months later. What the hell, that was my wife, Isabella. This was our first meeting with the lawyers. We were in her attorney's office discussing our divorce. She planned to punish me for infidelity. I had to admit it. She had the right tool for this, and there's plenty of evidence. Our prenup was constructed so that adultery would be terrible, extremely painful. The fact that I had impregnated my secretary and made no secret of my sexual relationship with Aria provided her with the ideal weapon for severe retribution. There was simply one tiny issue. Are you certain you want to go down this path, Isabella? You cheated on me. Your secretary got you pregnant and you had the audacity to assume I would want to discuss those issues. Children, okay, Isabella, right here and now I am offering a one-time offer. We call off our divorce, come back together and nurture all 3 children as our own. We shall forget the past and return to each other. Our 3 children will be ours alone. Yes, Gisette will be the twins' favorite aunt, but nothing more. You'll be a wonderful mother to all 3, and I'll be a caring father. Perhaps we'll have more children. It's your decision, yes or no. I made an offer you. I will not raise your illegitimate children with that scum. I looked at my lawyer and nodded. She replied to my nod. Unfortunately, my wife did not hire the most aggressive, merciless, ravenous and vicious shark in the world. Luckily I did. Now you are probably thinking I'm a jerk for cheating on my wife. I can see your saliva streaming at the image of me being burned to ashes. Hold on to your chairs. My attorney opened her briefcase with a smile that made me think of a barracuda about to burst into a rage. Since your client turned down my client's generous offer, here is our fresh offer, she said, moving the papers across the table. It took Isabella and her attorney a few minutes to read and comprehend the document. That's when Isabella had the aforementioned eruption of wrath and her demeanor went from arrogant to panicked. Lilith. My lawyer opened her lips and swallowed. Yes, she was absolutely ruthless. Isabella's attorney turned to face her. His look was one of absolute terror. DNA test. Isabella stammered, of course. Lilith gave another nod and pulled out an audio recorder which she placed on the table. She pushed the button. So how will you make sure it's my child and not his? The voice on the recording belonged to Jason West, an attorney at the firm where Isabella worked. "No problem," Isabella replied. "I always use a diaphragm for intercourse with him. Besides, you look sufficiently like my husband that he won't realize is parenting your child good. Allow him to raise my child appropriately. I'm not going to pay for any children or deal with them. I truly like the thought of having a child to pass down my heritage to, but that should happen once they've grown up. When the child reaches the age of 18, we will be able to tell who the real father is. That way, I won't have to pay anything for raising children. Carter won't know. Until we tell him. In 18 years. Carter and I will have had several more children by then, and he will be powerless to intervene without looking ridiculous. So you are confident your husband will not find out about us? We've had an affair for 3 years and he has no idea. You look so much like him that any child we produce will bear a striking resemblance, and you will never guess it isn't. His everything will be okay." Isabella's reaction, as the recording played, was priceless. Then Lilith demanded a DNA test for her fetus. She also gave over a child support petition signed by Jason West. I requested $2,000 each month. He was a relatively successful attorney, so since your client rejected the last offer, here is a new proposition. This of course necessitates a future agreement signed by both parties. The divorce will be stayed and the couple will remain married until their youngest kid completes high school. That's the minimum. If they both agree to stay married after that, they are free to do so. The succeeding agreement will include the prenuptial contract's terms, but with certain amendments. First, the marriage will be open, allowing my client to have sex with other women as long as he informs his wife prior to the date. The wife is also free to have sex with other partners under the same terms. I observed Isabella's face turn totally white. She was completely surprised that her affair had been discovered. Lilith put on her shark-like smirk and continued. If your client refuses this offer, we are fully prepared to enforce the prenuptial agreement from our end. Her affair started 3 years before my client's affair. In fact, he began his affair after meticulously recording his wife's adultery and destined to have a child with another man. If she wants to go through with the divorce, she should be prepared to be homeless and have graphic video recordings of her sexual actions with another guy, shared with all of her friends and family. We are completely prepared for total destruction. She stared at me and nodded, allowing me to continue. Isabella, you asked me to raise another man's child, yet the child inside you. As an innocent victim of your betrayal, I will not be financially responsible for him. I am willing to accept the child as a stepson, as long as his father bears financial obligation. He will provide monthly assistance for his child, as well as medical insurance, medical bills and educational expenses. Although I doubt he'll want to see the child, he'll have the option. He will also pay for his child's college education. In all other aspects, I will treat the child as if he were my own. This is the price of his acts. He stated that he did not want to assume responsibility for the child, but that is exactly what he will receive. Your betrayal will result in raising my children as your own. They will be your children in every ways except biologically, the only ones who will realize they are not biologically yours, and everyone in this room, including Gisette. You thought it would be humorous if I raised another man's child. Now you may chuckle while rearing another woman's children. You will also be delighted to see Gisette in her house anytime she wishes to visit the youngsters. This is your penance. You dare to divorce me over sex with another lady after having a long-term affair with another man. How hypocritical of you. My affair began just after I learned about your betrayal. I heard you were going to have a child with another man 5 years later. So you're saying Aunt Josie is real? Audrey stammered and trailed off. So what about Uncle Dan? And he asked. Yes, Gisette had twins. Audrey was born 1 minute before Ethan. Lenny, Isabella's kid, had arrived 3 days earlier. When we revealed the triplets to our friends and family, there were a lot of shocked looks. Everyone eventually came to accept it. There were a few questions concerning Audrey and Ethan's red hair. Darn recessive genes. No, Uncle Dan arrived later. Your Aunt Gisette had become pregnant while single and she believed it would be best for you two to be in a family. We were great friends and I decided to adopt both of you because she was unable to raise you as a single mom by the time she met and married Uncle Dan. There would have been too much pain to change anything. Now that you know the truth, you must understand that your mother and I sincerely adore you as our own children. Nothing has changed in that aspect. Please keep in mind that your biological mother has her own family. You will always have a particular place in their hearts, but that doesn't change the fact that we are all one family. Here I concluded that they were brilliant children. They understood. Did we really have to inform them? Maybe, perhaps not. There are compelling arguments for both sides. We decided they should know, so we told them. We also informed Lenny that I am not his biological father. That was a little different. He never intended that jackass attempted to challenge the paternity allegation, but DNA is DNA. He attempted not to pay. However, judges become upset when you attempt to disobey their rulings. Judges also have sheriff's deputies who can visit persons in their homes and offices. Oh, all that talk about open marriage. I hooked up with Aria a few more times in Giuseppia and I had a flirtation for approximately a year before meeting Dan. I'm very sure Isabella never indulged her desires. Nevertheless, I maintained a careful check on her after Josina and I dissolved our relationship. I stopped engaging in extramarital activities. I concluded that Isabella had learned her lesson, but I would have started over if I had discovered she was having another affair. As far as I could tell, she didn't, and I paid great attention. Furthermore, she began trying to have sex with me until I was exhausted, ensuring that I didn't need anyone else. It worked both ways. Jason West vanished shortly after Carter's 18th birthday after establishing an account to pay Lenny's education. We invited Jason to visit, but he declined. There were speculations that he relocated to the East Coast. More plausible rumors indicated that he was now around 5 miles east of the coast. Of course, just a few people knew about the rumor. Yes, I was a patient man when it came to settling disputes. He couldn't skip his child support and college fund installments. As for Isabella and me, what can I say? It's been 19 years since our minor issue. I conducted my due diligence and discovered nothing. She became an excellent wife and mother. I'm thinking about retiring early once the kids leave home. Some may accuse me of being weak for returning her affection. Yes, I could have burned her to the ground, but what would that have provided me? Who knows? Maybe Gisette and I could have gotten together. The point is moot. I had no issue raising another man's child. Sure, I was his father, but I viewed it differently. Jason has paid for his upbringing. I used the chance to ensure that the youngster was properly raised and did not become another jerk. I also made my wife raise another woman's children. It was a continual reminder to her that I had slept with another woman and made her pregnant. She also understood that while her partner had to pay for his child, she was responsible for Gisette. His children staying with Isabella ensured that our 3 children grew up in a loving family environment with both parents. That is far more significant than what others think about me. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. My wife thought I was cheating, so she cheated on me. It's not just a misunderstanding, but a betrayal. How do I face this marriage? Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. My wife thought I was cheating, so she cheated. I took everything and humiliated her. I, 30 male, met my wife, a 28-year-old female, in college. My major was business economics. Hers was English. We met at the home of a mutual acquaintance. We hit it off very well, dated for a few years, and I proposed to her shortly after graduation, to which she immediately said yes. That's the condensed version of our romance, because I don't think there's anything particularly interesting in there. We have been married for 4 years now. I believe I began to detect some changes in my wife. By the way, she goes by the alias Isabella. I thinking about a year after we married. It began when she walked in on me and a female colleague at a bar. I know it sounds horrible, but it was a completely harmless circumstance. A group of co-workers went out for drinks after work, which is not unusual, and as everybody left one by one, it was soon only me and my colleague at the bar. Isabella entered with her buddies and came to say hello to us. I returned the greeting normally, because I don't feel like I'm doing anything wrong. But when Isabella returned home after me, everything fell apart. When she walked in, she tossed her purse down and stomped towards me. She pointed a finger at me and screamed and how she discovered me cheating on her. I attempted to explain that it was not the case, but she wouldn't let me say anything. When she finally calmed down after calling me every nasty name a person can call a cheater, I described the scenario to her, even showing her images shared by the group earlier that night. I also explained to her that I didn't react suspiciously when she arrived with her friends, because I knew I wasn't doing anything illegal and hoped it would be obvious. After I explained, she said okay, as if she had finally understood. She stood there for a few seconds as if she wanted to say something before entering the room. This happened a long time ago, but the fact that she never apologized bothers me to this day. After all that, however, I'm retelling the entire story, because that's when she appeared to become possessive and unnecessarily jealous. I could detect mood fluctuations if I gazed in the direction of a lady or merely answered a few questions for her, even if she was only asking for directions. I also saw that these regulations didn't appear to apply to women, who were clearly not a threat. I believe that a reasonable level of jealousy is beneficial, since it allows for the enforcement of boundaries, but it is quite clear when it is excessive. In her instance, it simply seemed to get excessive, and for that instance, which I didn't understand because she had no reason to be suspicious of me in the presence of other ladies. Most of the time I know when an interaction with a woman has soured her, because I detect a difference in her feelings, but she only initiates something occasionally. It's never a peaceful discussion, because she gets emotional about the subject, and to say she drives me insane is an understatement, because she'll always use the smallest detail as the reason she suspects me. For example, she once caught me talking in the hallway with one of our apartment building's female neighbors. We were literally just discussing fundamental politics. Isabella walked out of our apartment, noticed us in the corridor, and came back in as soon as I saw that I knew I was in for a ride. At that point I'll admit that I considered divorce, since I realized I couldn't continue living that way. It was quite taxing. The only problem was that I felt it would be preferable for us to try Coop's therapy first, at least before I ended things with her. After all, I love her, so we tried it. To be honest, it was beneficial in the short term. However, things took a comic turn when she felt the therapist was taking my side too frequently. Isabella then concluded that the therapist was trying to sleep with me. I recall laughing out loud the day she stated that opinion. It didn't improve the situation, but I couldn't stop myself. We eventually moved to a male therapist, and the sessions were able to last considerably longer, at least until the modifications appeared to be sticking in her skull. We had been without an incident for several months, so it appeared that we were making progress, at least to the point where I'm writing this post. The previous several months have been normal, like how things were between us before extreme jealousy existed. However, I believe things exploded when Rebecca, the same colleague who was in the bar with me years ago, came to the house to hand over some documents, and when I wasn't there because I was supposed to be working from home the next week. I believe my wife recognized her from the first time, and I'm not sure if she had a Winter Soldier moment or if it was simply because a woman came straight to the house looking for me. However, when I returned home, all hell broke loose. She began howling at me the moment I went through the door, and I was met with paperwork thrown in my face. She questioned why Rebecca knew where I lived. Before I could respond, she explained that I must have taken her there to sleep with her. The genuine response was that I had told her where I lived when she asked to drop off the documents. It didn't help that Rebecca is pretty curvaceous, so it turned into a diatribe about how I must like women who are in doubt far more than she does, and how I must have been sleeping with them all over town. She also stated that she was planning to have herself tested for STS. Since she was convinced that I had cheated on her several times when she was finished ranting, I strolled into the home, grabbed a few necessities and left. I really had nothing to say to her, especially in that state. I also knew that no matter what I said, the voice of reason would not reach her. I knew it would be best for me to leave the house completely, so I did. She was roaring with joy behind me, Rebecca's bed. Now this happened fairly recently and I've been sleeping at a motel. Since the truth is, I'm determined to divorce her, since I can't possibly live several more decades. Best case scenario, dealing with a woman who believes I am cheating on every other woman in existence. The trouble is that I know the therapy sessions help to some extent, and I'm torn between trying to attend more sessions with her and giving up. I believe this is the decision I need to assist with, so I'd appreciate it if you could all share your comments and thoughts on the subject. Edit. I've seen some comments claiming that I've tried enough and should just end our relationship. I sort of agree, because I'm afraid that no matter how many therapy sessions we have together, it will just take one trigger for her to revert to being an overly jealous woman. I may not divorce her straight soon, but I've never been more open to the possibility, and I believe that the next time this happens, I'm done, to be really honest. This is not an acceptable way to live, and I'm tired of living my life under such tight supervision. I don't want to live with regrets, so I'm going to give her one more chance and then I'll be done. If this only happens once more. I'm not optimistic, so I'm getting used to the prospect of being single again. It's what it is. The joys of matrimony, where I do frequently, develops into you did what faster than you can say in sickness and health sparks, fly dates are set, a proposal is made and boom. The wedding bells rang. Fast forward a little bit, and you're cast in a real-life scenario in which Isabella believes you're the Casanova of co-workers. She catches you enjoying a perfectly harmless drink with a female colleague. The next thing you know, you're being accused of cheating, and Isabella's new hobby is policing your interactions with women. If you so much as peek at a female, she's prepared to begin World War II. You do what any rational individual would do: pack your essentials and run to the closest motel. Now you're thinking about divorce, since living with the constant fear of a jealousy-fueled meltdown isn't exactly the dream life you signed up for. Life is too brief to be under continual suspicion. If Isabella can't trust you, perhaps it's time to end this drama and start over. Just make sure to examine any potential mates for jealousy tendencies on the first date update. Well, here's an unexpected update, and I don't know how to explain how irritated I am by this new development. So, as I mentioned in my previous piece, I was becoming more comfortable with the thought of divorce, but I wanted to give her one more chance. The good news is that I didn't have to wait long to see she was never going to improve, and she chose to demonstrate this in the most blatant way possible. I thought there was an issue when we went to a friend's cookout and I noticed her being especially touchy with someone there. We didn't know the guy, but when I questioned the host, who is a dear friend, he told me he was recently divorced and works in construction. I was concerned because my wife was never this touchy with anyone except me, so it seemed unusual to me. This was roughly 2 weeks after the final experience I described in the previous piece. Anyway, I did my best to keep an eye on her during the barbecue and avoided making a disturbance, so I only told her about it when we got home. She didn't apologize for it, and I'll never forget it. She answered, "Well, you know how I felt then." Honestly, that section left me stunned for a moment, because she was basically confessing that she was rubbing up on the guy on purpose to make me jealous. To be honest, it seemed ridiculous to me because there was no reasonable comparison. She becomes envious when other women talk to me. I've never thrown myself at them or gone too close. It was not the same thing. She even said, "Are you just jealous because he's a handsome guy, because fitter than you?" At that moment I just went out because I was becoming angry and wanted to strike anything. She said nothing. As I turned and went, and I knew right away that I was going to contact a divorce lawyer. I did not return to the residence until 3 days later. The odd thing is, even if I hadn't been convinced enough, she made the decision. Just a day later, I received a call from a friend who had hosted the barbecue. His name is Bill, and he appeared to be rather serious. He suggested did we meet, and he agreed. When I approached him, he told me that his friend, the one my wife was chatting to and I had inquired about, had called him. According to him, the guy told him that he had hooked up with Isabella the day before, which was literally the day after I left the house, and he wanted to know what Bill thought of her, because she stated that she was unmarried. I must have spaced out at that moment, because I don't recall what happened after that. So I connected. It appeared that they had intercourse and Isabella presented herself as single to this man. The worst part is that I might not have discovered this if the other guy hadn't come to talk to Bill about it. My mind was racing at that point and I had no idea what to think. I had no idea how to proceed in the moment Bill could tell I wasn't paying attention, so we waited for me to come back. He said he told the guy she was married and he looked astonished. Apparently she had made no indication that she was married and he informed Bill. Forget, I asked. I'll forget about her. He immediately finished telling me everything. I went home immediately to face her. I hadn't rehearsed anything, and when I saw her, I was ready to let my sheer rage guide me, because, honestly, is there anything rehearsed that can effectively describe how to deal with someone who cheats on you? When I stepped back into the home, I wouldn't say she was in a good mood, but she was more conversational than she usually is. After something like that, she still had an obvious attitude. As she said, I didn't expect to see you back already, with a silly grin on her face. She was obviously attempting to rile me up, and it worked, because the first thing I said after that was shut up. I've never been more brusque. She was taken surprised by that he slept with the person from the cookout. Don't think of denying it. You cheated on me, Isabella. She remained there for a few seconds before meekly responding. I now you understand how it feels. It came out nearly as a whisper, so I'm sure she recognized how foolish it sounded. I wasn't proud of it, but I threw one of our porcelain kitchen ornaments at her feet. That foolish comment irritated me, because I've never even considered cheating on her, so for her to say this as my revenge, and her response was insane to me. I can't remember what I said after that, but I do recall swearing, screaming and explaining. I remember telling her that she was insane. If she thought this made any sense. I informed her that she had never caught me even close to cheating, that she was continuously overreacting to the most minor contacts I'd had with women, and that she was deluded if she thought I had ever displayed the least evidence of unfaithfulness. I pointed out to her right there that all of the things that had triggered her had always been women's basic actions toward me, not them. I told her that, despite the tens of times she accused me of cheating, she never had concrete proof of any of them. It was all in her head, so I told her she needed help. I believe that was the point at which I expressed all I had ever wanted to scream at her, and after I finished she said nothing. She just stood there. I inquired if she had anything to say, and she replied nothing. She only shook her head slightly. I instructed her to pack a few belongings and depart again. She waited there for a moment before stepping into the bedroom. She emerged about an hour later with her suitcase packed, and I haven't seen her since. I don't need any help figuring out what to do next this time, because I've already contacted a divorce lawyer and I really want to make sure that I don't hurt her during the divorce, because I put up with this way too effing much over the years and I'm so exhausted and annoyed that this is what it came to. I'll get back to everyone once the divorce is finalized, and I know where I stand. So you were growing comfortable with the prospect of divorce, believing you'd give her one more chance to improve. She certainly didn't keep you waiting. At a friend's barbecue, you spotted her getting touchy with a strange guy. It turns out that this guy is recently divorced and works in construction, since nothing suggests happy marriage like your wife rubbing up against a stranger. Classic. Isabella, you let out all you had been holding back for so long, every unfounded charge, every jealous outburst. And how do you respond? Silence, just a blank expression and a small headshake. You tell her to gather your belongings and depart. Yes, she does, and you have not seen her since. So you finally called a divorce lawyer. No more therapy, no more second chances. This time you're ensuring that the divorce proceedings receive a much-needed reality check update too. I'm overjoyed to be writing this update right now, and I feel like I've had a huge weight lifted off my shoulders. Honestly, I'm feeling wonderful. So I posted an article about my highly jealous wife, who always felt I was cheating on her or interested in other women, and then she decided to make me jealous and sleep with the same person. That was the final straw for me, and I immediately contacted a divorce lawyer. It didn't take long for the papers to be ready, and I ensured she was served at her office. Just so. You know, she works for a publishing company, so I'm sure I've supplied some workplace gossip there. In fact, I know I did, because she texted me that evening enraged about how I had embarrassed her and how she knew I was being vindictive. Anyway, let's skip ahead to the period where the divorce processes were underway. I made a terrible mistake because I had no evidence that she cheated on me. I didn't have a recording of my chat with my friend Bill or the affair partner's confession to him. I tried to see if Bill could persuade the affair partner to admit it, but that was impractical. However, it appeared like I was able to persuade them when I discussed her jealousy. When I honestly described the entire situation, I mentioned that we had been to couples therapy. She tried to repeat the same story in a way that appealed to her from the start, but it was simple to see through. Fortunately, at the conclusion of the day, I received a really positive outcome. I got to keep the house, which was fair, as I lived there before she moved in with me. It was ruled that there was no need to pay alimony, despite the fact that I made more than her because the difference was insufficient, and the judge did not want to read word her behavior. We hadn't had any kids yet, which was terrific. I was relieved. There was nothing binding me to her. I also believe I got off light because I agreed to let her keep numerous items of furniture and appliances in the house. I mostly did this because I didn't want to leave many of the things she had chosen behind. I didn't need daily reminders about her. So that's it. I am free of her, and as much as it aches to having spent so many years of my life being labeled a cheater and then being cheated on, I'm glad to be in a situation where I know that won't happen again. Isabella was served at her publishing company. Oh, the wonderful, beautiful irony. I'm sure her colleagues were flipping through their gossip novels a little faster that day. Her angry text about being ashamed was simply the cherry on top. Nothing like some public humiliation to balance the scales of her neurotic behavior. In the end, you got to keep the house that you legally owned for free. Isabella avoided alimony and didn't have any children to complicate matters. So letting her take the furnishings and appliances was a genius move. Who needs to see reminders of her questionable taste in countless allegations cluttering up your new beginning? So here you are. I'm finally free. There will be no more daily accusations, hypervigilance over trivial discussions, or rage tantrums with ceramic ornaments. You have emerged from the debris of that relationship bruised but not defeated, and eager to enjoy life without Isabella's jealousy-fueled turmoil. Here's to never hearing another hysterical diatribe about imaginary affairs, and to a future haunted only by joyful memories. Cheers up. Here is the next story. We met at work by chance. She was the owner's eldest daughter and without a doubt his favorite little princess. She was 22 years old, with a recently obtained, albeit somewhat useless, university degree, and stood 5'6". Sophia was the personification of many men's fantasies, with her amazing physique and a grin that could melt an iceberg. Her beautiful flowing golden hair and piercing blue eyes were just mesmerizing one day. I was already in the lift returning from lunch when she ran into the foyer to get it. She appeared to be in a hurry, possibly going to meet her father. As she stepped in, she stumbled in her high heels and collapsed, clashing with me and landing on the floor. I swiftly sprang up and assisted her to her feet. Then I helped retrieve the strewn contents of her seemingly bottomless handbag. It was amazing how much she could stuff in it and yet carry it around. I'd noticed her before. Like many others, I was one of the captivated admirers who knew she barely noticed us as she passed past. I knew the floor she required and clicked the button as the lift dropped. I proceeded to assist her as I handed her the last thing from her handbag. The elevator doors opened. Our gazes met and I grinned. She tilted her head, looked at my name, badge and murmured gently, "Brian Nelson." That was me. What a sweet name. I like it, she remarked, turning to leave the lift. She turned back to me just as the doors closed, leaving me standing there still smiling and completely enamored. When the lift returned to my floor, I went back to my workplace. My mind was still confused by the experience, making it difficult to concentrate on the complexities of the accounting software program that our company was investigating. The next day was payday, and I was preparing to leave for lunch with some friends. When she appeared at my desk, she mentioned that we needed to rush to get to our lunch reservation. Stunned, I looked around and noticed everyone watching at us, perplexed as how I had managed to arrange a lunch date with the princess. Things moved swiftly after that. Within days, I was brought to the owner's office and strongly cautioned about the implications of hurting his daughter. My job was on the line since she appeared to like me. I had worked hard for 4 years to acquire my degree and find a job I enjoyed, and I didn't want to lose it. As it turned out, we truly clicked and got along famously, even though it cost me a fortune to keep up with her lavish habits. It wasn't that my compensation was low. She preferred more pricey settings. I kept reminding myself that upsetting her would most certainly lose me my job, so I catered to her every whim and demand. She told her parents she would remain a virgin until marriage, and she kept her promise. It was irritating for me, but at least I knew no one else was in the same situation. Almost 6 months after our first meeting, as we were leaving a lunch date, she stopped in front of a high-end jewelry store display to look at dress rings. I had recently paid off my credit card debt and felt problems. Fortunately, with my recent rapid advancements and labor, I was now earning enough to outperform. We're on spending spree. Sophia found a cause to go inside just to look, and I ended up accompanying her as she put on several items of jewelry. Before long she was drawn to engagement rings within minutes. I knew her ring size and the ring she loved. Things were moving fast. I had planned on proposing in a few months anyway. I told her I had to get back to work, and as she turned to leave, I discreetly signaled the salesperson to hold the ring, promising to return soon. I led her to her car in our building's parking lot, and when she drove away I dashed back to the store. I somehow managed to purchase the ring she desired. When I got back to work late, I ran into her father, who looked at his watch and then at me with raised eyebrows. It's amazing what you can get away with at work when your boss's daughter aids you. It was now or never, so I paused to chat with him. He was leaving for a conference, so I hurriedly asked if I might come over that evening to speak with him and his wife. Suddenly, when I showed him the ring box in my hand, he grinned, nodded and invited me to dinner with the family. I answered his nod, knowing that dinner was always served promptly. At 8:00 p.m. on a Wednesday, the entire family would be present. Sophia would not have known I was coming until she came downstairs for the supper, as was customary. I've always enjoyed dining with her family. Her sisters were a lot of fun, and her parents appeared to really like me, at least I hoped they did. They received me warmly and pampered me as if I were the son they had never had. After losing my parents in a vehicle accident a few years ago, it felt great to be surrounded by a loving family again. Sophia was the eldest of 3 sisters and undoubtedly the most attractive. Emily was the next person in line, and while she was attractive in her own right, she appeared somewhat plain next to Sophia. Emily was also a little more robust, with long mousy brown hair and brown eyes. Despite this, her outgoing personality and affectionate disposition were instantly apparent. The youngest sister, who was significantly younger, was most likely an unexpected addition to the family, but she showed signs of developing into a beauty with Sophia in the future. I genuinely liked Emily and soon realized how much effort she had to put in to be accepted. Emily, unlike Sophia, was studying at university and hoped to one day work for her father's company, a sharp contrast to Sophia. If she had a boyfriend I never knew about or saw him. Emily was always present, overflowing with questions about the things she was studying at school, especially when Sophia took her sweet time coming downstairs. We got along extremely well and we often had a great time together. There were times when I wondered if I was better suited to Emily, but it was far too late to consider such possibilities. I loved Grace, even if it meant letting her have her way with me. Sophia was taken surprised when she saw me by the dinner table, but everyone soon took their seats. Her father announced that he had invited me, which added to my pleasant surprise. Dinner was delightful. The wine was particularly special. Coming from his private cellar. After we finished eating, I turned to her father. It was clear that he had informed Sophia's mother about the cause for my visit. She had stayed mute. While securely clutching her husband's hand with a smile, I humbly sought for his approval to marry Sophia. The three sisters shouted with delight and her parents cried tears of ecstasy. Her father graciously granted me permission. I then turned to Sophia, took out the ring box from my pocket and proposed. The room exploded with excitement. After dinner, the women huddled together to discuss the ideal wedding date, eventually opting on a 6-month wait. I assumed they wanted enough time to meticulously organize everything, and during that time I obtained another substantial promotion. The wedding was planned with military precision deserving of any generous adoration. The ceremony was flawless and the reception was appropriate for royalty. No cost was spared and the lunch was delicious. Sophia insisted on honeymooning in Hawaii, where we would spend our first night as a married couple. So after cutting the cake and changing into our travel clothes, we were whisked away in a limousine to the airport for our first-class flight. It cost me a fortune, but it was completely worth it. As we boarded the plane, I spotted one of the caterers sitting further back. He noticed us and waved. I waved back grudgingly because I didn't like him. When we first met, I thought he was sleazy. Sophia thought he was cute, but I felt he looked predatory. Midway through the journey, I began to feel nauseous and by the time we landed I had filled several sick bags. Having never had air sickness before, I wondered if I had gotten or eaten anything that had been infected with a severe vomiting virus at work. Just before we left, and I concluded that was the case. By the time we checked into the Hilton and arrived at our honeymoon suite, I realized I was in big danger. Sophia was clearly distressed, knowing her ideal wedding plans were wrecked. The last thing I recalled was attempting to shower to feel better and then waking up in a hospital room with Sophia asleep in a chair next to me. She awoke abruptly when I vomited into a bag just as the doctor entered the private room. As he proceeded around to inspect me, I spotted my carry-on bag in the wardrobe. Sophia must have carried it with her clothes and toiletries. The doctor confirmed my assumptions. I got a terrible case of the vomiting virus. Perhaps Sophia said something to him. I suggested Sophia take a taxi back to our hotel to shower, change and eat before heading back to the hospital. Despite tears in her eyes, she accepted and left, vowing to return in a few hours. The doctor stated I should have felt better by then, but I didn't. The agony in my stomach was worsening and I was just vomiting bile. My stomach muscles hurt so terribly that each bout of vomiting was excruciatingly painful, bringing me to tears. Prior to meeting Sophia, I had a similar virus, but this seemed different, more like the time I got food sickness from contaminated chicken at a neighborhood deli. I questioned the doctor whether it could be food poisoning from the chicken at our wedding, but he told me Sophia had already called her parents and friends and no one else had symptoms, so it seemed improbable. He then reminded me that he was the doctor and suggested that I stick to my specialty of computers. Sophia must have spoken a lot since my collapse. Sophia did not return that night. She called after a late meal to say she was fatigued and would see me the following day. I attempted to sleep, but the constant vomiting kept me awake. I noted the doctor's anxiety as he requested blood tests and examined my vomit contents. Just as the results came in, I had almost persuaded him that it may be food poisoning. Despite his best efforts and different treatments, nothing appeared to work and I could see him becoming increasingly desperate. He was honest with me, telling me that my situation was getting worse by the day. Sophia returned in the afternoon stating that the time zone variations had thrown off her body clock. Despite her obvious worry, I could sense her growing disinterest. As dusk neared, she kissed me on the cheek and indicated that she needed to return to the hotel for dinner reservations. So I said goodnight. As another attack of vomiting began. Bile flowed as my situation worsened. I was unable to sleep that night. Desperate, I persuaded a nurse the following morning to bring me some baking soda. She didn't hesitate to accept once. I gave her a $50 bill and promised to deliver it after her lunch break. The doctor looked even more concerned, suggesting that if I didn't improve quickly, my body might begin to shut down. HDHD for Sophia's company, but she hadn't returned since the previous evening. When she finally came, she appeared aloof, her thoughts elsewhere. Her visit was brief and she departed without even a kiss farewell. I overheard her asking the doctor how much longer I'd be in the hospital, shaking her head when he said at least another week or more. My bed was near a window and I hoped to get a glimpse of Sophia as she took a cab back to the hotel. I strained to see her as she walked down the walkway toward the taxi rank. Then she waved, but something wasn't right. She wasn't waving or looking in my direction. Instead, she was waving at a man standing at the taxis who was waving back. My heart HDHD with jealously, as I recognized him as the shady caterer. The pain increased when I saw them embrace before getting into a cab together. The emotional torment was worse than anything I'd experienced previously. I must have been crying or had tears in my eyes when the nurse returned with the baking soda. She stared at me blankly and added that she had seen them together on her walk home from the shops. She looked at me sympathetically and remarked, "She's not worth the pain. If she genuinely cared about you, she would be here rather than rushing around with lover boy. You need to acquire evidence, while they still believe you're trapped here." She reached into her pocket, pulled out a card and gave it to me. "This is a card from my brother. He is a good private investigator and his office is right across the street. I will have him here immediately away. He isn't currently busy. Allow him to discover what's actually going on and then you may decide your next step. Who knows, perhaps they are long-lost cousins who are unable to track her down." Considering I could hardly raise my arms, let alone stand, I only thanked her and smiled weakly as she called her brother from the phone near my bed. When she hung up, I requested if she could bring me 3 cups of boiling water, a teaspoon and some extra bags to puke in. Even though she looked at me as if I had lost my mind, she agreed. When she returned with the supplies, I dissolved a teaspoon of baking soda in each cup while waited for the water to cool sufficiently to drink. I explained years ago while doing university study, I heard about a great Australian doctor who was a prisoner in World War II, changed a prison and used baking soda to save fellow detainees from food sickness. It's worth a try. Drinking the first cup was difficult, since I knew it would result in violent vomiting, but the penalties of not attempting were far worse. As expected, the first cup popped immediately back up. The second cup similarly spent a brief time in my stomach before returning with gusto. The nurse waited expectantly as the third cup was swallowed, but no vomiting occurred. She inquired, puzzled, what happened. "Why have you not vomited?" I responded with hope. "No more vomiting, and perhaps I'll be out of here soon. This needs to function. Nothing else has helped. It worked in the Japanese prisoner of war camp and I hope it still does now." She nodded carefully. "Your doctor will not be back for 2 days, so we'll see how you go. If your loving wife calls instead of visiting, I'll inform her that you're in a poor state and completely bedridden. Perhaps the guilt will help her see the light." I had hardly finished speaking when the nurse's brother entered my room. We exchanged handshakes. His grip is solid and soothing. Just thereafter Sophia called to say she was going to explore tourist attractions and wouldn't be returning as planned. She said she'd be too tired after dinner. After she said that, the remainder of her remarks faded into a torrent of useless talk. As she described her plans, I told the private investigator what I feared would happen. We reviewed different tactics for confirming or disproving my suspicions. When I told him that the hotel room was reserved in my name, he appeared enthusiastic. We determined that he should immediately install hidden cameras throughout our suite while Sophia was sightseeing. Fortunately, I still had my hotel suite card in my wallet, which gave him simple access. An hour or so later he called to let me know the cameras were installed, efficient and knowledgeable. He'd finished the assignment fast. He then remained at the hotel, discreetly filming Sophia from a concealed location when she returned shortly after he called to say they had gone to separate rooms to change for dinner. I'm worried about Sophia being near that slime. I frequently attempted to phone her, but she did not answer. Finally her phone was turned off. Desperate. I tried to get out of bed, but was too weak and collapsed. I felt a needle jab in my arm and all will to save Sophia faded as I fell into a deep drunken sleep. When I woke the next morning, all I could think of was how I couldn't protect her. Perhaps I should have paid someone to make sure that man never approached her in the first place, struggling to get up and save what was left of my marriage, but I found myself chained to the bed. My unsuccessful attempts prompted the nurses to sedate me once more. I regained consciousness to see my friendly nurse on duty. She removed my restraints and cleaned me up. I asked if Sophia had visited, but she checked the visitor's log and found no record of her. She did say that Sophia had called around lunchtime each of the previous 2 days. The doctor finally arrived, shocked to see that I hadn't vomited again. The nurse explained that I had taken baking soda, which was an unusual medicine to him. He asked several questions to which I could not find an answer, except for one essential aspect. I hadn't vomited, since he insisted that I stay a few days longer to regain my strength, warning if I attempted to leave too soon, I would be confined. Owing to my current infirmity. I can see in my nurse that I was still compelled to save my bride, but her eyes conveyed a sad truth. Even before she spoke. When she told me that her brother had unequivocal proof of Sophia's infidelity, my world fell apart. Her lover had moved into our room and their affair had been ongoing. It was too late. She hugged me while I cried on her shoulder. My marriage ended in heartache before it had ever begun. Despite this, the nurse left a note on my file at reception indicating that my condition had not changed and that I remained sedated. I gradually regained strength, surviving on modest portions of steaming rice and dry toast. The final lab tests revealed that the chicken I ate had been tainted with a rare man-made strain of botulism produced years ago for germ warfare purposes in my home state. My doctor informed me that the police and other relevant agencies in my home state had been notified and were awaiting my return to conduct additional investigations. As I gradually acquired strength, I vowed to get my life back in order. Sophia had ceased visiting and was no longer calling after finding that I'd be released in time for our flight home. Despite my attempts to call her and leave messages at the hotel desk, I received no answer. I missed her terribly, and the nurses, being knowing of my position, offered me incredible care and understanding, my friendly nurse's close co-worker. Another nurse paid me a visit one day. She explained that her father was a divorce lawyer in my hometown, so she called him while she was with me. She said that I was a close friend who had been poisoned at my wedding, with the offender essentially kidnapping. My bride Sophia seemed to no longer care about me and I wanted to divorce. I interrupted her to say that we had signed a prenuptial agreement that stated that if infidelity was proven, the unfaithful party would leave with only their personal things, a tough yet protective measure imposed by her father to defend family interests. Sophia agreed to the terms. However, I did not have a copy with me. I promised to send one as soon as I got back home. I could almost feel a smile on the other end of the line. My private investigator came to give me his regular briefing and informed me that he had forwarded copies of the taped material to my attorney. I noticed his dismay and asked if there was an issue. His response made me pause, "Since you're still in the hospital. I forwarded everything to your lawyer and urged him to pay special attention to some of it. When I indicated that I was coming to see you, he urged me to let you know that he was ready and waiting. I checked the recordings before mailing them in. It's something I dread because it frequently determines the destiny of marriages. Honestly, I regret not paying careful attention the first night he drugged her. Do you know that I can't believe I overlooked it at the time? If I'd noticed, I would have intervened by the way she was flirting. I assumed they'd already slept together. This was reinforced when I saw him contact his brother and brag about how nicely their plan worked in the recording. He boasted that the drug they used on your chicken was effective and they planned to receive more from their relative at the lab. They believe the physicians are ignorant and they plan to use it on another couple shortly. This time it's for his brother's benefit. Sophia got vulnerable after he drank her during what he said was a dinner. He even gloated about taking her virginity. I'm truly sorry he drugged her only once. Here's a different DVD, including his admission to poisoning. You can give it to the police or I can send it for you. My sister contacted the police. We already have the medical and laboratory results. They are waiting for your statement and this recorded confession to arresting and charging him and his brother. If they discover the relative referenced in the call, he will also be arrested unless the feds catch him before I alerted your lawyer of the poisoning, he's ready to sue the catering company over the contaminated fruit, not that it will help your marriage. He's also prepared the divorce papers for you to sign when you return home. If you are considering forgiving her, you should know that they intend to continue seeing each other. She told him she would not abandon you because she still loves you. Furthermore, he is married and his wife's family controls the catering firm. He'll probably dump Sophia once he loses interest. Your wife hoped to become pregnant during your honeymoon to fulfill a stipulation in her grandmother's will. That would provide her money. Things become worse. They discuss the potential of her already being pregnant while you raise his child. I know I'm trying to help, but each update seems to cause more grief. Believe me, I would not say this if I questioned any of its stomach-wrenching. On top of that is wearing your clothes. Sophia advised it to help his image. All I could do was shake my head, knowing I would never wear such clothing again, just like I would never touch Sophia again. After regaining some strength faster than expected, I thanked everyone for their help and dismissed myself from the hospital. I booked the first available return trip and got a taxi to the airport. There was no one to greet me when I arrived. No one was expecting me, especially without my lovely bride. Without Sophia and her family, I felt completely alone. I had already relocated my possessions into the mansion that Sophia's parents had given us as a wedding gift. I went there on my way home, if I can call it that. I called my lawyer and asked him to come over in the morning so I could sign all of the appropriate paperwork. It had been a long, arduous day, and despite believing I wouldn't be able to sleep, I soon dozed off while watching TV. The next thing I knew, I was being forcibly dragged to the floor. I was kicked and pummeled as I curled up to protect myself. They shackled me, read me my rights, and informed me that I was being charged with multiple offenses. I could not believe it. I had not done anything wrong. I was just sleeping in my home. They accused me of breaking and entering, trespassing, and mentioning other theft counts. Once they discovered what I supposedly stole. Every time I tried to talk, I was kicked hard and told to shut up. Then I heard a police officer question someone if they recognized me or had seen me previously. I could not see her, but I recognized her voice as she commanded. They hurled the book at me. Simultaneously, I heard another familiar voice at the door inviting me in. I was kicked again, and then two police officers violently dragged me to my feet. Emily gasped, followed by my lawyer's furious wrath as he chastised the officers. "He is the owner. You cursed morons," he yelled. "I will have all of your badge numbers. You all in terrible trouble. Why did you handcuff and abuse him?" Emily started crying and ran toward me. The police let me free and I dropped to the ground, still in agony from the countless kicks. There was dead quiet when I heard my lawyer on the phone wanting to speak with the police. Commissioner mutters and curses filled the room, as my handcuffs were released much more gently than when they were applied. When they tried to take me up again, I yelled in pain and felt my ribs throb. Emily was hysterically screaming for them not to hurt me, as I begged everyone to leave me alone. She leaned over me crying and insisted that Sophia was desperately searching for me in Hawaii. She informed me that she had called Sophia to let her know I had been found. I felt extremely faint, most likely from the kick to my head, but I managed to grab Emily's arm and begged her not to tell anyone I was back. I told her to watch the DVD in front of the television and contact my lawyer for any clarification before I could finish. Everything went black again. Half conscious, I heard the beeping of medical equipment all around me. I prayed it was all a bad nightmare and I still had my honeymoon to look forward to. Was Sophia holding my hand with such gentleness? Were they her tears? My hand felt like it was held against her cheek. I slowly opened my eyes, straining to acclimate to the glaring fluorescent lighting above. I could immediately feel bandages on my chest from being booted repeatedly. As my senses returned, I heard someone whisper next to me. "I'm so sorry, Brian, please forgive me for what I did. This should not have happened, Brian, my God, what have I done?" I began to recall the hardest 2 weeks of my life, wondering if my darling wife had finally discovered me and was now pleading for forgiveness. Wait, something seemed wrong. The perfume was different and the voice was considerably more soft. This was not great face. My eyes finally focused, and before I could grasp, Emily leaped up and shrieked. "He's awake. He's awake." I noticed Emily standing near me, still clutching my wet hand. Her cheek flushed from brushing against my hand. I glanced across the room and noticed my lawyer. I knew him from images. His daughter showed me in the hospital, as well as seeing him at my house. A heavy sigh escaped me, as I remembered the horrible pain I had woken up to, though I had no idea how long ago I heard a frantic scramble and felt hands on me, followed by a chilly stethoscope. Someone pried open my eyelids and shone a bright light into them. The cardiac monitor beeped continuously beside me, confirming that I was alive, albeit very barely. I resolved not to sigh again. If this is the result, everyone slowly backed away from me. I closed my eyes and searched the room, which appeared to be nearly full. However, I only recognized two people. Emily was still crying when she presented my lawyer. He took over the introductions for the others. My treating doctor and a nurse were assigned to my room 247th until I healed. The state was bearing the costs. The police, commissioner and district attorney then entered the room, as suggested by my lawyer. They told me that due to a recent poisoning attempt, they would station 2 policemen outside my door. Until I recovered. The scenario seemed chaotic. A brief silence ensued, interrupted only by Emily's weeping and the continuous beeping of the heart monitor, a glimmer of hope among the chaos breaking the silence. The police commissioner comes forward to apologize on behalf of the department for the actions of a few overzealous policemen. He also expressed his difficulty in comprehending the news of his son's involvement. The district attorney's attendance was clearly intended to avoid assault charges against his men, as he emphasized their hurry to finalize the paperwork for the arrest of 2 brothers and their cousin. They required my signed statement. My lawyer read a prepared statement that we had discussed when I was still in Hawaii. I promptly signed it, allowing the DEA to go. The doctor was summoned away and the 2 officers followed him outside to station themselves at the doorway. Once things were settled, I signed all of the forms required by my lawyer. He found my copy of our prenuptial agreement on the floor near to where I had slept the night before I'd been reading it. I made some suggestions to my lawyer, who nodded with a knowing smile. The police commissioner aired his judgment by apologizing for his son, one of the officers that had attacked me. He was clearly worried about their careers if I went public with the unprovoked assault. We closed the door for privacy and offered some suggestions to the frightened parent. None were egregious, but he agreed to investigate them. Given his political and legal connections, I requested a fast divorce with maximum ramifications for the 2 brothers. If these demands were not met, my private investigator in Hawaii offered his assistance. Emily stayed by my side for the first day and night, unwilling to leave, even after I recommended she go home and change. Sophia called many times, sadly, stating that she still hadn't found me and that my luggage was still in our room. Emily revealed through sobs that she had phoned the police to visit the residence every morning to verify everything was secure. She had came across the mess. I had left the kitchen with a few beer bottles scattered on the floor. When she saw my arm hung over the edge of the sofa and didn't recognize me, she panicked and called the cops, causing them to overreact. I forgave her without hesitation and she pressed my hand to her cheek seeking comfort. Emily put her phone on speaker while speaking with Sophia and I overheard a strange male voice in the background suspecting anything. I muted the phone and requested Emily to look into the man in Sophia's room. Sophia's call unexpectedly terminated, but she quickly called again, claiming that the signal had dropped. This time, background noise was noticeably absent. The next morning, my lawyer reappeared, obviously energized by the case's complexity. He told me that state officials had agreed in principle to approve the divorce during the first court session that day. We were encouraged by the evidence we had, including the prenuptial agreement and the alleged attempted murder. Albeit the latter accusation may have been significantly overblown. It was critical to prosecuting the brothers the fact that our marriage had never been consummated, combined with her ongoing infidelity while I was near death in the hospital, had been weighed. She had even stated her intention to continue cheating and have children with her new boyfriend. My lawyer then went to court to guarantee that the state kept its pledge. He returned well before lunchtime with my final divorce decree in hand. He advised Emily take her father to the hospital without first revealing the purpose or oration. Given his notorious history of explosive outbursts, Emily consented and left to collect her father. Aware of the battle ahead, she texted me as she walked out of his office, followed by him. When they arrived, we had closed the blinds to darken the room. The police stationed at the entrance appeared to worry him, and he was already on edge. The cops, who had been briefed beforehand, permitted them to enter without incident, as their eyes adjusted to the dim lights. I saw surprise on his face. My lawyer, seeing an impending explosion, promptly intervened, asking him to sit and listen before acting. My lawyer had proven to be very capable, and I couldn't help but wonder about his prices. I hadn't inquired, and he'd never mentioned them. I was surprised when Emily sat beside me on the bed clutching my hand while her father took his seat. He gave both of us a nasty glare. The lawyer then began to stretch the truth significantly, albeit with a basis in fact, which I suppose is sometimes essential in his job. He quickly notified my father-in-law, now technically my father-in-law, that I was under police protection because the authorities were concerned for my safety. His expression of horror was evident after I had been purposely poisoned at my own wedding. He went on to say that while I was near death in the hospital, my loving wife had stopped making visits and could not be reached by phone. Instead, she was having an affair with the same man who had poisoned me. Our marriage had never been completed, and she was about to say she was pregnant to ensure her grandmother's substantial wealth. Emily's father sat there shaking his head in surprise. Then Emily spoke out, revealing that she had seen the DVD evidence of Sophia's betrayal and learned of their long-term strategy to deceive me in a despondent tone. He finally continued, "But Sophia called every night telling us how worried she was about you and that you were terribly sick from a virus. She said she was on your side the entire time. Just the other day she called in a panic, stating you had vanished from the hospital and no one could locate you. We were going to travel out to aid her, but she requested we meet her here because she had a buddy there. She was convinced you'd arrive before it was time to leave. She speculated that you might have been delirious. Sophia is flying home tomorrow on her return ticket and she hopes you will be with her. My lawyer said you must understand that Sophia was not a part of the conspiracy to poison Brian and is in fact a victim in this case. However, she committed adultery and continued her infidelity on a daily basis, ignoring Brian's near-death status. Both Brian and the hospital attempted to contact Sophia in the days coming up to his release, but she never returned their calls. Brian flew home without knowing where she was. As a result, the state has developed special laws to facilitate their divorce based on their prenuptial agreement. They are no longer married. Here is some photographic proof, along with date and time stamps, demonstrating that her behavior was not an isolated incident. I recommend that you refrain from looking at them. My ex-father-in-law looked at me with a terrible sadness that I will never forget. Then, turning his head in the same way Sophia used to, he looked at Emily while holding my hand. "Are you both?" he began, but his voice trailed off. "No," we both replied in unison. Emily met me at home when I arrived from Hawaii. I mentioned that she has stood by me through some extremely terrible moments in the last 3 days, while I have been hospitalized without her. I'm not sure what would have happened to me. She's been the guardian angel Sophia was meant to be. He turned to Emily and spoke. "Emily, I have a huge favor to ask. Honey, can you stay close to Brian and look after him for us? Our family owes him so much for what your sister has accomplished. I'm not sure I'll ever come to terms with her complete disrespect, respect and deception. I will need to speak with your mother and prepare her so she does not collapse when she learns what has transpired and what Sophia will face when she returns home." I interjected. "Please let Sophia stay with you at your home. Because of her relationship with the caterer, she is prohibited from approaching me under court order while I was unwell. Remember, she was drugged at first and then taken advantage of. I'm so sorry. However, due to her acts and obvious infidelity, I will never be able to stay married to her. If it had only been that one occasion when that dirtbag drugged her, I might have been able to forgive him, but in the last few weeks she has entirely damaged my trust in her. I will never forget how much I adored her. As they continued to discuss the situation, a nurse came in and administered something into my fore, and I must have fallen asleep. I awoke in the morning. The others had left, of course, but Emily remained with me sleeping soundly in a great old armchair that someone had found for her. We had plenty of time until Sophia's plane came, so I let Emily sleep. I got a feeling she had been awake late at night, keeping an eye on me and ready to aid at any time. I twitched or moved slightly. The police commissioner arranged for us to be present when the rascal was arrested, as well as when Sophia was served with her papers. The commissioner's chauffeur drove us to the main entrance, where we were welcomed by the head of airport security, his relative, with Emily assisting me little. We came in and were ushered to the mezzanine floor to await the procedures. Oddly, despite my numerous visits over the years, I had never noticed the mezzanine before. The mezzanine level melded easily into the building's design and acted as a security measure added after 911th. While the glass appeared to mirror the general population below, it was actually one-way mirrored glass mounted on sliding tracks. This established a lounge for covert monitoring, guaranteeing that the public was monitored without their knowing. While we waited, we were given a quick tour of the surroundings. However, by the end, I was fatigued and needed to be pushed in a wheelchair. Clearly, I was not as recovered as I had hoped, and I was certain that the beating from the cops had not helped my condition. From our vantage point, we saw Sophia's parents enter the terminal and wait quietly in the arrivals lounge. Emily walked down to greet them and spent a few moments explaining that Sophia would be served with divorce papers as soon as she entered the lounge. She also let them know that I was observing from above in a wheelchair when Sophia's mother put her palm to her mouth. I wasn't sure what portion of the conversation had triggered her reaction, but I suspected it was my wheelchair, as she was likely previously aware of the divorce papers. The moment arrived and Emily rejoined me. We watched Sophia and her beau emerge from the plane tunnel. Their faces relaxed before entering public view. They hugged, kissed, and said a short goodbye. Seconds thereafter, police officers converged on him. He foolishly attempted to resist, which resulted in him being tasered, handcuffed, and taken away. While kicking and shouting that he had done nothing wrong, Sophia gazed on with terror. A lot less confident Sophia made her way to the arrivals lounge to retrieve her luggage. My private investigator in Hawaii had already told me that she had left my suitcase at the hotel reception. By this time, I expected nothing less. After 2 weeks of spending time with her partner, she even let him take any clothes wanted, even my favorite shirt. As she entered the room, she noticed her mother waving and approached them. Just before reaching her parents, a well-dressed woman walked in front of her. I switched on my little receiver to listen in on the chat. We overheard the woman ask if she was Sophia Nelson. Sophia nodded and acknowledged her inquisitive tone, indicating she had no idea what was going to happen. Sophia's mother and father were completely aware of what was happening. They held each other for support. It was a horrific experience for any close-knit family. Even in this day and age the surfer endured. Sophia Nelson, you have been served with the final decree of divorce, which confirms the breakdown of your marriage due to adultery. The state has granted Brian Nelson's divorce request and, in accordance with your signed prenup, has awarded him all joint property and bank accounts, with the exception of 1,000, your clothing and your automobile. The court's ruling is final and irrevocable. Despite everything Sophia had done, this day marked the end of my marriage. Tears welled up in my eyes as she opened the envelope, apparently unsure of the gravity of what she had just been informed. I bit my bottom lip and Emily grabbed my hand as I rose up to open the window in front of us. The action drew her father's attention and both her parents glanced up at us. As I went away, tears streaming down my cheeks, I heard Sophia cry out in pain. Finally understanding the reality of the issue, she glanced to her parents for encouragement but saw that they were focused on us. She followed their attention and noticed Emily and I standing together. Then she collapsed. Sophia was swiftly responded to by terminal workers who took her on a stretcher to a neighboring room to heal. Emily is still concerned for her sister's well-being. I wanted to make sure she was all okay. We wheeled me to Sophia's resting place and found her parents by her side, crying and pleading with them, claiming she didn't deserve what was occurring. Emily entered the room coldly welcoming Sophia home and promising to catch up later, just as she was about to depart. Emily came back to Sophia and stated, "Your lover poisoned Brian. He nearly died. While you betrayed him every day." She kissed her parents on the cheeks and exited the room alongside me. As Emily pushed my wheelchair through the door, I noticed Sophia watching us, and then we heard her plead, "Brian, please come back. I did not know. Please. I still adore you, Brian, please." Her father restrained her to keep her from running after us. Emily remained by my bedside, only leaving for brief minutes. I stayed in the hospital for another week till I was released. Before I left, I learned that the brothers and their cousin had not been given bail at their hearing. The man who had been with Sophia received divorce papers while awaiting trial. My lawyer had met with his wife and given her enough material to start her own divorce proceedings. Their insurance company chose to settle swiftly rather than face a possible bigger award ordered by a court. Back at my residence, Emily looked after me as I gradually regained my weight and health over the next few months. It became clear that my first beliefs before marriage were true. Emily and I were far more compatible. Unlike her sister, Emily had no demands and was pleased to sit with me and watch a movie or look at the stars together. Sophia had always insisted on going out to posh restaurants or nightclubs while looking after me. Emily returned to university, but remained with me every night. She no longer required to go home for new clothes because everything was now stored in my guest room. She also continued to attend the weekly Wednesday night dinners at home, despite being provided as much sick leave as was required. I returned to work as soon as I gained medical clearance. When I entered the office, there was a profound silence. The situation immediately normalized, but no one knew what to say to me. They were aware of the situation through office gossip, and my brief marriage became a taboo subject, I believe due to fear of employment implications. Before lunch I received a phone call summoning me to a meeting with my ex-father-in-law. I was still treated like family, but I hadn't been asked back to their house, most likely because Sophia lived there. I almost expected to be fired, figuring they no longer wanted me. Surprisingly, rather than the termination I expected, I was invited to dinner. It was Wednesday after all. I reminded him that Sophia's restraining order was still in effect, and he informed me that she had been admitted to a private clinic for treatment of depression induced by her acts and the subsequent life changes. She had even experienced a miscarriage and lost her kid. Dinner that night began fairly tense, with Emily seated next to me instead of Sophia's name was glaringly omitted from the talk, despite frequent glances from their mother. Finally she spoke up, "Brian, what are your plans now? We know you don't see anybody else and we only see Emily on Wednesday nights. You two have seemed quite close, since well you know when we just want to apologize for everything that happened and express how much we liked having you as members of our family. We'd really like you to stay a part of our family, even if we're a little ahead of ourselves." I could tell she was anxious and attempting to collect her thoughts. Then she said, "I had my heart set on having grandchildren soon and we thought you and Emily might have developed an interest in each other." She then flushed deep red. I turned to Emily, took her hand in mine and smiled. "I believe your mother wants me to get you pregnant. Should we start practice tonight?" My humorous tone made it plain that I was joking. I hoped they knew. Emily replied, "Brian, you know I promised my parents I would be a virgin on my wedding night. So if you want to have children with me, we will have to marry first." I was expecting some light-hearted banter from Emily, but her genuine response threw me off guard. The entire table went silent waiting for my response. In contrast to my well-planned proposal to Grace, my mind raced at 1,000,000 miles per hour. My friendship with Emily had developed spontaneously while she took care of me. Throughout those many hours together we had become best friends, sharing our hopes, aspirations and even our loves and dislikes. Despite our proximity, we had managed to prevent ourselves from crossing the line multiple times. Simply being with her, holding her and listening to her breath was plenty. Suddenly I realized that we were more than simply great friends. We were quite compatible. At that exact moment I realized how much I had grown to love her. It did not feel like a rebound. It felt deeper than the love I had for her sister, though it felt like an eternity. Only about a minute had passed, and before I could gather my thoughts, I turned to her. Parents licked my dry lips and, possibly shaking a little, finally said, "Well, if you both want me to stay in the family and have grandchildren, I suppose you'd support me in asking Emily to marry me." Her mother burst into tears, adding, "Please, we would appreciate that very much." I didn't have a ring with me at the time, so I turned to Emily and asked her to marry me without hesitation. We kissed as soon as she agreed. Her mother then explained that the same inheritance laws apply to you as they did to your sister. "Let's go figure out a date with that." The three women departed the table. When her father saw my bewildered expression, he stood up. He was most likely trying to escape the inevitable questions. I stood up and followed him out to the balcony. I had heard about this bequest before and wondered what it had to do with wine. Sophia betrayed me with such ease. I knew she wanted to become pregnant. During our honeymoon, we used to make jokes about it. While we are discussing difficult questions, sometimes I wondered if she chose me as her husband for that reason. Is there any truth to this? He remained mute, so I proceeded. I know she said she loved me, but I'm left wondering if I was merely a means to an end, someone to inseminate her on our honeymoon. She liked me. When we first met while I was in the hospital, she made a recording expressing she hoped she was pregnant by her partner. I hope Emily isn't seduced by the same inheritance that hangs over her. I said. The room went silent for a moment before she responded. My mother was quite wealthy in her own right, and when she died, she bequeathed her estate to her three granddaughters. Assuming they meet certain conditions. First, they must be virgins when they married and they must be checked on the wedding day. Second, they must give birth within 9 months of their honeymoon. Third, they should name the infant after my mother or father. If any of them fail to achieve these standards, the inheritance is reduced from 10 million to 1 million. So when we observed Sophia's actions, we wondered about her intentions, just like you are right now. Sophia will not be impoverished. She will win 1 million once she meets the third criterion. But it's hard not to wonder if she aimed for the 10 million and maneuvered the circumstances to her advantage. We are really sorry for what happened. We did not see this side of her when you married. We believed Sophia's feelings for you were genuine. Emily differs from her sibling. I'm sure you've observed that the two of you share a strong bond. It almost seems like it's waiting to be formalized in marriage. We have seen Emily while she is with you. She's constantly observing you, her gaze never leaving you. There is more to my mother's will. We are not permitted to discuss anything more at this time. Naturally, a prenuptial agreement will be required again. I trust you understand. His answer explained certain points but left me with many more questions. I was going to ask for further information when his cell phone rang and he said he needed to accept the call. He stepped away just then. The women returned, looking bright, perhaps a little like Mary. After the champagne, Emily came over to me and helped me close. We locked lips for a few moments, leading her mother to joke. "Goodness, have you already gotten a room?" I had an idea. I leaned forward and whispered to Emily. "You overheard your mother. I believe she wants us to begin working on those grandchildren immediately. Should we go to your room?" For the night, I began to guide her away internally, struggling with the need to test her truthfulness. I wondered if she wanted me for who I was or for the prospective inheritance. It felt like a game of chicken watching who would turn away from the racing cars first. Emily did not resist or respond. "You already know. I promised my folks that I'd wait until my wedding night. I believe Dad has told you about the inheritance and its terms, but you need to know that more than anything else, I hope to spend the rest of my life with you. We are taking a significant risk, but if that's what you really want, I want it too. Let's go." She turned to her parents and wished them good night. Determined to follow me, no matter what the cost. We entered the house and her mother's eyes opened in surprise. She seemed to be about to say something, but nothing came out. As we walked through the threshold, I paused and turned to Emily, kissing her tenderly. "Victoria," I spoke quietly. "You promised your parents, and that is very significant to them. You were willing to give up your inheritance for me, but that is unfair to you, so we'll wait until the wedding night. Please don't make it too far away. You're extremely desirable, but I will wait." We kissed again and held each other tight. 3 months later we got married. Emily signed our prenuptial agreement expressing her faith in our future together, which made me think about Sophia's genuine feelings for me even more. Grace came to the wedding with her new partner and wished us well. She had benefited considerably from therapy and appeared to be truly pleased. They were planned their wedding for the next year and seemed like a perfect match. We managed to wait until our wedding night, and about 9 months later Eleanor Marjorie Nelson arrived a little early. We had just brought Eleanor home when her grandma came to help out, and she immediately inquired about our plans for a second grandchild. My parents would have adored Eleanor, and I frequently wished my mother could have held her and witnessed her development. I knew they would have been close. When I watched Eleanor, I could see my mother smiling and felt as if she was experiencing those lovely moments with her granddaughter. A few weeks later, at one of our regular Wednesday night family meetings, we were shocked to find the family lawyer present after dinner. He handed Emily account information worth $10 million, just when we thought things were resolved. As part of the inheritance, I was granted 10 of her family company's shares and promoted to vice president, which stunned us. Reflecting on everything, I felt confident that this time I had married the correct sister. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I discovered my wife's long-term affair with her boss, which shattered my worldview. I thought our marriage was unbreakable until I uncovered her double life. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. I'm not sure how some people can honestly justify a fraudster who has been cheating on his wife and entire family for months. I don't understand how this is unjust. Fortunately, my wife proved to be a real snake in the realm of traders, and I had to confront her to avoid losing my entire family. The phone rang loudly next to Eric Daniels, who was asleep. He jolted awake. "What the hell?" he murmured. The telephone rang again. He took up the receiver. "Hello," he managed with a growly low cough. "Mr. Daniels?" "Yeah, this is Officer Harrison with the Yukon County Police Department. Can I speak with Mrs. Thompson, please?" In Gibson's ear, an authoritative voice demanded attention. "Who is this?" "Mr. Gilson. Please put Mrs. Thompson on. This is a police emergency." The tone was obvious and strong. Daniels responded by mumbling for a little moment. He passed the phone to the sleeping woman lying beside him. "This is for you." "It is the police," he replied, simply what she seized the phone from him. "Hello, good morning, my cheating wife." An extremely upbeat voice rang forth. "I hope you got a good night's sleep when you and your sweetheart finished last night." "Oh my God, Jamie. Is it you, Jamie?" "Do not doubt it. Honey, I'm calling to give you some information." "You might need Jamie, please," she implored. "First and foremost, you can dispose of your house key. It doesn't function anymore." "Oh, and I changed the garage door code to Jamie." "Please. It's not as you think," she cried. "Rebecca, you don't know what I think, but I'm not phoning to discuss it. I am just phoning to let you know that your credit cards are no longer valid. You can also pick up your clothes and toiletries from the plastic containers behind the side gate at any time." His voice became icy. "No, Jamie, please do not do this, please. His wife begged urgently. "It's too late, my dears, it's already finished, but where shall I go?" She cried in the legendary words of Rhett Butler. "To be honest, my love, I don't give a damn." In rage, he hung up the phone. I started the process several weeks ago, but this morning was key. If I hadn't known she was sleeping in Gibson's room, I wouldn't have tried this act. I was surprised by how quickly it worked and how empty this moment seemed. I believe that was a victory too little too late. Let me clarify the situation. My name is James MC Thompson. I am 43 years old and work as a sales representative for a building products distributor. I have been with the same employer for over 20 years. I married Rebecca Becky almost exactly 20 years ago. We were meant to celebrate our 20th anniversary next month. I felt our marriage was successful, since we had 2 great children. Our first, Emily, my angel, was born a year and a half after we married, and our son, Daniel, arrived 2 years later. I had an unconditional love for my wife and children. They were my reason for existence. No guy could have been more proud of his family than I was. We lived in a modest house with everything a family could wish. The house had 3 bedrooms and was split level. Our second house purchase was made 4 years ago. It wasn't new, but we had labored to update and personalize it. First a new kitchen, then a finished basement with a workshop for me and a spacious family room for the kids to enjoy. We started with a garage where we put our automobiles, then added new furnishings to the living and dining rooms. I believed we lived the perfect life. I met Rebecca in the 11th grade of high school. She was a beautiful blonde with a nice shape, and it was difficult not to notice her. She did, however, try out for the cheerleading squad. She did not make the team. I played wide receiver on the football team and believed we'd be a good fit. I asked her out on a date shortly after school began in the autumn, and she consented. We dated for several months, during which time Rebecca developed into a really gorgeous young woman. Her figure evolved in a way that drew the attention of many people, including me. I assumed we had a steady relationship, but I never confirmed it with Rebecca before I knew it. Our quarterback, Eric Gilson, had asked her out and she accepted. I was confused and disappointed, since I assumed we were a couple, but I was obviously mistaken. Eric was our team star. He was a skilled senior with a strong arm and a fierce desire to win that I had never witnessed before. As a quarterback, he was a coach's dream and nightmare. He possessed incredible talent and a bold attitude, yet he couldn't follow commands. Everyone on the team was aware that Eric was not a team player. Eric was all about himself. Our team won that season, but I pondered how much better we could have played if Eric had followed the coach's script rather than making it up as he went. Despite his talent, he lacked discipline and was a source of frustration for those of us who followed him. Eric frequently boasted that he had slept with each cheerleader at least once. I was grateful to Rebecca for not being a cheerleader, but I wasn't sure it would keep her safe. There was no point in becoming angry at Gilson. He was a relentless womanizer, nothing personal, simply closeness. I was upset that Rebecca had fallen for him, but there was nothing I could do. Eric would be gone next year, but Rebecca and I would still be here. Perhaps there was still an opportunity for me. It did not happen. I began dating Catherine Hallocker because our classroom placement was usually alphabetical. Catherine frequently sat behind me and Kay kept an eye on me. Catherine was a pleasant girl, but she was not what I was looking for. I expected something more exciting from Miss Hallocker, but that was unrealistic. We got along well and I believe she was impressed that a footballer was interested in her, but that was it. In the spring I started looking for someone else. Meanwhile, Gilson had dumped Rebecca for another female, leaving her available once more. I contemplated it, but given how she had abandoned me, I opted to ignore her. By the end of the year, she had met someone else and I was left out once more. The 12th grade was different. Peter Davis took over as quarterback for our team and proved to be everything. Eric Gilson wasn't. He was a leader and a true team player. He sought us out to see who could best do what. It occurred to me several times that this guy could be a good coach. He understood what it takes to win and how to maximize the team's potential. The results were outstanding. I was catching passes more effectively than ever before, and we were regularly winning. When Peter entered the huddle, everyone became hushed as he announced the play and confirmed the snap count. Everything was new to me and I loved it. I continued to avoid Rebecca, still nursing my wounded pride from the Daniels episode. It didn't surprise me when Peter started dating her. Despite his abilities and leadership, he was a quiet guy who was difficult not to like. In an odd sense, I felt comfortable about them. If I couldn't be with her, Peter was the next best option. I assume she felt the same way. Rebecca wasn't the most intelligent girl in school. In fact, she barely passed with AC average and, like many of her colleagues, immediately entered the industry after graduation. She never intended to attend college. Probably conscious of her limitations, she found a job as a bank teller in the shopping mall. After graduating, I lost contact with her. I was off to college, thinking of playing football, drinking beer with the boys and dating only the loveliest girls who would be excited to be with a football hero by Christmas. Reality had sunk in. I was failing 3 classes, and while I had thoroughly loved my time on the football field, the rest of my college career was significantly less fun. There were no girls waiting to date me. The beer was downtown and cost too much for my tight budget. Classes were difficult and I struggled to accept that my education was totally my responsibility. There was no one to check my attendance or make sure I finished my homework. It was an entirely different universe. The grades posted at the end of the term were disappointing. I was at risk of failing. I told myself no football, no girlfriends next semester. I may as well be serious. It was not easy. It was a completely new lifestyle for me. It was a challenge. I made it through, but just barely, with 1 year of college behind me. I questioned whether this was what I wanted to do for the next 3 years. Since I was debating it, the answer seemed clear: no. I was able to secure employment in a city office every morning. I rode the bus, worked for 9 hours and then took the bus home within a few months. I realized this could not be my future. I needed something more. I stuck with it for about 2 years, but I was constantly yearning for anything better. If you had asked me what my job would be when I graduated from high school, I would have had no idea. I certainly would not have contemplated sales. My picture of a salesman was someone who went door-to-door offering brushes, kitchenware and periodicals. That was obviously not me. When I learned about industrial sales, I received a fresh viewpoint. It entailed completely understanding your product, demonstrating that it was as good as, if not better, than the one the clients were already using and convincing them to buy it. What piqued my interest even more was the technological part. I rapidly recognized that sales required strategy, identifying what you have that the customer requires and why they would like to purchase it from you. I applied for a transfer to one of the operational branches and got a job at the sales desk, an indoor job. It was the beginning, and as I observed more I felt more persuaded that this was the career for me. I began working without a car and continued to live at home. Even after relocating to the operating branch, nothing has changed. I was a newcomer with a small salary who commuted by bus to and from work. When I got my first paycheck, I realized it was time to create a bank account. Until then I'd been living paycheck to paycheck and I needed to alter that for convenience. I chose a bank near my bus stop and strolled inside. As I reached the customer service counter, I came to a halt. Rebecca Becky. A young woman would soon aid me. I was a little nervous at first, but with a few people ahead of me, I was able to calm down and plan out what I wanted to say. It had been 3 years since I had seen her, yet she was still as charming, as I recalled. Rebecca soon completed servicing the customers ahead of me, and then it was my turn. "Hello, Rebecca." I greeted them as I approached. "She seems astonished to see me in line." "Hello, James." Her response came after a little delay. "How may I serve you today?" "I would want to open an account. I need to deposit my paycheck." "Okay, yeah, let me get someone to assist you." She replied with a smile. Yeah, thanks, it's good to see you again. I responded softly. Yeah, it's great to see you too. Her smile appeared sincere. I thought a week later when I returned to the bank to pick up my newly printed checks, I saw Rebecca again. This time she was wondering about maybe delivering mail. As I waited in line, I noticed her thinking about her life. There was only one way of finding out. That was the start of our reconnect ion, and after a few dates, we were right back where we started at 21. I was starting what I anticipated would be a successful career, while Rebecca was looking for a life companion. I proposed the next spring and she accepted. A year later in May, we married, both looking forward to the future. 18 months after our wedding, Emily was born. She became daddy's girl as soon as she arrived, when she was angry or in tears as a child. When I picked her up, she would relax, grin at me, and everything would be fine again, though I had always envisaged having a boy. Emma exceeded my expectations. 2 years later our son, Daniel, was born, and I couldn't be happier as a father. Rebecca was Daniel's particular parent, while Emily was the closest to me. It felt like the perfect family. Rebecca regularly voiced her satisfaction with our life together. We did, however, face some challenges. They were ephemeral, and I counted myself quite fortunate, a stunning wife and 2 lovely children. What else could I ask for? I was pleased when I was assigned a new sales region soon after Emily's birth. I thrived in my new position, and within a few years my pay had virtually doubled from when I first started at Polar. Success led to more success, and I quickly earned far more than I had imagined. 5 years into our marriage, we were able to buy our first home, a small bungalow that became completely ours. Rebecca lovingly decorated it, sifting through publications for ideas. Emily and Daniel also had their say, but Rebecca's touch tied the decor and colors together. I could only stand there in astonishment, amazed at how beautifully our family had come together. We celebrated our 10th anniversary in that same house with about 30 guests. I was proud of my accomplishments, but especially of my family. Our children excelled in school and were well behaved. My wife thrived as a homemaker and mom. Both sets of parents loved us. What else could I ask for? Emma's menstrual cycles began at the age of 14. Initially, Rebecca assisted her in understanding and managing the situation. Everything seemed normal at first, but after a few weeks I noticed a difference. Emma appeared to be less connected to her mother than before. It wasn't obvious, but being so close to my baby made me notice. I couldn't figure out why this shift occurred, and discussing it with Rebecca was difficult. She refused to acknowledge the change, rejecting it as my masculine incapacity to grasp female psychology. Despite my concerns, I let it go because it had no effect on the rest of the family. Daniel always seemed to be in balance. He had a close relationship with his mother, and while I adored him as much as Emma, I knew he would go to Rebecca first for major difficulties. This did not concern me. Every family has alliances that should be recognized and honored. My achievements helped me develop in sales, but I understood that sales management might not be my true calling. Nonetheless, I hoped to be considered for such a chance, as my zone was the most productive and profitable. I was curious about the requirements for advancement. It occurred to me that a vacancy would need to open up first. Not long after Emma began high school, Rebecca approached me about returning to work after 16 years as a stay-at-home soccer parent. She wants something more than home tasks. I couldn't think of any reason to oppose, but I urged her to make sure her decision wouldn't interfere with the children's life or our leisure time. She promised me it wouldn't. After a few months of hunting, she obtained a part-time job as a receptionist at a car dealership Monday through Saturday. I work in the mornings from 9 until 1 because I played golf on Saturday mornings. The schedule worked nicely, though the money was low. It enhanced our income and allowed us to save for vacation. My only concern was her satisfaction. Our lives went on for a few more years until Rebecca returned home with worrisome news. "Guess what, Jamie?" She began with obvious hesitancy. "What is it?" "Eric Daniels is back in town." She revealed this while carefully observing my reaction. "Oh, What brought him back? His father is a prominent businessman. Eric is now the assistant general manager of his father's dealership. She explained, not as composed as she had imagined. Which dealership is that? I asked. Already knowing the answer okay, was. I mean, I work at Century Ford. She stumbled. So what exactly does this mean for you? I inquired, thinking there was more to this narrative. I've been asked to work as his assistant. She eventually admitted, wow, that's a significant move from a part-time receptionist to an assistant general manager. I didn't realize they had such a large team. I said, my tone was infused with sarcasm. You don't sound delighted. She noticed I am not. You dated Daniels. I know the type of guy he is. He used to gloat about his victories. Is your name still on his list? It was a low blow, and I regretted saying it right away. That is a bad thing to imply. Do you not trust me? She demanded. I don't trust him. I clarify IED fast. Her cheeks flushed with rage, and for the first time in a long time, she was obviously upset. Jamie, take that back. You have no grounds to accuse me of anything, and you've just implied that I'm untrustworthy. She remarked forcefully. I never said that. I just said I don't trust him. We both understand the type of person he is. It's been 20 years, yet people like him have not changed. I asserted firmly. I pressed on. How can working part-time as a receptionist lead to being the boss's assistant in one move? I am truly curious. I demanded. I got there because I was qualified for the job. She replied, Eric noticed my potential. Or are you arguing that I am incapable? She challenged. I couldn't say. I do not work there, but I know this smells like a typical Daniels maneuver. He is moving you, and you must walk carefully. I warned, standing immediately in front of her. I hoped she grasped my serious fears about Eric Gibson's intent irons. Jealousy sheared. That's what this is about. You don't want me to succeed, because it would reflect negatively on you. The argument was going nowhere, and she wasn't listening. I let out a heavy sigh, turned and went down to the basement for a cold beer and some meditation. I was under no illusions about Gibson's goals. He noticed a lovely woman and thought he could easily win her over. What difference did it make if she was married? Perhaps he recalled me from high school and didn't view me as much of a challenge. I vowed to keep a close eye on the situation. It took a week for the tension in the house to relax. Unfortunately, our kids overheard Rebecca and me bickering. We'd both raised our voices. Emma came to find me once everything had settled, when I was alone. Hey Dad, are you doing all right? Hello, Emma. Yeah, I'm okay, I lied. I couldn't stop hearing the argument, she admitted. Who is this Daniels guy? Someone your mother dated in high school. He was our quarterback and I played with him for a while. I was attempting to warn your mother. He is a bad guy who has little regard for women. I said regretfully, I don't think Mom appreciated hearing that. She said gently, no, I suppose not. She sees this as a great chance and a major position. She may switch from part-time to full-time work, causing adjustments in our schedule. I speculated. It's okay, Dad, I can help with food and laundry. Mom is surely going to make a lot more money now, correct, I guess, so we didn't really talk about it. I will simply have to wait and see. Emma, I hope this isn't a mistake for your mother. I said, wrapping my arm over her and bringing her closer. I just hope everything turns out well. As I expected. It turned out to be a full-time position with a pay more than double her former wage, so she was fairly compensated for her work. When I politely questioned about Rebecca's everyday activities, I began to have reservations about her work. Her responses were ambiguous, but it appeared that her work lacked structure. According to what I learned, she was supposed to answer quickly whenever Daniels phoned. My fears about her career gradually faded. Rebecca left for work just before 9 every morning and returned home shortly after 5 in the afternoon with no overtime or special responsibilities. This is just a typical job. As a result, we had to make few concessions. My personal work hours were longer, typically leaving home by 7:00 and returning after 6 before anyone else was up. This meant that our family time was primarily limited to evenings and weekends. Our bedtime relationship was no different. Rebecca was somewhat passive in the bedroom. We had intimacy a few times every week, but it was rather standard. I offered her role-playing games and other activities, but she was uninterested. I didn't mind that we had sex twice a week when Daniels emerged. I observed no changes in our bedtime routine, but everything remained the same. I've always tried to be on good terms with our neighbors. It just simplifies things. The McDonald's next to us was older and quieter. Their children were grown and gone, so we didn't have anything in common. We were polite and helpful when needed, but we were not particularly close. On the other hand, the Romans were a different story. Their children were young and Emma frequently babysat for them. We first moved in. We got along well with them and would frequently have backyard barbecues and card parties at each other's homes. Tom and Olivia became our good pals. Jamie worked as an accountant at the town's GM dealership. I had forgotten about it until he came home alone, a vehicle with the dealership's emblem on it. One Sunday morning I noticed Tom trimming the grass and approached him to chat. "Hey, Tom, how are things going?" I began with the usual routine "cannot complain." He grinned. "Yeah, I agree, say I have a question for you." I nonchalantly remarked, "Shoot, you work for the dealership. Does the general manager normally have an assistant like an assistant general manager?" "Yes, in large organizations there is generally someone to step in when the boss is not around." "Would that assistant have a personal assistant like a Lady Friday or something?" He gave me an odd look, then appeared to comprehend something and become uncomfortable. "Not generally." He eventually spoke. "I did not think so," I nodded. "Thank you, Tom." I turned to go back home. My assumptions were confirmed. "Jamie," he called out. As he got closer, I came to a stop and spun around. "I know what you are thinking. I know a couple of individuals there. Let me see what I can find out quietly," he added in a low tone. I gazed at him for a time before nodding. "Thank you again." After all this time, I was left wondering why I had even asked Tom that question. Perhaps I was concerned about what his answer would disclose. There had been no evidence of anything wrong. Yet the thought lingered. Tom knew Rebecca's employer and work title, but he never revealed them to any of us. I'd unexpectedly placed him on the spot, and he replied as any good friend would. Despite the fact that Rebecca was no longer working on Saturday mornings, I remained with my early golf regimen. The Saturday, following my conversation with Tom, arrived. It was cold and gusty, but thankfully the rain stayed off. We played with our normal foursome. None of us performed very well amongst the biting wind, which exacerbated our pain. We were all relieved to have completed the round and returned to the clubhouse as usual. We regrouped at the 19th hole after changing where convention required that the winners provide drinks for the losers. Today, my boyfriend and I were paying the bill. As I entered the lounge, I noticed Tom Parker sitting alone near the television nursing a drink. I approached him with a smile. "I didn't realize you played golf." I said, "Don't you understand me better than that?" He chuckled. "What brought you here?" I inquired, recognizing the gravity in his demeanor. "I wanted to talk to you alone." He replied, his tone serious. I nodded, already suspecting the subject. "Let me settle things with the winners. I will be right back." I promised him it wouldn't take long to buy drinks and explained that I needed a moment. Within 5 minutes I had returned to Tom's table. "So I presume you heard about my inquiry the other day?" I replied, leaning back. "I wish I had better news." "Jamie." He sighed and avoided eye contact. "Give it to me straight, Tom, I can manage it." I responded firmly, concealing my doubt. Daniels must be the most loathed person at that dealership. The folks I spoke with regard him as a dead weight, absolutely useless. He bothers everyone he meets while contributing nothing. Nobody wants him to accomplish anything because he'll mess everything up. This appears to be something he has done previously. Tom paused and took a sip from his drink. Doesn't surprise me, I said quietly. So where does Rebecca fit into this? He gave me a wounded expression. I had never seen him with a more hangdog countenance. He was clearly hesitant to share what he knew. Rebecca spends the majority of her day in his office, occasionally composing letters or bringing him coffee. She acts swiftly just when Daniel Sr. arrives. She then disappears into either the parts department or the workers' lounge. When he leaves, everything returns to normal. Tom explained. It appears that old man Daniels is unaware of Rebecca's true position. I mumbled and Tom only nodded as if he had more to say. Come on, Tom, just tell me you won't bite, I reassured him. They go out for lunch roughly twice a week. They leave well before midday and do not return till 2 or 2:30, he revealed since she began working there. I inquired, suddenly awake. No, it began a few months ago. He offered one of our smartmouth salespeople followed them one day. They headed to the Carlton Inn on Banner Road. That's quite a trip for lunch, I observed Jamie. The Carlton doesn't even have a restaurant, he explained gently. I felt a constriction inside making me immovable. My breath came out slowly as I attempted to collect my thoughts. Even though I had anticipated this happening, I was unprepared. It's difficult to determine how long it took until my head cleared enough to think clearly. I apologize, Jamie, he said, his voice falling off. I understand, I coked out. I did not want to hear it either. Later I drank a drink with Tom, remembering the happy times our families had shared. Despite the wonderful recollections, it felt as if we were saying goodbye in some manner. We both seemed to understand that nothing would ever be the same. I felt a strong aching in my gut and a painful realization driving home. I prepared to approach Rebecca, unsure how to handle this discovery. I had been unusually composed with Tom, which struck me as weird, considering the gravity of the situation. I tried to think of situations in which their meals at the Carlton were innocent, but deep down I knew the truth. The appearances are matched. I didn't get really upset until I was halfway home from the golf club. My mind had been flooded with innumerable thoughts and feelings until they crystallized into one terrible realization. She had continually betrayed me, even knowing that I could have been made a fool of, and she had shown no remorse. Day after day she had duped me. At that point my rage began to rise. I take pride in being a sensible thinker who does not act on impulse. I pulled over a few blocks from home knowing I was not prepared to confront Rebecca. Confrontation may not be the wisest option. I was very confident it wasn't. If this was a one-time mistake, we might be able to move on, but it wasn't. This has been going on for a year. Concealed by behind Rebecca's happy wife and mother persona, it was a great deception. Sitting in my car, the engine running, I decided that this called for a measured retaliation. I would preserve outward normally, but on Monday I would take steps to stop the charade and seek payback. I was resolved to inflict as much legal damage as possible on Eric Daniels and Rebecca Becky Thompson. This would be done professionally and in accordance with the law, but I would make sure they both paid terribly. I didn't become enraged until I was halfway home from the golf club. My mind had been racing with innumerable thoughts and my emotions were in turmoil until they coalesced into a single terrible realization. She had betrayed me several times, despite knowing the risk existed. I was naive to believe her. She made me a fool without any remorse. She cheated me. Day after day, the rage began to brew. I take pride in being a sensible thinker who avoids impulsive behaviors. I parked on the curb a few blocks from my house, since I knew I couldn't face Rebecca in my current state. Confrontation may not be wise. Probably not. In fact, if it was a one-time error, I might be able to forgive and go on, but it wasn't. This has been going on for a year by the sounds of it. Rebecca remained a contented wife and mother. throughout. The illusion was great sitting in my idling car. I concluded that this required a deliberate response. I would preserve outward normally, but come Monday I would take actions to terminate this charade and seek retribution. I was determined to cause as much legal and moral harm as possible to Eric Daniels and Rebecca Becky Thompson. They would face the consequences of their treason. The rest of the weekend was marked by my thorough demonstration of civility. I kept my emotions in check, making sure that none of my rage or irritation spilled over to my family. I intended to express my thoughts once I had all of the essential knowledge. I impatiently watched the hours pass until Monday morning dawned. When Monday arrived, I got up earlier than normal and left the house before 7 a.m. I knew I had a few hours before I could start dealing with my problems, but getting out of the home that morning was my top concern. I expected my sales manager, Larry Coleman, to be already in the office, so I went there to discuss taking time off for my condition. Our chat lasted more over 30 minutes. As I detailed my need for leave, I could tell he understood the circumstances with my family and happily he was sympathetic and agreed to my request. Larry was a great person and I enjoyed working with him. Shortly after 9:00 a.m., I called David Moore, a family lawyer, for help on a family situation. Knowing it wasn't his area of expertise, I wasn't shocked when he recommended Lydia Pankratz. Although I had only met Lydia a few times, I knew she was a great divorce lawyer. Her services would most likely be expensive, but at the time money was the least of my problems. I had a late afternoon appointment with Lydia. Knowing that I would be delayed, I called home to leave a message. To my astonishment, Emma responded. "Hi, Emma, why are you home?" I inquired about Teacher Development Day. She responded sarcastically. "They always schedule them for Fridays or Mondays." "Yes, I also noticed that. Listen, I have an appointment later today and won't be back until around 7, I believe. Can you tell Mom?" "Sure, Dad. By the way, are you all right?" She inquired carefully. "Yeah, I am fine." "Why are you asking?" "I do not know, you appeared weird this weekend." "You aren't sick, right?" "No, I lied. I am fine." "It must be your overactive imagination." I chuckled after we hung up. I wondered if Rebecca had noticed my unusual conduct. She had not said anything, but perhaps she was being cautious. I'd have to be careful not to say too much too quickly. The encounter with Lydia was unexpected on multiple levels. To begin, in the event of a divorce, Rebecca would receive 50 of everything, regardless of the reason. The silver lining was that, given her salary, I probably wouldn't have to pay alimony unless I could establish infidelity. Given her reckless behavior, I imagine it would be difficult to acquire evidence to acquire custody of the children. I'd have to prove abuse, neglect, or some significant felony. In this jurisdiction, custody was frequently granted to the mother. Emma at 18 might make her own decision, but the 16-year-old would most likely remain with his mother for nearly 2 years. I was uncomfortable with that, but Lydia said it would be difficult to change. That's just how the system worked. That's when things became more interesting. Lydia knew I was committed to hold Rebecca and Jilson accountable, so she offered aid. Because Jilson was her supervisor, she proposed suing him and his employer as co-defendants in their divorce. Lydia presented a hefty monetary claim against them, aiding the fact that many were aware of their actions but did nothing. Most importantly, Rebecca would not gain from any of this money. Lydia dedicated to investigating Century Forward and starting divorce proceedings. At this point, I was free to choose the reasons for my divorce. Lydia argued that, given the predictability of their affairs, getting photographic evidence to enhance the case would not be too difficult or costly. I stated that I would consider it. When I arrived home that evening, Rebecca W. welcomed me enthusiastically, noting that dinner was in the oven and that she had prepared a glass of wine for me. Her behavior struck me as peculiar and I became skeptical. After changing and freshening up upstairs, I joined her at the table, where she also had a glass of wine. "Jamie, I have some fantastic news," she replied with a big smile. She happily stated that she had been invited to the regional dealer conference in Maryville next month. Really, is it just you? I asked, anticipating the response. Well, no, she said uneasily. Eric and Kurt Jenkins will also be going. I see. How long does this convention last? 3 days, Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays. I will be returning on Sunday. She responded, her nervousness clear. I remarked, you seem to be looking forward to it. Yes, it will be my first convention. I'm sure I'll learn a lot. She replied, her enthusiasm returning. Yes, I am certain you will. I replied with a touch of sarcasm. As I evaluated my ideas, I realized this could be the opportunity one had been looking for. She appeared to be setting herself up to be caught. So it's all good with you? She asked tentatively. Yes, sweetie, it is all right with me. I trust you. I know you wouldn't do anything inappropriate, I said with a straight face. I observed a slight flush on her cheeks before she stood up, leaned over the table and kissed me. Thank you, Jamie. I completed my dinner in peace while Rebecca went to the living room to watch some stupid television show. It seemed strange to me that I was neither offended nor angry, but simply numb. I just allowed my wife to leave town for 3 days to be with a man I disliked, but I felt nothing. The next 2 days went without incident, but I was preoccupied solely with work. My head was a jumble of ideas about what would come next. I could not quit thinking about Daniel and Emma. How would they respond if I spoke with their mother? Will they take offense with me? I tried everything I could to protect them from the repercussions, but all I could do was forsake my intentions and allow Rebecca to carry on. But deep inside I knew this wasn't the way out. Lydia called my office on Thursday morning to schedule an afternoon meeting. We decided on 3:00 and I came early to give her the newest info and get things started. I've made some decisions, Lydia. Something intriguing occurred on Monday. Rebecca added that she was asked to attend the Ford Regional Dealer Convention in Marysville in 3 weeks. She is accompanying Eric Gilson and another co-worker from their office. I said, waiting to gauge her response, no surprises. My sources have previously informed me that this has been under progress for some time. I think she finally accepted it on Monday. Lydia responded calmly on Monday. How did you know? I inquired. Curious. Well, it is my little secret Latin. Just say Rebecca isn't as intelligent as she believes she is. Lydia chuckled. I think we should try to get some evidence. Can images be used as evidence of adultery? I asked. Yes, absolutely. We know they rent the same hotel room every time, so it shouldn't be too tough. This week my friend will gather photographic proof to buttress our claim. But that is not all. Lydia smiled slyly. I saw her delighted smile and waited for the next bit of information. Century Ford is owned by Eric Gibson's father, Knox Gibson, as you are well aware. According to a reputable source, every employee's contract includes a morality provision, which will greatly simplify our supplementary lawsuit. In fact, it'll be a piece of cake. She remarked with a devilish grin. How much do you believe we can obtain from them? I inquired about my mean streak coming through. We might get between $500,000 and $1 million, but we definitely ask for more. Eric's father can definitely afford it. She laughed. I like the sound of this. I suppose the only drawback is the children. I can safeguard Emma, but there is nothing I can do for Daniel. I said, surprised by how swiftly things were moving. I know, and there's nothing I can do about it. Unless we find a judge who believes Rebecca is the worst, we will just have to cope with it. I apologize. I wish things weren't like this. She expressed genuine pity. Okay, Lydia, thank you for the groundwork. I'll let you know when and where the convention is, as well as the hotel where she'll be staying, just in case your husband doesn't get anything between now and then. I was fatigued. This entire ruse had exhausted me. I wanted to go home and sleep for a week or 3, thinking that everything would be done by then. Naturally, I knew it would not be. There was still a long way to travel. I made it through the next 3 weeks without raising any suspicions in Rebecca. Perhaps she wasn't paying attention, or she was so confident that she didn't care. On the eve before her departure, she packed and moved her luggage and travel tote to the front door in preparation for her morning departure. She had no notion what to expect that weekend. When I woke up on Thursday morning at my normal hour, Rebecca was already up and eating. She was plainly eager to depart hurriedly, hurrying around the kitchen. "You're awake early," I remarked calmly. "Yes, I just wanted to make sure everything was taken care of before I left." "Do not worry about it. Emma will manage the housework and I will assist her on the weekend. I guess you'll be home on Sunday morning," I recommended. "I'm not sure if it will be morning or afternoon. I will have to wait and see. It's Eric's automobile, so I'll let you know," she answered cautiously, avoiding my gaze. She knew what she was about to do, but didn't want to confront me or accept it to herself. She had no idea she'd be unable to escape this weekend. "Have a good time and behave yourself," I replied with a tone of sarcasm. She gave me a quick glance before continuing with her clumsy efforts. I couldn't remember seeing her this nervous before. Perhaps she noticed my change in attitude and was concerned that I could know or suspect something. I couldn't be certain. I finished my coffee, kissed her lightly on the cheek and then departed for the workplace. I'd spend the entire day wondering if she suspected I knew something. It could ruin my surprise, which would be quite frustrating. I had not informed Lydia or anybody else about my plans for early Sunday morning. When I arrived at the workplace, I contacted Lydia, who responded quickly. "Lydia, could you please confirm that we have images of Daniels and Rebecca together?" I asked immediately. "Yes, we have them, but I'm not sure you want to view them right now. Maybe after this is over, but for now let us handle it, okay?" Her voice was quiet and clearly unhappy. I assumed the photographs were incriminating. The sole advantage was that it didn't matter if my little stunt on Sunday morning worked or not. The situation was previously resolved. "Is the divorce paperwork ready?" "Yes, we can assist her whenever you say. I have a small surprise for her on Sunday morning, so I believe we should serve her at her parents' place on Monday morning. Can I confirm this with you on Sunday?" I asked. "Yes, but MC, you're not planning anything reckless, are you?" She sounded concerned. "No, absolutely not. I swear not to mess this up." I hoped my assurance brought comfort to this capable woman. I didn't want anything to disrupt my plans. "Good, I am delighted to hear that. Take care, Jamie. I understand these are difficult times for you, but they will pass and you will move on." She spoke. "Truly, Lydia. I couldn't do it without your aid. The hardest thing will be telling the kids on Saturday." I said. "I'm not looking forward to that. I'm certain you are not. Good luck. Call me or David, if you need anything." "Okay, thanks," I said gently and hung up the phone. I pondered telling the kids that night, but ultimately decided against it. One of them might phone their mother to alert her, and I wanted to avoid that possibility. Rebecca called at 8:00 that evening, seeming upbeat. She was enjoying the convention and the various exhibits. Her room was pleasant and the restaurant had delicious meals. She spoke briefly with me before spending more time on the phone with Emma and Daniel. She gave us her room number 1228 after the children had gone to bed at their customary time of 10:00. I waited until I was certain they were asleep, before calling the motel and asking for room 1228. If Rebecca responds, I intend to simply wish her good night and say something pleasant. The phone rang 7 or 8 times with no answer. I hung up. Rebecca called again on Friday night about the same time and we had another brief talk before she spoke with Emma and Daniel. She spoke differently. This time, perhaps the convention's excitement was dissipating, or it could have been something else. On Saturday, she called earlier than usual, shortly before 6:00. Fortunately, we were all at home. Our talk was brief and not really intimate. She said that she was going out to supper with a large group and would not be back till late. I was not upset. It made things easier for me. When Emma, Daniel, and I went down to eat, the table was extremely silent. We all looked to be immersed in our own thoughts. Finally, I realized I couldn't wait any longer. We cleared the table and loaded the dishwasher before I turned to face them both. I have some important things to discuss with you kids, I began. Daniel and Emma gazed at me as if they knew what this was about. There is no easy way to convey this, so I'll simply tell you what will happen. I dug into my pocket and took out 2 sparkling new house keys. These are your new keys to the house. The only other person who owns one is myself. Your mother will not return to our home. I eventually forced myself to speak. Emma gasped and Daniel's eyes widened as his lips dropped open. Over the last year, your mother has been having an affair with her supervisor, Eric Gilson. She betrayed me, you, and she made marriage vows. I can no longer live with her and I won't let her in this house. I halted. Oh Dad, oh no. Emma cried. Why did she do this? I'm not sure, but to be honest it's not the most pressing issue on my mind right now. I know this will hurt you. I can't help it. She's been seeing Mr. Daniels at least twice a week for the past year. That's over 100 times. My rage was starting to show and I noticed Daniel tremble somewhat. This convention she's attending is really a ruse, so they can spend the weekend together. They aren't fooling anyone. I spit. Dad. What is going to happen? Daniel inquired, still stunned by my remarks. I filed for divorce and your mother will be served with the papers as soon as she returns to town. Mr. Daniels will experience other events as well, but don't worry about that right now. I'll let you know as things happen. I paused again. I'm sure my statements in the last 5 minutes have left them reeling. Does this mean I'll never see Mom again? Daniel inquired on the edge of tears. No, Daniel, I would not do that to you. I understand how important she is to you and I would not do that. You will most likely start out living with her when you're 18, like Emma. You will be able to view both of us whenever you want, Emma. You can choose where you want to reside. It will be your decision. I responded, glancing at my daughter's sorrowful eyes. This is not good, Dad. It splits the family up. This is not good. She spoke through her tears. Yeah, I understand. Unfortunately, the courts make these judgments, not me. This was something I gave serious consideration to. I suppose I could have informed your mother what I knew and just carried on with our lives, but I couldn't do it. I must admit that I am really upset at your mother. She cheated us. She lied to us. I don't think I can simply turn the other cheek. I confessed. Daniel turned and walked silently up the stairs to his room, closing the door behind him. I believed he was in shock. I decided to go up and sit with him for a bit after he'd had time to digest what was going on. I turned to Emily, who stared at me with sadness before walking up and hugging me. I'm very sorry, Father. I understand how much this must hurt. I cannot believe she would do this again. She cried. I drew back and glanced at my daughter again. Emma nodded. Her eyes were downcast. Tell me, please. I said softly. That happened 4 years ago. I recently started having red days and had some issues with them. One morning in class I began to get severe cramping. I went to the nurse's office and she sent me home with a note from my mother telling me what to buy. When I walked in the front door, I noticed her looking at me. She, together with Mr. Morissette, was sitting on the couch. Mom's underpants was on the floor. I think I shouted and fled upstairs to my room. I heard them conversing and wandering about the room before the door banged. A few minutes later, Mom entered my room. Emma couldn't take it and burst into tears for real. What happens next? I had to wait patiently as Emma recounted the events in her own words. Mom warned me that if I informed you or anybody else, you would divorce her and I would never see you again. She claimed that courts always favor mothers in custody cases and that you'd be so angry with her that you'd definitely move away and I'd never see you again. She looked up at me and shook her head. I was afraid, Father. I believed her. I couldn't stomach losing you. Not then, not ever. I guess. I promised Mom that I wouldn't tell anyone except Daniel until now. I threw my arm over her again and brought her closer. That cunning woman had used Emma's love for me to compel her into quiet. So Daniel's was neither the first nor the only one. I began to wonder how many others there could have been. How could I have been so blind? How could she do that without me suspecting anything? Was I truly so oblivious, or was she more crafty than I had previously given her credit for Emma? I don't know how else to tell it, but I adore you and I swear to do everything in my ability to be a good father, no matter what the future brings. You've reached an age when you can make your own decisions, and I want you to know that, no matter what you do, I'll support you. My feelings for you will never alter. I didn't think I had anything else to say. I admitted. Thank you, Dad. I believe you and want to stay with. You're in need of someone and I suppose you're stuck with me, she said with a sorrowful smile. We hugged once more. I should probably go upstairs and talk with Daniel. I'm sure he's going through a difficult period too. You indicated that you had told him about Mr. Morissette. Yes, about a month later Daniel observed Mom and I acting strangely, and he mentioned that she seemed weird. So I told him what I had witnessed. How did he respond? I inquired. Oddly, it didn't feel like a big surprise to him. Perhaps he suspected something beforehand. Emma reflected. I assumed he had accused me of lying, but he said nothing at all. He simply went silent and kept it to himself. I nodded and got up, headed for the stairs in Daniel's room. I gently knocked before twisting the handle and gingerly pulling open the door. Daniel was sitting on his bed, staring blankly out the window. He took a time to recognize my presence, but then remained mute. I apologize, Daniel. You know I never want to harm you. I hope you understand why I couldn't keep things as they were, I said softly. He nodded and turned to face me. I'm sorry too, Father. Mom has injured many people, hasn't she? He whispered. Yes, she has. I'm not sure what will happen next, but your grandparent will probably be upset. I responded. Why, Dad? Why did she do this? I do not know, Daniel. She never mentioned that she was unhappy or unsatisfied with her life. Not once. I repeated. I detest her. He abruptly exclaimed. No, Daniel, do not say she loves you. I'm certain of it. There is something else going on, something I do not understand. Perhaps she doesn't either. However, don't allow rage dominate you. I'm sure you love her. Perhaps with time you will be able to forgive her. She would never want to harm you or Emma. I consoled him as tenderly as I could. He turned away crestfallen. I put my hand on his shoulder for reassurance. After a few moments, I stood up and silently exited his room, closing the door behind me. When I woke up on Sunday morning, everything went crazy. Rebecca attempted to phone the house, but I had already taken Emma and Daniel out for breakfast to avoid her. We weren't very hungry, but leaving the house seemed vital. I turned off my phone and requested Emma to do the same, to keep Rebecca from pestering her anymore. I told the kids about the early morning call and Emma giggled. Daniel smiled in approval. Despite their encouragement, I couldn't shake my anxiety. After breakfast, we drove to the Riverside Park and went for a walk. Strangely, we all seemed to feel a little better, possibly because the anticipation of what was ahead had been briefly alleviated. Emma and Daniel knew exactly what was going to happen and when. Personally, I could not get rid of the knot in my gut. I had initiated a process that would result in the dissolution of my marriage and our family. Today I had two vital tasks: chat to my parents and phone Lydia to explain my behavior. The thought of speaking with George and Amy Rebecca's parents filled me with fear. We were close and they loved their grandchildren. I was unsure how they would react or which side they would take. I chose to wait till Rebecca made her move. She would eventually need to find a place to stay, and I assumed she would return home. I called Lydia and Pancratz first. When I told her about my little stunt, she chuckled at my bravado. "I'd rather not have that wake-up call." She chuckled. "I hope it felt wonderful, Jamie." "Not really. It was only petty vengeance, I suppose, but she now knows and understands some of the repercussions." I responded with a trace of wrath in my voice and the children. "Jamie, I spoke with them last night and I believe they are managing it well. They aren't happy, but they understand. We will have to wait and see how it affects them in the long run," I stated, "but there's more." What? Lydia sounded surprised. "Emma informed me she discovered her mother with another man around 4 years ago. They were obviously in the midst of something. Rebecca intimidated Emma, claiming she would divorce me and stop seeing me if she spoke up. She blackmailed her into silence." I completed. "My God. Would she do that?" Lydia asked incredulously. I thought I recognized her clearly. I did not. "She isn't who I thought she was. She's a vindictive woman," I replied, more remorseful than angry. Lydia must have wondered what would happen next. I suppose after a little silence, she spoke again. "Stay close to Emma and Daniel, Jamie. They will need your help during this difficult time. It's going to be tough for them for a time. Stick with them," she finished. "Thank you for everything, Lydia. When I find out where Rebecca is, I'll notify you so you can serve her." I closed my cell phone once we finished talking. Calling my folks was going to be difficult. The call with my parents was brief. I explained the issue and their primary worry was for Emma and Daniel. I comforted them about my chats with the kids last night and how well they seemed today. That appeared to calm my mother, and they both promised to talk to us later when things calmed down. I wondered when that would happen. I turned off my cell phone again. It had beeped, indicating a waiting call, most likely from Rebecca. I wasn't prepared to speak to her today. Emma, Daniel and I sat on a picnic seat in the park, and I mentioned that I didn't want to be near our house for a few hours. I anticipated their mother to rush home and try to enter. Once she discovered her key useless, she'd undoubtedly make a scene. I proposed we go through the countryside and stay away until well after dinner, then return. They agreed, and we debated where we should go. We decided to visit an outdoor fair in a little town a few miles south. The food was a nice diversion for us. We ate hot dogs to tide us over till dinner and had a great time. Munch a conventional county fair. It helped us get our mind off our problems and focus on something else. We didn't get back to town until nearly 7:00 when we stopped at a nice restaurant for dinner. We were aware that we would eventually have to face the changes in our lives, but on that final day we could avoid all of that and enjoy a moment of peace. We reached home around 9:00. Rebecca was nowhere to be found and the home was dark. We turned on the lights when we entered the garage after parking. Everything appeared to have remained unchanged since we departed for breakfast that morning. The children withdrew to their rooms to prepare for bedtime. I turned on the television but found nothing interesting, so I decided to call it a night. Restlessness gripped me, as I considered what the next day might bring. I expected consequences from my phone call and the delivering of divorce papers. It was simply a matter of time. Monday morning I reconnected the phones. I didn't anticipate Rebecca to phone this early, but I was mistaken. The phone rang nearly immediately with no call Idaho. I responded cautiously. "Hello," I greeted Jamie. "Please, we need to talk." Rebecca spoke. "What's there to talk about?" I responded quietly, mindful of the children. "Oh God, Jamie, you know what I could explain." "It's not as you think," she pleaded. "This is the second time you've mentioned that." "What do you think?" I believe I challenged. "Unlike an affair, it was simply a poor mistake. Please do not let our marriage end because of this. She pleaded. You must think I'm the biggest alive, Rebecca. I know you've been seeing that guy Daniels for at least a year, and now I hear Francis Morissette is also on your list. We have images and all of the documentation we need. This is going to be messy, Rebecca, and it's all on you. It's about to turn ugly. I promise you that. I hung up the phone and then unplugged it again. I went to work and informed Larry Coleman that I was filing for divorce. I asked him not to answer any calls from my wife. If she called, he agreed and went straight to Gloria at the switchboard to tell her back at my office. I attempted to bury myself in papers. I remained focused until around 11:00 a.m. when my phone called. It was George Becky, my father-in-law. Good morning, George, I can guess while you are calling. I apologize for not warning you and Amy. I replied, hoping to get ahead of the conversation. I think I understand, but I want to hear it from you. Jamie. You've always been honest with me, so tell me what the hell happened. He asked directly. I notified Rebecca's father, George, of my concerns about Daniels, how I learned about her affair with him and the unexpected finding of her second relationship with Morissette. After recounting her actions, there was a lengthy pause on the line. My God. He finally muttered, his voice hushed. I never imagined she was capable of such things. Are you really confident of this? Jamie. He asked, desperate for reassurance. I apologize, George, I wish I wasn't, but I have photographic evidence. I acted with sympathy for him. He deserved more from his daughter. She is currently residing with me. Jamie, are you planning to file for divorce? He inquired. Yes, the documentation is ready. She will be served at either her employment or I'm sorry, but that may happen at your location. I apologized. I understand this will not only harm her but also crush her mother. I understand it's not your fault, but never mind. I hope we can still see the grandchildren. Jamie, he spoke with a spark of hope. Absolutely, George, this isn't about you or Amy. I would never keep you or the children away. You are always welcome here. I assured him, truly thank you, Jamie. I apologize, but thank you. He said. Sadly, before hanging up, I felt emotionally tired after replacing the phone. I expected more experiences like these in the coming weeks and months. I needed to get myself ready for what was to come. I discovered that Rebecca had gone to work that morning and, astonishingly, was still employed. Daniels hadn't imagined the consequences would catch up with him, so he went on as usual. Lydia promptly dispatched a process server after confirming my wife's on-time arrival at work before she even had her morning coffee. Rebecca had divorce papers in her hands. Witnesses stated that she instantly broke down and fled the building, most likely to her parents' home. The real drama occurred shortly after, when Eric and Knox Gilson received legal notices. These expressed my intention to sue for damages, citing alienation of affection and corporate carelessness in implementing morality rules in specific employee contracts. The claims requested $5 million in punitive and compensatory damages, and thus the spectacle began. Later I learned that Knox Daniels had a significant disagreement with his son Eric and cut him off altogether. No more lucrative jobs, no more rescuing wives from angry spouses. Eric would also lose his fortune if he didn't get his act together. Knox had indulged his kid for more than 2 decades, but he had finally reached his limit. The adult man-child would eventually have to fend for himself. Eric did what was completely predictable. He went out and got drunk, having nowhere else to go. After getting tossed out of the dealership, he retreated to his townhouse, where he spent many days alone. I thought that legal proceedings would be slow. Rebecca naively chose to dispute the divorce until Lydia's lawyer presented the proof we had, including photographs which quickly silenced Rebecca's objections. Lydia would try to minimize my financial losses, but she might finish up with half of everything as a prize for betrayal. However, the week went by terribly slowly. I went to work. My mind was not on it. Larry was understanding, but I could not expect his patience to endure forever. I needed to start planning for my future as a single man and lone dad, which felt daunting. On Saturday, while cutting the backyard lawn, I heard a disturbance in the driveway. The automobile door banged, followed by an urgent knock on my front door. Emma and Daniel were not home, so I wandered around the house and met Eric Gilson. He seems to have gone through a horrific ordeal. His untidy appearance and concerned demeanor informed me that something bad had happened. That was the last thing I remembered before he hit me hard with his right hand. The next thing I remember is regaining consciousness in the hospital. It wasn't a dramatic awakening, but a gradual return to consciousness. I was resting on my back, experiencing a dull agony from my brain to my crotch. It took me more than a day to begin feeling fully alert. I slipped in and out of consciousness, catching glimpses of the present. At some point, I realized that someone was by my side. I could feel their presence, but could not bring myself to open my eyes, or maybe I just didn't want to. My skull felt as weighty as two marbles rolling around in a tin can. I heard a familiar voice speaking, but couldn't determine who it was. I fought to recall what had brought me here, but then I remembered Gibson's face and the hit from his fist. A day later I discovered that my mother and Emma had rarely left my side during my stay in the ICU. I tried to grin at them. However, it was painful. I hoped they understood how appreciative I was for their presence. I smiled again as I barely heard Emma mention Daniel after school visit. Despite the discomfort, it took more than a week before I felt clear enough to speak with my doctor. He began from the beginning. I suffered a concussion after colliding with the wooden frame of my garage door. During the struggle with Gilson, my right shoulder was dislocated and there was serious bruising in the upper arm. I had 3 or 4 cracked ribs. My kidneys and other vital organs were extensively bruised. My testicles were severely enlarged, raising fears about possible injury. They finally had to remove my spleen because it had ruptured. My injuries were the result of a single punch from an irate Eric Gilson, followed by him kicking me repeatedly while I lay unconscious on the ground. Olivia Parker saved me. She witnessed the majority of the incident and yelled loudly from her kitchen window, causing Daniels to realize he was being watched. He rushed back to his car, reversed out of our driveway and drove dangerously down the street. Olivia quickly called 911 and I was rushed to the hospital. Olivia and another neighbor recognized Gilson and documented his license plate as he sped away, almost missing a mother pushing a stroller. There aren't many 1964 white Ford Galaxy convertibles in our area. So it wasn't long before Daniels was observed leaving a bar hastily in a fitting ending. Daniels was arrested for DUI and resisting arrest. His woes did not stop there. In the holding cell, they linked Olivia Parker's assault report to my hospital admittance. Following questioning, Olivia, Gilson was charged with aggravated assault with intent and criminal trespass. Daniels tried to phone his father from jail and justice caught up with him. KNX Gilson refused to speak to him. I wish I could have watched it, but I was asleep and having surgery to remove my spleen. 2 days after I recovered consciousness, a plainclothes officer came to see me and asked for my statement. I described what I could recall, which was mostly an angry expression and a forceful hit. When asked about the cause for the assault, I described Eric's conduct against my wife, a divorce and the subsequent court fights. Before leaving, the officer nodded and expressed gratitude. Rebecca received a harsh divorce settlement. I'll buy her share of our home. She received the bare minimum with no alimony. Knox had fired both Eric and Rebecca, as well as given them a nasty lecture about their role in my injuries. She began job seeking after our divorce was finalized. Her reputation suffered in some quarters, making me wonder if she'd find acceptable work in town. Then lives with Rebecca now, but Emma suggests their bond isn't as strong as it once was. I see Daniel on the weekends. Fortunately, the judge was lenient on that front. He appears resilient, but he is not the same child I remember from happier times. Emma is my rock, keeping me on track. She oversees the household, my diet and my exercise regimen. It's almost like having a second mom. My parents have been consistent in their support throughout this time. Their presence has been important recently. I couldn't handle any more pressure. George and Amy remain supportive friends, albeit disappointed in Rebecca. She is their only kid, so they feel bound to support her. Daniel's presence brings them comfort and they spoil him in some ways, which I am fine with. My first priority is Daniel's well-being. Throughout all of this, Emma pays them an occasional visit. Her connection with her mother appears to be difficult. Although they have resumed communication, the legal cases will not go to court. According to my lawyer friends, Dave and Lydia Knox Daniels will make sure they settle for a large sum. I've been securing my financial future for years, despite taxes and legal bills. I'm already preparing to fund Emma and Daniel's college education and purchase them a car. This chaotic situation will at the very least provide some positive results. Physically, I've healed as much as possible. Despite losing my spleen, my kidneys, ribs and shoulder are mostly recovered. I'm currently having physiotherapy 3 times per week and want to continue for the foreseeable future. I still have everyday aches and pains of varying intensity. My doctor estimates that my testicles are approximately 80 functioning. However, I have not tested them yet. I am not especially interested in pursuing partnerships at the moment. Once the settlement money arrives, I intend to buy something extremely special for Tom and Olivia. Tom helped me when I needed him, and Olivia most likely saved my life. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude with something extremely extraordinary. I often wonder what is ahead. Rebecca's acts continue to have a significant impact on me, but I feel that with time I will recover from the worst of them. I attempted to quit from Polar Industries, but Larry demanded that I take an indefinite leave instead. I'm about to get a large sum of money and I've been thinking about how to spend it wisely. I believe I found the answer. Frank Clay, one of my longest clients and a friend from my early days in sales, wants to retire and sell his building supply business. It's a stable business with a decent mix of retail and construction clients, and the Build Right buying group helps it compete with larger retailers. Dave Moore and I intend to discuss the possibility with Frank. When Daniel learned about my plans, he instantly indicated an interest in working weekends and summers. Keeping him close is a no-brainer for me. I want to make sure he is well supported during these difficult adolescent years, especially given the family issues we are navigating. Looking at Knox and Eric Gilson, I see the effects of not being actively involved in your children. I've had plenty of time to ponder on what happened to me and my family. I'll admit I took it personally and desired complete vengeance. That emotion has not changed. If I had only had to deal with Daniels, things might have turned out differently. I can see how he could charm someone like Rebecca. However, discovering Moret's blackmailing of our daughter dashed any hopes of clemency. Dave stated that Eric will serve 2 to 4 years for his attack on me. We explored pursuing a legal complaint, but there is nothing left to recover. His father had disowned him. He is unemployed with no prospects. When he retires at 50, his future appears grim. There's no other way to damage him. KNX Daniels unexpectedly paid me a visit during my recovery. He apologized for everything, even his son's behavior. I accepted his earnest apology. He was well aware of both the mental and physical consequences. We shook hands and my view of Mr. Daniels Sr. improved slightly. So that's the story, a terrible one, without a question. I once thought I had the perfect family. Looking back, I can recall our joyful times or be angry. Perhaps one day I'll focus on the former. For now I'm dealing with the latter. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. In my life, the most intimate companion I've ever had was a Doberman named Greta. She was intelligent, loyal, sociable, and protective of me, with a glossy coat. I adopted her to keep my wife Kelsey safe while I was traveling, but she refused to be part of Greta's puppy training. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. My dearest companion was the most wonderful dog I could ever have in my life. Greta was intelligent, loyal, sociable and protective of me. She also wore a glossy coat. He had terrible breath and drooled incessantly. I'd adopted the Doberman to keep my wife Kelsey safe while I traveled, but she refused to participate with Greta's puppy training. Instead, I took it upon myself to train Greta, spending endless hours teaching her commands and forming a close bond with her. Greta matured alongside our friendship and she became more than simply a pet. She was a family member. While I was gone on business, a devastating storm devastated our town. Kelsey, who was at home alone, was afraid and asked Greta for help. Unfortunately, Greta was unable to shield Kelsey from the storm's fury and she was seriously hurt. When I returned home, I discovered Kelsey in the hospital recovering from her injuries. I was horrified and hated myself for not being there to defend her. Greta, sensing my remorse, remained by my side, providing constant support and comfort. In the weeks that followed, I promised to make things right. I dedicated myself to learning more about how to care for Greta and ensure her health. I also made it my aim to develop our link so that she always felt loved and safe. Greta and I were closer than ever. Over the course of the months, we overcame obstacles together, learned from one another, and became inseparable. Our friendship became a tribute to the strength of love and loyalty, demonstrating that even in the darkest of circumstances, there is always hope and the potential for recovery. Greta's original orders were all in German, but a trainer suggested teaching her a subset of basic ones in English for Kelsey. Greta formed a stronger bond with me than with my wife. She was loyal to me, but she also looked after my wife when I was away, because Kelsey was important. It was not unexpected then that she waited patiently for me. When I opened the door to our home, Greta, not Kelsey, was present. I touched her head and got a nice lick on my palm. I still had that habit, but everyone has their quirks. The big dog whined at me. She could see I was stressed. "It's okay, girl, everything will be okay." I was hoping it would be Kelsey and I disagreed before I went. This is not the first time we've discussed this topic. When we met shortly after college, we had many meaningful chats before our relationship grew too serious. She had a rough break during her sophomore year, which influenced her trust in men and their pledges. One item we explored was the possibility of having children. We both wanted them at first, but she had been unsure about it throughout the 8 years since we married. Prior to my latest trip, I had a dispute with my girlfriend. This time, however, we reconciled before I went and she informed me that she would be ready to begin trying for children when I returned, but there was something strange about the way she stated it, her words and wording. I couldn't put my finger on it, but they made me uncomfortable. When I returned, I could tell Greta was also apprehensive, more than she should have been. Just to mirror my mood, her submissive demeanor was in stark contrast to my funny, cheerful girl's typical conduct. I heard Kelsey call out from the living room. "We're in here, Aaron, we." Someone else was inside the house. Greta was on edge and I understood why. I was at a residence. It feels different when there is an invader inside. "Okay, let's go." We turned the corner from the entrance to the living room and spotted Kelsey sitting on the couch next to a man who was familiar, but I couldn't place him. They sat close together on the couch. They rose up when we entered and the man offered his hand. "Julian St. Croix. Kelsey has told me so much about you, Aaron." Now I understood who had broken Kelsey's heart, her ex. I shook his hand and noticed that his grasp was solid. Then he tried to make it overly strong in order to assert dominance. I didn't like him when I first saw him and I didn't like him now. He was a tall man, slightly taller than I. He smiled warmly, displaying his well-aligned teeth. Dressed casually. His outfit was attractive but modest. His fit physique was attained by consistent exercising, blonde and tan. He appeared healthy and outgoing. Everything about him suggested a hardworking individual who had earned his success. He was the complete antithesis of what I loathed in a person, the self-made success tale, who refused to take anything for granted. I started at home plate with 2 strikeouts and a prejudiced umpire. My parents were both working, but we still needed help from food assistance programs. I persevered through college but was burdened by a pile of student debt. I improved my physical strength via diligence at my night job and then maintained it with free weights at the leisure facility. He displayed muscle-claiming mass, but without actual strength. On the other hand, possessed actual muscle strength without much mass. The flesh and bone grip on Julian St. Krause's hand highlighted some things that could only be accomplished by hard work. The loser repeatedly squeezed his fist, attempting to restore his control. "Aaron, you have an impressive grasp there." Kelsey stood between us. Her voice was filled with anxiety. "Aaron, how was your trip?" I looked at them, then at the way she stood. She wasn't trying to halt a brawl, not really. Her posture reflected her concentration. She shielded him from me, unconcerned about what I might do to him. Everything was going nicely until I got home. "What's this attractive dude doing here?" He stiffened, but Kelsey intervened. "Let us all take a deep breath. We've already gotten off on the wrong foot and there's a lot to talk about." She motioned for Julian to sit down and questioned, "Would you like a drink, Aaron?" "No, what do you mean?" "There is plenty to debate." Her smile seemed slightly strained. There's a tiny suggestion of concern beneath it. "Why not take a seat, Aaron?" She avoided using her customary pet names such as honey or babe. This was rare for Kelsey. My annoyance developed into a sinking sense. As a negotiator, I'm good at detecting small shifts in people's behavior and words. My ability to comprehend how individuals open up or close off in different situations is critical to my job. Failure to notice these shifts could cost my employers millions. In this scenario, it appeared like I was facing a situation that could cost me even more than that. I chose to keep her off balance. "How long?" Kelsey appeared puzzled for a brief while. "What do you mean? How long have you been close to him?" She seemed astonished. "You two appear to be quite comfortable together, and while you haven't stated that we should talk about, it's evident that's what it is. When I entered, you were sitting too close. You mentioned that we were in the living room, not I. Julian has appeared pretty passionate since he began speaking, and you appear concerned that I will become irritated with him. So how long have you been close to him?" My wife started to respond, but he cut her short. "Since before you two got married, you didn't know, right?" I kept a serene expression as I sat down with a man who was hiding his anguish from the person who inflicted it. "No." I turned to Kelsey and asked why Julian attempted to speak, but I silenced him with a glare. Kelsey sat next him. "Aaron, we truly cared for each other. Julian, my high school sweetheart, went to college 2 years before I did. He asked me to find someone to look after me until he returned. You were a kind person. I believed you'd protect me and I'd make you happy." Aaron lifted his eyebrow, so that he was a bad former partner. "That was only a tactic to persuade me to protect you. I feel like a knight in shining armor for you." She looked away. Her speech was packed with emotion. I was annoyed with him. It wasn't entirely. It wasn't just a farce, and I knew we disagreed on what our marriage should be like. That was part of the reason he departed. He needed to be free of my expectations in order to become the person he needed to be, but there was always the chance that one day he'd return. She paused. Then she turned to him. "So how many times did your father age you before you discovered your fortune?" He opened his mouth and she said, "Please listen. I want you to know that someone in this room sees through your good intentions." Turning back to Kelsey, she asked, "So did you consider me as a backup plan in case he didn't return?" Just waiting for his seat to get warm, she stopped searching for the appropriate words. "Why did you marry me?" "I sincerely care about you, Aaron. I have tremendous feelings, for you've been so nice to me. Very caring. I understand how difficult this is, and I apologize, but what Julian and I have is genuine love, the type of love that occurs only once in a lifetime, and he wanted to make sure I was safe, which made me chuckle, but not to the point of personally caring for you." He frowned. Cal. How did you imagine this would play out? Did you think I'd just reply, oh, go be with your true love? Kelsey looked down at her interlaced hands on her lap. I recognize it is not fair to you and I really apologize. However, I was hoping you would wish us well. I will not be remaining here and there is nothing you can do to change this. So could you simply let me go without resistance? This is already proving challenging for me. My voice was dripping with contempt for the professional negotiator. The mask had fallen away. There was nothing more to win, so why continue? You self-centered person, is it difficult, for you've been dating your college lover since we married, and our marriage has always been a lie. Now I meant to feel horrible for being dissatisfied with how I've been treated. We were talking about having children before I went and I stopped looking at them. You too. They shifted uncomfortably. That is why this issue has occurred now. Did you approach him and say that I've been pushing for it and now it's time for him to make a decision? She nodded. I wanted to wipe the self-satisfied look off his face as he talked. Aaron, I appreciate what you done for that. I might have let her get away from me if you hadn't been so insistent, but now he seized her hand and kissed it theatrically. She finally gets her happy ending with the man she has always loved. Your yearning for children made me realize how much I dislike the idea of you parenting them. He chuckled. The mocking laugh of a privileged person used to demonstrate their superiority and remind others of their growing power. I stood up. My heart swelled with emotion as I prepared to confront him. Greta, who had been seated at my feet, rose as well, her body tensing like a steel trap to match my ferocity. You weren't deciding between having my children and going to be with him, right? You were deciding who would raise his children. He swiftly stood up, poised for a confrontation, a determined expression on his face. Yes, and I determined that I don't want to raise my children with someone who isn't a solid role model. Thank you for caring for Kelsey, even if your efforts may not have been sufficient, but I can take over from here. The man gently lifted Kelsey to her feet and stated, we are leaving now, you get to keep it. He motioned towards their house, the one I'd worked hard to acquire, the one we intended to raise our children in. All of this. She does not require any of your assets such as they are. That is our gift to you, get to retain everything but her. You will be served papers at work on Monday. I felt a tremendous desire to retaliate against him and Kelsey, but I knew I couldn't win. I could overwhelm him. Sure, he was frail and I wanted to see him collapse, but I knew I would face major consequences for my actions. Kelsey wouldn't stay. She would never stay. I did not want her to knowing what I know today get out. Even I sounded defeated. She glanced up at him with a confident yet sympathetic expression. He had won. He was her supporting partner. I was simply a buddy who had been there for her for a decade. Then I saw it. I saw in her eyes something I couldn't leave unanswered and live with myself. She admired him. My wife had never, not once, not even during our wedding. He looked at me with appreciation. She might have loved me, but only as a devoted friend. Kelsey gazed at me in the same way she did at Greta. She looked at Julian as if he were her role model. They went to the foyer, her admiration for him and his smile towards me. I let them go for a few while before tapping my hip twice and following with Greta at my heels. They were almost at the door when I said, wait, I'd like to say a few more words with you, friend. He turned to me, rolling his eyes. What you lost, wimp, the better man won. So what could you possibly say that I could give a damn about Greta? My sole faithful companion pricked up her ears. I pointed to the intruder who was carrying something. Everything occurred at once. My sweet girl transformed into a fierce protector, a formidable force of muzzle, sinew, claws and teeth. She was halfway to Julian when he started to react. Panic filled his face as he threw his arms up. I raced towards my shocked wife. A few steps behind. Greta. Kelsey was attempting to come between Greta and her lover. Ready to protect her beloved from harm. Greta accidentally collided with the aggressive individual, forcing him to stumble. Kelsey told Greta to stop preparing to hit the dog. When I walked in, I wrapped my arms around Kelsey and lowered her to the ground. My considerable weight and strength proved useful in this case. We struggled briefly, but Kelsey appeared as limp as a doll. In a matter of seconds I made her kneel. Kelsey's powerful hold would lead to her role model's collapse. I'd make sure she saw it. The non-aggressive person did not know how to defend himself. He'd never encountered anything more deadly than a badly prepared intrigue. Greta grabbed him by the neck and choked him. Julian and Kelsey both yelled. I let out a mad laugh. His shouts faded as he breathed, his dying breath transforming into a faint gurgling sound. Greta stood tall and held a piece of flesh in her lips. Julian reached out to Kelsey and me, his eyes filled with terror, silently pleading with his lips that could no longer form words. She couldn't assist him, and I wouldn't. Kelsey wailed and cried as his final breath departed his dying body. I let out a growl. Greta, she tilted her head, staring at me with curiosity. Come, I replied, motioning for her to join me. Her mouth dripped blood as she trotted the short distance to Kelsey, straining to maintain her form. Thank you, God, please. No, I did not, and neither did we. I adore you. Please do not do this, don't, Aaron. I sincerely apologize. Her words became jumbled screams of terror as she recoiled from the beast that used to sleep next to her. When I was traveling, the one who had slain her boyfriend without hesitation obeyed my command. Greta, my former wife, screamed and thrashed, pleading for her life. Give mommy kisses. Greta pushed forward and giggled at Kelsey's face, making pleasant little noises. I let my old love fall to the floor and stood up, took out my phone in dialing 911. There has been an accident at my house. An intruder was killed. Then I summoned my loyal companion and went to sit in the living room to wait. Kelsey came in angry and hurling accusations. Greta's kisses left blood on her cheeks. She resembled a doll, a puppet without Judy. You will not get away with this, you monster, I will expose. You are a killer and you will face the consequences. I giggled and wiped Greta's face with a napkin. It's only our word against yours. I walked in via the garage and noticed a large strong man in my house, someone I did not know. I knew my wife was alone and I was concerned about our safety. My weapon was upstairs, but my dog, who had been waiting for me by the garage entrance, was there beside me. I told her to go after the invader. Unfortunately, I had no idea that the trespasser was an old college acquaintance who had come to visit. My wife had not told me about it sooner. What an unfortunate misunderstanding, she yelled. It will not help. I will reveal everything. Tell them what we have done. Tell them I'm divorcing you. I simply smiled at her. Oh no, I didn't realize that until later, officer, she planned to have me served. What a surprise. Of course, losing someone is always heartbreaking, but I can't be asked to mourn for someone so awful. I smiled heartily at her, realizing that even if she created a media frenzy, it would not lead to a conviction for me. My voice had an unsettling quality to it that I had not anticipated or appreciated. But will you remember him, kill, for the rest of your life? Every time you close your eyes, you will see the love of your life battling to breathe. The brightness disappeared from his eyes. If only you had known the German term meaning stop. Perhaps he would still be alive if only you and he hadn't treated another human being as a pet, as a resource to be used. Perhaps you could still have him. She yelled out, you are a monster. Oh Kelsey, I've become what you've created in me, you and him both. So if I'm a monster, what are you? I softly pat Greta's head. Come on, sweetheart, who wants a treat? Greta eagerly followed me as my wife collapsed to her knees, sobbing, fighting to accept that she would never hear her master's voice again. Here is the next story. Growing up in a lower middle-class neighborhood, I learned about community from my neighbors and schools during college. I stayed at home because one of the world's top engineering universities was close. From the ages of 18 to 21, I helped girls with their homework and they tutored me in that field. I was fine and the girls were delighted with my abilities. Throughout the ACT, I developed a reputation for being patient, discreet and compassionate. I did it with 11 different ladies, the majority of whom did not have committed relationships. The exception was Emily, whose given name was Emma Emily. My age and height were tall, curvaceous and highly active. She enjoyed athletics and aspired to run a text video studio. I assisted her with mathematics and business topics. We were close 6 times in each conf. Ration, leaving an indelible impact. She would call late at night and invite me over. I never fell in love with Emily, but I admired her and would have done everything for her, even without intimacy. During my final year of college, I created an advanced programmable encrypted proximity detector, comparable to EZ-PAS, but designed for secure systems. It was adopted by firms, government agencies and the military, necessitating that I gain a security clearance before patenting. The invention's gene irritated significant royalties, prompting me to form 2 firms for product sales and research. My lawyers set up a network of shell and holding corporations to administer them, with me as the ultimate owner. Only the CEOs and CFOs were aware I was in charge. Others knew me as the head of new product engineering by 24. I had established these frameworks and was looking for a committed relationship, despite my social anxieties. After several efforts at dating, I met Lisa at the age of 26, who was the most attractive lady to express genuine interest in me. Lisa showed no interest in my work, which was beneficial for a prenuptial agreement. Gail, my trustworthy attorney, insisted on a prenuptial agreement indicating that stocks, interests or royalties from firms or inventions would stay separate property. Lisa had her father study it and sign without inquiry. Our physical relationship was always gratifying. After 2 years of marriage and our first child, Sarah, I ran into Emily on the street while visiting my parents' place. I offered to buy my parents a new home, but they loved their current neighborhood. Emily looked fantastic and was better dressed than I'd ever seen her. We went for coffee and she told me about her new enterprise, the XJA website, but she was struggling financially and needed an additional $2,000. I offered we meet again in a week at the same time and place and that I introduce her to an invest. She was overjoyed and gave me a huge embrace and a kiss on the cheek. As we parted, I thought about it for a week. $22,000 was a tiny sum for me, and despite the contentious nature of her business plan, I cared about her. A week later we met again and she looked much better than before. She wore more revealing outfits that highlighted her great body, exactly like when we were in college. Her complexion and hair looked better than ever. As soon as our coffee arrived, I handed her an envelope with $2,000 in cash. Emily felt extremely moved. I was astonished to see her cry, given her gruff exterior. She offered me a stake in the website, but I politely declined. I intended it to remain a gift with no ownership. She flirted, promising me the best experience of my life with her body and drive, despite believing she could keep her word. I declined again, emphasizing my love for my wife. Your wife is a lucky woman, as we parted ways. Emily stated this through tears. If there is anything I can do for you, please ask. I smiled and hugged her, wishing her great luck. I was a little uncomfortable when I became aroused during the hug, but I soon moved away when I observed she was nice and didn't say anything. Lisa and I have 2 more children. Another girl named Emma. No, she was not named after Emily. It was my wife's decision. There was also a boy named Michael. While our relationship with Lisa remained fulfilling, I gradually discovered she was superficial and materialistic. Despite this, I absolutely adored her. She was the only lady I had ever loved. More importantly, she had given me 3 beautiful children. Sarah, who was 12 at the time, acquired her mother's beauty and the best aspects of both our personalities. She was as clever as I was testing at the genius level, but far more socially skilled. Emma was a gorgeous girl at 10, with some of my features less striking than Lisa's or Sarah, but she was immensely compassionate, loving and empathetic. She not only enlivened any room, but she was also intelligent. Michael, at the age of 8, was a fun-loving and athletic youngster who may have inherited Lisa's familial traits. In order to relate with him, I became interested in baseball and basketball. He was usually happy, got along well with his sisters and never spoke negatively about anyone. Lisa, while having wonderful children, was not a terrific mother. Our main conflicts were about parenting children. Lisa had a rocky relationship with Sarah, frequently being extremely strict and cruel. By the age of 12, Sarah refused to go anywhere with her mother unless I accompanied her. This became troublesome when Lisa wanted to take the kids to her family's lake cottage for a week while I was at work. I had to persuade Sarah to go and make sure Lisa treated her well during the vacation. Lisa's interactions with Emma and Jared improved, but she still had some difficulties with them. Although Lisa was a stay-at-home mom, I spent as much time with the kids as she did, and in many cases I provided more focused and quality time. After 15 years of marriage and 3 great children, I was heading home from the airport following a one-night business trip. It was around 10:00 p.m. and although I had informed Lisa of my plans, she probably hadn't paid attention. I wasn't sure whether she'd be home to greet me, but I was hoping for some intimate time together before the kids got home from school about 3:30. As I approached a stop sign to drive onto my street, I recognized Mark Thompson's characteristic red Corvette. He was in the driver's seat toying with the radio while the music played. Mark was a top salesperson in one of my companies focusing on military sales. Despite not being an engineer, he possessed a thorough understanding of our technology and a high degree of security clearance. I'm curious why Mark was in the neighborhood. I parked into my driveway and entered the home, not realizing Lisa was on the first floor. I climbed the stairs to the second story. My shoes echoed down the marble corridor. Near our bedroom, I heard a sultry voice ask Raj, "Did you forget something or did you opt to generate another white fluid deposit?" While in shock, I entered the master bedroom and discovered Lisa naked with cream between her legs. I was overcome with wrath, disgust and grief as soon as I realized what was going on. I recall staggering back before. My memory faded and I awoke in the hospital. Regrettably, I quickly understand the problem. Anger, disgust, anxiety, hatred and dread flashed through my mind like lightning. I must have stood there paralyzed, mouth gaping, overcome by the rush of emotions. A deep black cloud of terrible despair enveloped me. I recall staggering back a few steps, but then my memory faded until I awoke in the hospital. A monitor alerted the nursing station and within seconds a nurse and doctor rushed into my room. "Mr. Smith, how are you feeling?" I asked a friendly nurse named Nancy, who smiled. I groaned as my head felt like it was being squeezed in a vice. "We are pleased to see you wake up so quickly," Nancy remarked pleasantly, inspecting my wrist and looking at a monitor next to my bed. "Why am I at the hospital?" "So how did I get here?" I asked as soon as the doctor entered the room. "Mr. Smith, my name is Dr. Petra and I am a short, charming Indian female doctor. Allow me to inspect your eyes first and then I'll explain everything." She carried on with Nurse Nancy holding my wrist. Dr. Petra examined my eyes with a little light, moving it back and forth for almost 2 minutes. When she was done, Nurse Nancy let go. Dr. Petra smiled as she informed that I had a concussion. According to my wife, I tripped in the bedroom, landed on the marble floor and banged my head. Fortunately, my vital signs were normal and the concussion was less severe than anticipated. As I remembered why I had fallen, I was overwhelmed with sadness. I called for a bath bag and Nurse Nancy quickly placed one beneath my chin. Dr. Petra noted that the vomiting could indicate a more severe concussion, but there were no other symptoms. I wondered if it was because I was reliving an emotional crisis before to my fall. Dr. Petra affirmed that this was certainly conceivable and inquired whether I had ever faced such a situation. I complained that I didn't manage it well emotionally when I saw another man's white fluid oozing from my wife. My 3 children raced in, each wanting to reach me first. "Darlings, do not touch Daddy's head or neck." I chuckled, attempting to hug all 3 of them with my arms. They were all speaking at once, one more eager than the other. Regardless of my physical and emotional state, I couldn't help but laugh. A genuine laugh may have hurt, but a giggle seemed required. After 15 minutes, Nancy spoke with Lisa, who said children daddy needs to rest, so we have to leave. Kiss his hands goodbye and we'll see him again tomorrow. The children kissed my hands and waved as they departed. Sarah felt better. Michael appeared to be well, but Emma burst into tears when she saw me in the hospital bed and moved away fast. Lisa instructed them to meet her in the elevator lobby before carefully approaching me, preparing for my reaction. I closed my eyes and listened. "John, I'm so sorry you had to see me like that. I didn't want you to find out. I regret not being the wife you deserve. I hope we can talk about this when you're feeling better." She added, her voice trembling with sorrow and sadness, but no tears. When I didn't react, she said, "Maybe you will feel like talking Tom tomorrow. If so, please phone me." Her last words were telling. It was evident. She had no intention of visiting me in the hospital unless I requested a chat. Otherwise she would not turn up. Dr. Petra reappeared approximately 20 minutes after Lisa had departed after evaluating me again. She commented, "You don't seem too upset." After talking with your wife, I didn't speak to her, just replied blankly. But while I'm still extremely grieved by what's happened, I believe I can turn my feelings into action. I will not be sick again. That's excellent to hear, she remarked, smiling. "Doctor, how long do I have to stay here?" "I would recommend one more night. Then if your checkup is satisfactory, you can depart. However, you should rest for at least a week and avoid going to work for 3 or 4 days. I demand," she said, firmly, with as much authority as a 5-foot-tall lady could manage. "I promise," I chuckled before reaching out and taking her hand. "Please do not notify my wife that you are releasing me on Friday morning. I can't ask you to lie, but if she asks, could you say I'll have to remain till Saturday?" "I can handle that." Dr. Petra chuckled. "As long as I don't have to lie in response to a direct question, I'll tell Nurse Jenkins the same thing." After a full dinner, I called my parents, who for obvious reasons had not contacted Lisa, and asked my assistant at home for a legal pad and pen. That night I was too tired to begin jotting down everything I needed to do, but I planned to get organized first thing in the morning. Lisa returned with the kids around 3:50 on Thursday afternoon. As predicted, she had not bothered to pay me a visit earlier in the day, and I had no intention of contacting her. Nancy reported that Lisa called the nursing station once to check on me by the time the kids arrived on Thursday. I felt considerably better. Not only was I physically healing, but I also had a really productive day. Several people from my office paid me a visit, as did my lawyer, Gail, who handled my prenuptial agreement, and my parents joined me for lunch. None of this was related to my proximity sensor research. It was all about organizing my life after work. After a pleasant half-hour with the kids, as I had directed Nancy earlier, she came in and informed me that I needed to rest. Lisa followed the same process as the first day, but this time I kept my eyes open while she spoke to me. "Sweetheart, you didn't call today to beg me to come talk about our problem," she added quietly. "I suppose I wasn't important enough for you to verify if I was alive or dead, unless I called." I responded, attempting to keep my sarcasm under control, but failing. "That's not fair, honey," she said quietly. "I didn't want to bother you. If you weren't interested in talking," I responded sarcastically. "I'll probably be ready to talk this weekend, darling. I really apologize. Once they let me out. John, I hope we can get past this," she muttered. She grasped and kissed my hand, but I did not react. "Bye," she replied quietly and waved as she departed. It wasn't lost on me that she didn't declare she loved me or that she would quit her relationship with Mark Thompson. The only true remorse I had was that she had been caught. The remaining 10 of my plan, which I hadn't fully developed yet, would be simple to figure out now. Lisa's parents paid me a visit shortly before visiting hours ended. I was a little startled until they hinted at the cause for their visit. Lisa apparently thought it would appear bad if she threatened me with losing the children in the event of a divorce. So she had her parents deliver the message in. Instead, Lisa has told us about her mistake. Her mother spoke, grasping my hand. "Oh, seriously, what is that?" I inquired sarcastically after a long silence from her mother. "You understand exactly what it is. This is what caused your accident. I hope you are able to forgive her. John, you are such a lovely person and a caring father, and not being able to spend every day with your children would be devastating." Her mother proceeded. "You right, Ruth," I responded somberly. My serious demeanor was merely an act. My primary goal was to obtain sole custody of the children. After a few more minutes of required chat after Lisa's parents delivered their daughter's message, they left any ambiguity about what I needed to do was now eliminated. Dr. Petra examined me again on Friday morning before approving my release from the hospital. "Remember to rest for at least a week," she suggested Scout's honor. I joked attempting a Boy Scout sal, despite never having been a member. Dr. Petra chuckled, which was a positive indication. I thanked Nancy and offered her a $500 tip, but she refused owing to hospital policies. Instead, I gave her a cautious hug and left with my assistant, Jack, around 10:00 a.m. Getting revenge on Mark Thompson would be simple. I could get him fired, but that would not be enough. I intended to ruin his career. Simply allowing him to find another work with comparable salary would not suffice as punishment. I needed to ensure that he lost his security clearance, making it hard for him to find a job with equivalent pay or status. After meeting with Gail and a divorce specialist, she recommended and obtained Mark bank account information from payroll because his salary was direct deposited. My next move was to meet with Emily. Why her she would assist me get exclusive custody of my children. Jack drove me to Emily's office, but I begged him to stay in the car. Even though Jack would be completely aware of my plans. I needed to meet with Emily alone. I had called ahead, but Emily appeared pleasantly delighted to see me. "Woo there, Emily," I chuckled as she rushed towards me. "I have a concussion, so I can't give you the enormous embrace I want. How about we just kiss each other's hands?" "You rascal," she giggled. "You probably got the concussion, so I wouldn't smother you." We exchanged hand kisses, a less than satisfying greeting given the circumstances, but it would work for now. Emily looked great. She was dressed elegantly but professionally, and she looked as thin as she did when she was 18. There were a few gray hairs, but they lightened her appearance. She was still really lovely. "Come into my office," she said, firmly grabbing my arm after expressing my joy at meeting Emily again. I got right to the point. "I need your help, Emily," I said, my sadness returning anything. "John," she said, clutching my hand. "You have no idea how much I want to help you, no matter what it is. You helped me realize my dream, so long as it does not involve killing anyone, count me in." That statement, combined with her big smile, elevated my spirits much higher than I had anticipated. "Okay, here goes," I chuckled. I went into great detail about what had happened and which aspects of my reaction need her aid. This included underlining how important my children were to me and even giving her images of them. When she learned that my middle child's name was Emma, she froze. "You named her Emma?" she gasped. I understood precisely what she was thinking and, given the circumstances, there was no reason not to elaborate a little. "Yes, after my favorite person from before I was married," I responded with a large grin. Her eyes welled up. She burst into tears and yelled, "You jerk, I have only cried twice in the last 10 years, and both times it was because of you." I grinned as I squeezed her hand. "Hey, tears of joy are excellent. I could use some now. How can I help make this happen?" she asked, brushing away tears. "I need you to feature my wife on your website and make payments to her bank account." After she recovered from her first shock, we had a lengthy talk about the circumstances. She had several fantastic ideas, including one really brilliant one. She encouraged you to ensure that this cannot be traced back to you, especially given our previous history association. "Is this what you're calling it?" I chuckled. "Say nothing." She giggled. "It is my turn to educate you." I know someone who can handle this on a paid basis even larger than mine. No questions were asked. Simply send money to him and he will put it into your wife's bank account. Let me call him right now. A simple 4-minute phone call. Emily planned everything with her pal. She told me about the video format and how the money transfer would function. Furthermore, my friend will require your wife's signature on a document that includes a release. Can you get her to sign it or forge it? I can manage it. I said her I'll email it to you today. She added wait till tomorrow. I'll create a new email account at the library just for this purpose and I'll contact you from there after she signs. I grinned. I left Emily's office feeling elated. I took a chance by giving her a gentle kiss on the lips before departing. Fortunately, shortly after our wedding, my wife insisted on having a credit card and bank account completely in her name. I hadn't checked them before, but I will now. I could easily discover the numbers on the documents she had left in the den at home. I had a lot going for me as I plotted my revenge. I knew both Mark and Lisa's bank account details as well as Lisa's credit card number. I had plenty of my own money to cover whatever I required and Emily's assistance. In addition, my aide, Jack, was entirely devoted and trustworthy. I knew I could rely on him for anything. Let me tell you about Jack. He isn't just my assistant. He's one of my most highly compensated employees, following the CEOs and CFOs of my organization. He received his engineering degree. He excels at crunching figures and making technological improvements to my often outlandish concepts. He's also willing to do whatever it takes to assist me. That's why he picked me up from the hospital and met me at Emily's office. Also, he played Division I football in college. He started his final year as a middle linebacker measuring 6 feet 2 inches and weighing 245 pounds. He's basically entirely muscle. He has trouble finding suit coats that do not burst at the seams. Sure, my revenge plans could go airy, but I had prepared well and needed to stay optimistic. After Jack dropped me off at my house without looking inside to see if Lisa was there, I had lunch and then called Lisa's cell phone. Hello, sweetheart, I'm really delighted you phoned. Do you want me to come visit you? She warmly greeted me after seeing my phone number on her caller ID. That will not be necessary. I responded harshly. I was released early, so I'll pick up the kids and take them for milkshake. We'll get home around 5:30. Oh, I should prepare a beautiful homecoming meal for you. She added, attempting to seem cheerful. Don't ruin their appetites. I shut her off. Thank you for your parenting advice. I replied sarcastically. See you. At 5:30, the youngsters were overjoyed to see me, asking about my health and enthusiastically recounting their activities. They were even more excited when I told them we were heading for milkshakes at their favorite malt store while we were all enjoying our shakes. I decided to open up to the kids. I want you to understand that certain things will change in the future, and it's not your fault. I started gently and straightforwardly. Sarah was not fooled for a second. She instantly realized where this was going. If you and Mom divorce, I'll stay with you. Sarah blurted out. Are you two getting divorced? Emma inquired, her face indicating concern. Now let us not jump to conclusions. I reassured them, especially Emma, who appeared abruptly depressed. Mom and I are having some issues and I'm not sure how it will turn out, but I want you to know that we both love you very deeply and you three are not to blame for anything. Sarah astonished me yet again. You love us wholeheartedly, but does Mom actually have one? Mommy loves us. Michael joined in. Don't be too sure. Squirt. Sarah shot back, attempting to maintain the peace. I softly placed my hand on Emma's. Sweetheart, Mom ate us, all of you. She sometimes struggles to express it. Let us not think negatively of her. Okay, let's hoping everything works out. Emma sniffled quietly, but Michael and Sarah appeared to recover swiftly, especially when Michael joyfully inquired. Are you coming to my Little League game at noon tomorrow? Dad. We are playing against the Ravens and I am pitching. I would not miss it for anything, friend, I chuckled. What are your plans for Saturday, girls? I asked. Happily, I missed my customary Thursday update due to being in the hospital for 3 days. By the time we arrived home at 520, all 3 children appeared peaceful. Throughout Lisa's greeting, I made sure that one of the children was always between us to avoid all physical contact with her. After the kids went to bed that night, I went to the guest room. Don't you want to talk? Lisa asked. I have a splitting headache from my concussion, and all I need to do is take my painkillers and sleep. It'll probably be tense, and I don't want to disturb you, I said, swallowing 2 Tyenne pills that I passed off as prescription pain relief. Then close the door. I'm available to talk whenever you're ready, Lisa called out as the guest room door closed. I successfully avoided any real conversations or closeness with Lisa on Saturday and Sunday, and I began carrying out my plan. The first tasks were simple. I used Lisa's credit card on Saturday morning to order 2 small high-tech video cameras and motion detectors for express delivery to the house by Monday at the library, and I printed out the contract that Emily had emailed me to the account I'd set up for that purpose, immediately deleting it. I also printed out new beneficiary and health insurance forms from my company's database, attaching the contract for Exite second to last in the stack and indicating where Lisa needed to sign them. I knew Lisa would be agreeable for the weekend, but not for long. On Sunday, I handed her the documents informing her that they were updated. Health, disability and life insurance forms needed to be updated, with her and the children listed as co-beneficiaries. I handed her the paperwork and advised her to peruse them at her own speed. I figured she wouldn't read everything carefully, maybe only scanning the first few. When she saw her name written as a beneficiary, she grinned plainly, thinking that, despite my distant manner, divorce was not on my mind. With a huge smile, she returned the signed forms to me mere minutes after I handed them to her. All signed, darling, she said, as she handed them over while I was preparing a poker game with Emma and Michael. Thanks, I replied casually, placing the documents in my open briefcase and dealing the cards. I then phoned the CEO of the company where Mark Thompson worked, directing him to arrange for security checks by the federal agency in charge of our security clearances for the 5 employees in Thompson's section. Because of the sensitive nature of our job, we perform random security checks, similar to how some firms conduct random drug testing to ensure that no employee suspects. It was begun by their employer rather than the government. Lisa insisted on speaking with the kids on Monday morning after they had departed for school. John, we cannot overlook what occurred. If we do, it will worry you and jeopardize our relationship. She started sitting across the kitchen table from me. I wanted to respond with which connection, but I kept back. Instead, I told Lisa my head is still spinning and I haven't processed what I saw. I need to cleanse my head so we can have a meaningful talk. I will not hurry into anything. Okay, sweetheart, she said after a brief pause, appearing content but not fully delighted. I hope you feel well soon. However, I genuinely want to show you how much I care for you. IV miss you. I have a social committee meeting at the country club in approximately a half hour. I'll return around 2 to pick up the kids from school. Will you be okay without me? She asked. I wanted to reply that I'd find out soon enough, but I restrained my tongue. Have a great time. I will be all right. I informed her that she was making it too easy. The cameras arrived about a half hour after she left by courier. I called Jack and they came over together. We spent less than an hour installing cameras, switches and motion detectors in the master bedroom. We used latex gloves to avoid leaving fingerprints or DNA. After that, we configured the feeds to stream to Lisa's computer. While I'm good with computers, Jack is a genius. All we need is her password and I can connect the cameras to her computer in 10 minutes flat. My laptop is equipped with top-notch password cracking software. I'll send mine to hers and get started, Jack stated while still wearing his latex gloves. When Jack started the software, he began to remark while this runs, but was interrupted by a beep. What is that? I asked. Is there anything wrong with it? I do not think so, holy crap. It's already cracked. He laughed. How is this possible? I inquired, surprised, before starting the software scans through the 1,000 most popular passwords. Her password is Princess and she uses more sophisticated algorithms. According to Jack Software, this is the 28th most common figures. I chuckled. She never listened to my recommendations to use more safe passwords with symbols. Jack kept his word and had the cameras recording on Lisa's computer within 10 minutes. With a discrete file name 5 minutes later, he had set everything up such that I could access the file from my office and operate the cameras and motion detectors. Feeling good on Tuesday, I went to work and turned on the cameras and motion detectors. Before leaving, I arranged for one of my Cayman Islands shell firms to wire $1,000 to Mark Thompson's bank account. Emotionally, I was feeling better and physically I was recuperating well from my concussion, so I got some meaningful work done. After the kids went to bed on Tuesday night, Lisa approached me. "Why don't you return to our bed tonight? You must feel better if you could work today." "I am," I said. "I almost feel like my usual self again Wednesdays and Thursdays." I nearly believed Lisa had realized how much she had wounded me, truly loved me and was considering ending her relationship with Thompson, but I didn't let those ideas stop me from turning on the cameras as I left the house or carrying out my plans, since I knew those dreams were only illusions, not reality. That became evident once I studied the tape from Thursday afternoon. There was my loving wife. Her face flooded with joy as she stared directly at the camera. I could barely take a few minutes of it before fast-forwarding through the entire tape at 16 times the normal speed. While part of me felt grim satisfaction that the footage could back up my bid for exclusive custody of the children, a rush of grief came over me. Why couldn't she just be true to me around Thompson? Who knows if there were others? I questioned myself rhetorically. On Friday morning I submitted the footage of Lisa's Thursday afternoon encounter to pay X. I'd arranged for $5,000 cash to be handed to Emily by Friday night. $5,000 had been transferred from the site into Lisa's bank account. The video is now available for all paying subscribers to view. Unfortunately, Thompson's face had to be cropped because the website lacked his app approval, but I was pleased that the film was published in a segment headlined "Unfaithful Wives Cheating Behind Their Husbands' Backs in the Marital Bed, How Appropriate." Over the next 2 weeks, 2 additional movies were published to the site, each resulting in a $5,000 deposit to Lisa's bank account. An additional $1,000 was wired from a Cayman Islands business to Thompson's bank account. I needed to act quickly before Lisa and Thompson got their end of Monon bank accounts and began questioning the arrangement. During those 2 weeks, I was close to Lisa but avoided intercourse as she wanted. I feigned to be moved when she pleaded for more, saying tearfully that I wasn't ready. Yet surprisingly she replied with understanding. Thompson went through a security check the day after the 3rd video was made public. Somehow the reviewer had an unpixelated copy of one of the videos with Thompson and Lisa, along with Thompson's bank statement. Thompson was the 3rd person questioned that day in his group and he had no idea how important his interview was. Knowing the CEO would be tested with a lie detector results and interview information, I obtained a transcript of Thompson's interview. At the end of the day, after Thompson was attached to the lie detector and the preliminary questions were answered, the reviewer moved on to the core of the matter. "Mr. Thompson, do you have any personal interests outside of work that could expose you to blackmail?" "No, I don't think so," Thompson said, prompting a sharp shift in the lie detector needle. The reviewer said, "I'd like to show you a video." Mr. Thompson pressing a few buttons on his iPad. "Who is the woman you were intimate with 2 Thursdays ago?" Thompson was pale as he considered whether to lie or speak the truth. He eventually confessed after considering the repercussions for his security clearance. "Isn't Lisa Smith married to one of your co-workers?" "John Smith." "John works for a connected company." "Despite the fact that we share a building," Thompson stuttered. "It's a large complex. Have you ever considered how having an affair with a married colleague could lead to blackmail?" Thompson murmured. "I never really thought about that." "Have you received any money from overseas sources since your last clearance?" "Absolutely not," Thompson declared angrily. "Let us look at this month's bank statement. What is the origin of these deposits?" 2 distinct Cayman Islands-based companies. There was a prolonged pause. Thompson hesitantly responded. I don't know. This is something I have never seen before. There must be an error, a mistake made by 2 different Cayman Islands businesses whose ownership we cannot trace. The reviewer pressed on. Yes, someone is framing me. Thompson protested, obviously distressed. Is the footage of you and Mrs. Smith likewise fabricated? Despite the necessity to be objective, the reviewer inquired with a sarcastic tone in his voice. After a few more questions, the interview ended. Thompson remained mute, as the reviewer withdrew the lie detector electrodes and stated, Mr. Thompson, until further notice, you are prohibited from contacting anyone involved in classified information. This includes Mr. and Mrs. Smith, as well as the 2 corporations that placed funds in your account. Violations will result in prosecution. I was quite satisfied the night of Thompson's interview, very satisfied. Lisa picked up on my positive attitude and flirted with me. After dinner, we went to bed as soon as we were certain the children were asleep. I knew it was the final time we were intimate. We climaxed and snuggled up together. Lisa responded in a seductive tone, almost as if she were asking Thompson about another encounter. Darling, how about we relax for a while? Then I'll give you BJ and you duck me. Wow, she is quite the comedian. I chuckled quietly before addressing her gaze. Lisa, I will never deal with your nasty V again. Who knows how many Johnsons other than Thompson have been inside you each week? Disgusting, her reaction was priceless. After stammering out what do you mean and going crimson, she babbled incoherently and I chuckled. She eventually stormed out of bed and into the guest room. The next day, I dropped the kids off at school. Lisa gave me nothing but cold stares. After the kids had left, I made a phone call and the doorbell rang 30 seconds later. This is for you, 43. I chuckled. How dare you speak to me like that? You jerk. Lisa was incensed. I won't have much longer, which I said now, laughing out loud as Lisa opened the door. The process server handed her the divorce papers. I only heard Mrs. Lisa Smith. Yes, you have been served, along with the divorce paperwork. There were images showing her in the act with Thompson, as well as the name of the Pake's website and a password to access it. You thought I wouldn't find out. You were selling your extra videos. You sleazy woman. I inquired as she stood shocked by the kitchen table. Have you ever seen how you seem on an ex website? That is how you find out. I yelled as she held the paper containing the ex site information. My assistant brought it to my notice and I couldn't believe. It's bad enough that you disrespected me by sleeping with that thug in our bed, but now you're broadcasting it and making money. I have no idea what's going on. She responded, tears welling up. I'm taking the kids on a weekend trip. I announced as I rose up. Make sure to employ the greatest lawyer you can. I'm confident that your professional profits from exits will be beneficial, since you will require one. That same day, Thompson was fired and let out of the building. His security clearance was cancelled. About an hour before I was set to leave to pick up the kids for the weekend, my secretary made a call over the intercom. John Mark Thompson is reportedly intoxicated and chanting your name in the parking lot. Should I call the police? No, Sherry. I chuckled, called Jack and asked him to come here straight away. This was too good to pass up. When Jack came, we went to a window in our building to see Thompson. It was a location with one of the best views on our security cameras. He was obviously inebriated, swaying back and forth. We rapidly created a plan. Jack slipped out a side door away from the camera's view. Well, I confident went out the front door. The instant Thompson saw me, he yelled, "You damn jerk Smith. You are the reason I was fired and lost my security clearance." I know it. I'm going to bash you up. I jogged over to where Jack was waiting in front of the camera. I let Thompson get close enough to strike at me, but he barely grazed my shoulder. I collapsed dramatically, as if hit by a knockout strike. as Thompson bent over me, ready to hit again. Jack arrived on video, grabbed him and delivered a strong long forearm to his jaw, similar to tackling a football opponent. Thompson flew backward, knocked out cold. Jack helped me up and I feigned to be dazed, leaning beside a nearby automobile. Jack dialed 911. All of this occurred in front of surveillance cameras and police arrived within minutes. The fire department ambulance staff shackled Thompson to a stretcher and transported him to the hospital accompanied by a cop. I filled out the proper assault charges and documentation before picking up the kids and transporting them to a gorgeous mountain resort for the weekend. At the end of the weekend, I sat the kids down and informed them Lisa and I were getting divorced. Sarah appeared relieved, while the other two handled it surprisingly well. I told them that we would both continue to love them as much as possible. When we returned Sunday night, Lisa wasn't as nasty as I had anticipated to prepare for a potential explosion. I had relocated my most important possessions and a large portion of my clothing to a climate-controlled storage container. Despite this, I had no intentions to leave the house. After the kids excitedly told her about our weekend escapades, Lisa and I sat down and talked. "I know you set up those cameras, John, but I'm not sure how you did it," she stated first, surprisingly calm. "No apology, no admission of error, no, please forgive me." I answered by simply blaming myself for something that all evidence reveals I did not do, and I tried to seem outraged in case she was recording us. "John, I've been busy this weekend. I've employed both a lawyer and a computer specialist. I'm still not sure how you did it, but you did a good job of covering your tracks with the unfit mother claim, and I'm hoping we can reach an agreement on custody." She answered, "We can, Lisa. You grant me complete custody of the children in the house so they do not have to relocate. In exchange, I will provide you generous visitation rights. I would even buy you a house, so you and Thompson may do whatever you want. Have you heard? He has lost not just his job but also his career. I do not want to live or share a house with Mark. That's not what this is about." She said, "I do not want to hear it, Lisa." I abruptly interrupted. I regained my calm and continued, "You can live with whoever you wish. I honestly do not care. I am only making an offer." After a brief pause and a few tears, she resumed. "Look, I understand you think I'm a terrible mother, but I'm not. I adore our children and cannot handle the notion of living apart from them. Fighting things out in court will not help either of us. I know you'll attempt to smear me in whatever way you can and I can't handle it. Neither of us wants the kids to know all the specifics or watch those movies. I agree that we shouldn't tell the youngsters all the information." I wondered aloud, "What are your suggestions?" I inquired, genuinely curious. "My lawyer recommended that we engage a mediator, ideally a former family court judge. I'll seek sole or joint custody and you can do the same. We will let the mediator consider everything, including the children's wishes, and will follow whatever decision is reached. This allows us to keep everything confidential and achieve a resolution faster." She responded. Her reasonableness startled me. She appeared to perceive my stronger personality. "Perhaps after talking to Mark Thompson, let's organize a conference with our lawyers early next week to go over the details I proposed. I agree with your plan, except one item. I refuse to submit to joint custody under any circumstances. It's too hard on the youngsters and I want exclusive custody. If the mediator decides joint custody, I will accept it. But that is the only scenario I am open to." I moved to the guest room and Lisa took over the master bedroom. I didn't tell her why, not wanting to add to her tension, but I couldn't sleep where Thompson had been with her. I doubted my ability to detect every trace of his presence on the sheets or mattress. On Tuesday, we held a joint meeting with our lawyers. We instructed them to comply with our requests in a legitimate manner, without bargaining. We devised a contract that divided all of our marital assets equally, with the exception of what was protected by the prenup, which accounted for 90% of our wealth. The contract specified the designated mediator, a retired family court judge known for fairness, the schedule of hearing and the mediator's decision dates. If Lisa was granted sole or joint custody, I would pay her child support for 2 years or until she remarried. Lisa is prohibited from socializing with Mayberry in front of the children, an agreement not to influence the children's responses to the mediator, provisions for Lisa's relocation costs if I were granted sole custody, as well as details on visitation privileges if either of us was taken into custody, or it took us the entire day to finalize the arrangements, but we were able to execute the contract the following day. We found a mediator who agreed to handle our case, and we scheduled a briefing in 2 weeks and a hearing in 4 weeks. His fees would be divided evenly among our shared assets not covered by the prenup. However, I did not insist on it being included in the contract. Lisa and I had secretly agreed that neither of us would invite anybody else into our shared home. We also resolved that anyone who needed to move out after the custody decision would do so within 2 weeks. In addition, I instructed my lawyer to threaten legal action against the Pakes site until they removed Lisa's films and repaid the money. This was easily resolved with a single call to Emily. Lisa and I were friendly while we waited for the hearing. I never tried to influence the kids, and as far as I knew she didn't either. We avoided making nasty or caustic comments, even in private. The only thing that disturbed me was that she would wander about the home without a top on when the kids were not around or asleep. I knew her intentions, but I couldn't help but ask her about it out of annoyance. "I want you to take one final look at what you're losing," she added. I couldn't help but be aroused on the day of the hearing. Despite being convinced that I had the upper hand, I was nervous. The worst-case scenario I expected was shared custody, but I badly wanted sole custody, so I was almost hysterical. Nonetheless, the hearing went very well. Just as the judge was preparing to interrogate the children, he made some remarks that really concerned me. Just before interviewing the children, he appeared inclined to grant shared custody. He gave us a surprise. "I notice you've agreed to have my interviews with the children shown on closed-circuit television." The mediator stated, "I apologize, but I cannot agree to it. I hadn't realized it until a few minutes ago, but it would jeopardize the openness and trust one require with the kids. If either of you agrees to me meeting with each child alone, I will have to refund your money and recommend you to another mediator. The children's interviews are scheduled for tomorrow, which is their day off from school. Please let me know your decision." By then, I was tempted to decline and seek another mediator who might be less inclined to joint custody. However, my lawyer advised against it, knowing Sarah's bias toward Lisa, as well as the mediator's previous history of following children's preferences as a judge. Sarah was approaching the age at which state law enabled her to make her own decisions, and the judge was likely to regard her advice more than any other mediator. Before Lisa and I went home, we met with our lawyers and agreed to the mediator's terms. We also decided not to follow up with the youngsters about what they had discussed. Lisa made statements during dinner that hinted at her desire for joint custody, which I was concerned the kids would notice. I gave her a severe expression but did not answer. Sarah caught my glance and gave me a subtle smile. The next day, the mediator conducted private interviews with each youngster. Michael's interview lasted only about 20 minutes. Emma's lasted around half an hour. Sarah took more than an hour. When Sarah was finished, she gave me a modest thumbs up when she was certain Lisa and her attorney were not watching. Lisa's parents followed our agreement and took the kids out to eat after their interviews. We want to drop them off at our house around 4:00 p.m. after lunch. The mediator was ready to give his decision. It startled us because he still had 1 week under the contract to make a decision. He did not even want to hear the lawyers. 30-minute closing arguments. After analyzing all of the evidence and prioritizing the children's best interests, I grant exclusive custody of all 3 children to their father, John Smith. I also believe that the case agreement reached by both parties is fair and in the children's best interests. The matter will be settled on such conditions. On Monday, I will give you a certified copy of this decision to submit to family court, together with your settlement. Thank you for entrusting me with this situation and best wishes in the future. Lisa and I both sobbed, but for different reasons. The ride home was quiet and somber. I didn't feel like boasting, and Lisa was devastated. The pain of our family's breakup, even though it went as well as it could for me, given the circumstances, weighed heavily on me once more. Lisa was distant that evening when we told the kids the news, so I did the majority of the talking. Michael and Emma were sad and hugged. Lisa is honest. Sarah offered her a short hug. I spoke highly about Lisa and explained the visitation procedures to the children. Within a week of the hearing, I purchased another home for Lisa and she moved in within the agreed-upon 2-term. The children and I, together with her parents and brother, assisted her in her move. We hired movers for the major goods. She removed from our home, including the kingside bed, from the master bedroom. A few months later, when the divorce was finalized, I had a party at my home to thank everyone who had helped me, my closest friends and parents. I didn't explain to the kids why we were having the party. All I said was that we were celebrating Sarah. Now 13 of course figured it out right before the visitors came and I was finishing up in the den. She entered and closed the door. She made me sit down and then sat on my lap. "Dad, how pleased are you with how the C custody situation worked out?" Sarah inquired, surprised me with her adult approach. "Sarah, I'm really happy. Why would you want to know?" I responded. She grinned broadly. When I spoke with the mediator, I got a feeling that everything would work out. I told him about catching Mom and Thompson in the act at our place. When I got home sick one day, it completely messed me up. "Have you truly seen them?" I inquired, taking aback. "Does it matter really? Mom was unfaithful and I didn't want to live with her anyway. I knew it was best for Michael and Emma to stay with us," she said with a wide smile. She kissed my cheek before jumping from my lap and leaving. I chose to dismiss the matter entirely. But what I did concentrate on next, beginning with the victory party, was Emily. She arrived at the gathering looking amazing. She instantly connected with Michael and Emma. She spent about 30 minutes playing catch and pepper with Michael, a game at which I was never particularly adept. Emily spent time alone with Emma. I'm not sure what they talked about, but they spent an hour speaking and laughing together. Sarah was quieter around Emily than the other kids, but she appeared to like her and they talked about fashion. Emily made sure I didn't miss out on bonding with our family during the party. She drew me aside in the den, grabbed me and said, "Could your parents stay with the kids tonight and accompany me home?" As I was leaving, I told Emily, "I'm not sure what you see in me, but I enjoy being with you. Is there a chance we can have a real relationship?" She gazed into my eyes and said, "What I see in you is a kind, generous, intelligent, giving person who is great in bed. Why don't you take me to a resort for 3 days over the weekend of the 14th? We can determine whether we both desire something serious. I'm tired of messing around. I want a man who is only mine." She kissed me again and closed the door, saying, "Go home to those wonderful children." 2 years after my victory party, my life has undergone significant adjustments. All 3 children are prospering, happy and well-adjusted, and they excel academically, socially and in their extracurricular interests. Lisa has been respectful and has used her visitation rights properly. Sarah's relationship with her mother has improved significantly since we were all together. Sarah even spent 10 days last summer to Lisa's parents' lake cottage with her and the other kids, and she had nothing but wonderful things to say when she got back. My business is prospering and I'm earning more than ever. A government report was accidentally delivered to personnel who were not supposed to read it, revealing my ownership of the operational companies. Fortunately, it hasn't changed how people regard me at work. Mark Thompson left town immediately after the victory party. The lone individual who still communicates with him says he now works in basic sales for an electronics company on the West Coast that does not deal with sensitive technology. The children have completely welcomed Emily. They all consider her as a friend rather than a mother figure, and they like spending time with her. After 2 years of being intimate whenever possible, Emily decided we needed to commit to each other exclusively. She sold her website last month and moved in with my children. Despite the fact that she is not interested in marriage, she simply wants me and is happy to serve as a friend and mother figure to the children. At the same time, she operates a modest online apparel company. From an extension I added onto the house while it was being constructed, also had high-quality soundproofing installed in the master bedroom. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I discovered my wife Isabella's affair with a man named Caleb, which had been going on for a year. This shocking revelation occurred during our family vacation in Southern California, completely shattering my worldview. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Growing up in a small Florida town, I never imagined my life would take so many twists and turns. My childhood was typical, filled with neighborhood play and homework. Fascinated by airplanes, I joined the Marines right after high school. My time as an avionics technician at El Toro Marine Corps Air Station in California was both challenging and rewarding, setting the stage for my future career. After my service, I moved to Pittsburgh for college and pursued a degree in software engineering. There I met Isabella on a blind date. Her bright smile and caring nature captivated me. Isabella, a nurse with a compassionate heart, and I quickly fell in love. Married and had 2 sons, Liam and Nathan. Today was the first day of our Southern California vacation. We had just returned from Knott's Berry Farm, a place I fondly remembered from my Marine days. The day was filled with laughter and we chose to unwind by the pool. Life seemed perfect. Isabella and I had a fulfilling career, a beautiful home, 2 cars and our wonderful sons. Despite the ups and downs in our marriage, we always managed to navigate through our problems. I felt incredibly fortunate not realizing this would be our last weekend together as a family. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ethan McCon 39, a lead software developer at an aerospace firm specializing in avionics for military and commercial aircraft. After serving 4 years as an avionics technician, I joined the firm 13 years ago. I met Isabella shortly after moving to Pittsburgh. She's 3 years younger, a nurse at a large medical clinic. We fell in love, married and bought a house on the outskirts of Pittsburgh. We have 2 sons, Liam 10 and Nathan 8. Isabella convinced me to have a vasectomy after Nathan was born, which I reluctantly agreed to. We had good jobs, a nice house, 2 cars and an active life. Despite typical marital issues, we always work things out. At that moment I had no idea my world was about to collapse, marking our last weekend together as a family watching Isabella put on her new bikini. I admired her youthful appearance. Forget the pool, I teased. Let's stay here and warm the bed. She laughed, playfully, slapped my arm and sent me to check on the boys. Our site, more like a small apartment, had 2 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom and a kitchenette. The boys slept in one room and Isabella and I in the other. After ensuring the boys were ready, we headed to the pool. I noticed Isabella engrossed in her phone. Find anything, I asked. She shook her head, just updating our relatives. Isabella's family lived in Pittsburgh while mine were retired in Florida. After playing in the water with the boys, I got out and dried off a tall, clean, shaven man. Around 30 approached us. He had short dark hair and wore shorts and a t-shirt. Caleb introduced himself and shook our hands. Mind if I join you? He asked. Sitting next to Kay. There were plenty of free chairs, so I wondered why he chose ours. Before I sat down, he handed us a business card showing he was an account manager for Acme Medical Supplies based in Columbus, Ohio. About 3 hours from us. Isn't Acme one of the companies your clinic uses? I asked Isabella, recalling their vehicles outside her clinic. She nodded yes, it's one of several we use. Turning to Caleb, she asked, have you ever been to Pittsburgh? Caleb nodded yes, about every 2 or 3 weeks my territory covers Columbus to Pittsburgh. So what brings you here? I asked. I'm here for conference starting this weekend. He said I'll be here most of the week. We learned that Caleb lived with his wife and 2 daughters in Zanesville, a town along Interstate 70 between Columbus and Pittsburgh. He described himself as a happily married man, joking about living in a house full of women. That's funny. Isabella said Ethan can only produce boys. Caleb spent time with us, even playing water volleyball with me and the boys. He seemed nice and nothing between him and Isabella seemed concerning, but my radar was on high alert. Eventually we decided it was time for dinner and Caleb said goodbye, hoping to see us again. We enjoyed our evening meal and headed to our room. Can you believe it? Isabella said in the bedroom. Maybe Caleb will get me the girl. I've always wanted what I said. Don't even joke about that. Remember, it was your idea for me to get surgery after Nathan was born, and I won't tolerate any cheating. Oh, I was just kidding. She said I wouldn't do that to you. I love you too much. I love you too. I replied, but there's nothing funny about what you're saying. Nothing more was said, but I thought I saw a flash of guilt on her face. Maybe I was reading too much into it. After spending time in the common area, we sent the boys to bed and headed to our room when I was ready for bed. Isabella said she couldn't sleep and asked if I minded her going for a late-night swim. I don't mind. I replied. Do you want me to join you? No, she said someone has to stay with the boys. I won't be long. Okay, I said, and she left. Our third-floor room overlooked the pool. I set up my camera on a tripod, loving to take candid shots of Isabella. She entered the pool area, swam, then sat on a lounge chair. Soon, Caleb arrived, still in shorts and a t-shirt, and they talked. She seemed to glance at our room, but I knew she couldn't see me in the dark. Then she leaned over and kissed him. I tried to zoom in, but they got up and left together and I lost sight of them. Had she really cheated on me with someone we just met? Her phone was on the dresser and I considered checking it but decided against it. Not wanting to invade her privacy. I waited, but Isabella didn't return. 2 hours later she came in, smelling different in a way I couldn't pinpoint. It's about time you came back. I said I saw you leave the pool hours ago. Sorry, she replied. Caleb came down and we talked for a while. Then we went to a restaurant for drinks and lost track of time. She lied. I thought I know what booze smells like and she didn't have any on her breath. Suddenly I felt nauseous. I rushed to the bathroom, locked the door and grew up. Isabella knocked. Honey, are you okay? She asked. I'm nauseous. I said, washing my face and sitting down. Why is she doing this to us? I wondered. Was our whole marriage a sham? Are the boys even mine? I sat there overwhelmed with thoughts. Isabella knocked again. Do you need a doctor? No, I'll be out soon, I replied. After cleaning up, I returned to the bedroom, avoiding her. We lay down and for the first time I didn't kiss her goodnight. I love you, she said quietly. I said nothing. Good night, she finally said, turning away. I thought I heard her sob, but I didn't care. The next morning I got up exhausted from a night of nightmares about Isabella and Caleb. I said nothing to Isabella as I got ready. I had promised the kids a trip to Disneyland and nothing would make me break that promise. How are you feeling? Isabella asked as we dressed. I feel like crap, I growled. Maybe you should stay here, she suggested. No. I said I promised the boys Disneyland and I'm not breaking my promise. She recoiled but stayed silent. We went downstairs for breakfast, saying little to each other. Caleb joined us at our table, sitting between Isabella and me. I thought I saw him smirk and Isabella smiled at him. So what's on your agenda? He asked. We're going to Disneyland. Isabella said, mind if I come along? What about your convention? I asked, trying to sound neutral. Oh, it's just boring seminars, he said. I've heard it all before. Well, Caleb, I think Ethan wanted a family outing, Isabella said, looking at me. That's right. I said I promised my family a day at Disneyland. Family is the most important thing. He said, too bad. You didn't think of that last night. I thought have a good time. Caleb said, standing up as we left. I thought I saw him signal. K, what's gotten into you? Isabella asked on the bus to Disneyland. You were so cold to Caleb. I could ask the same of you, dear wife, I said, emphasizing wife, or I could ask who attacked you, Ethan. That's not nice, she said, pouting. Please, I said sarcastically, let's just have a good day for the boys. Okay, she said, I don't know what's gotten you so upset, but I'm sorry. Yeah, I replied neutrally. Normally I would have hugged and kissed her, but not this time. After last night, I didn't want to touch her. She leaned back frustrated. I hope you won't be mad for the rest of our vacation, she said. I looked at her but didn't respond. We spent the day at Disneyland ensuring the boys had a good time. I mostly ignored Isabella but tried to remain polite for the boys' sake. I often saw her texting. Was she texting Caleb? Who knows? I thought after lunch the tired family got back on the bus. I looked at Isabella. So did you have a good day? I asked. She nodded. Yeah, but it would have been better if you'd talked to me. Sorry, I said, I'm still not feeling well after last night. Maybe you should get a good night's sleep, she suggested. Yeah, maybe, I thought sarcastically, as if sleep will fix your cheating. We rode in silence and had lunch back at the hotel in our room. I tried one last time with Isabella. I hugged her. I'm sorry I've been such a bear, I said. Let's put the kids to bed and enjoy some private time. I'd love to, but I just got my period, she said. What? I thought I knew her last period ended before we left Pittsburgh. Well, I'm tired. I think I'll lie down. Go ahead, she said. I'm going to the pool. I watched her leave and set up my camera to catch them together. Sure enough, they met at the pool. I zoomed in and got clear photos and video of them. They left together and I was sure they were heading to his room. I sat on the bed wondering what to do. Then I saw her purse and phone on the dresser. I unlocked her phone using our son's birthday. I went through her messages and realized what was happening. She and Caleb had been in a serious relationship for a year. He was the Acme rep at her clinic and visited every other week. Recently she decided he should get her pregnant with a girl. They planned this vacation so they could be together. Caleb's wife knew about their affair. They planned for Caleb to accidentally meet us at the pool and for Isabella to spend every night with him. She even agreed to turn me down all week. In their messages, Caleb asked, what will you tell your husband? I'll say I'm getting my period. He won't come near me. Then she replied, he'll suspect something. Caleb texted, not yet. She wrote, you know when you get pregnant. He thinks the boys are his too. She continued, but they aren't. I took a DNA test. I'll email it to you. Damn, why stay with him? He asked. He's a good provider and great with the kids. I don't have to worry about getting pregnant by him after his vasectomy. Do you know who the real fathers are? Caleb asked. Yes. She replied, an old boyfriend is JK's father and the doctor I used to work for is Nathan's. You're something else, he said. I hope he never finds out. He won't. She assured him if he divorces me, I'll destroy him financially and keep him away from the boys. You're cold, he said. The coldest. She agreed. In the morning she texted Caleb. He hardly spoke to me. Maybe Hunes figured it out. Caleb said no, he thinks it's something he ate. Are we still on for tonight? Yes, he replied. See you at the pool. I'll be back around 8 in the morning. She said, then you have me all night. He wants to take us to the tar pits. Boring. Okay, see you tonight. He said, see you later, lover. She replied, good thing Isabella wasn't around at that moment. People say the opposite of love is indifference, not hate. But for me it was blind, seething hatred. She had lied to me all these years and robbed me of a real family. I needed to find out about the DNA test she mentioned, so I searched her email. Sure enough, there it wasn't, a folder labeled stuff The test dated a year and a half ago showed both boys had different fathers, and I wasn't one of them. Furious, I forwarded the document to my email and searched her other emails. There were explicit messages and photos from Caleb and other men dating back 8 years. I forwarded those too. I rummaged through her purse and found birth control pills. Why would she need these if I had a vasectomy? I wondered her day planner had DK written on several days likely when she saw Caleb. It also had a note to stop BC and no S. On the same day. She must have stopped birth control and cut me off to save herself for Caleb. I photographed the planner and pills and put everything back. Then I had an idea at work. We used an app to track all activity on an employee's phone suspected of passing trade secrets. I set up a similar account to monitor Isabella's phone within minutes. I could access everything from my phone, tablet or computer. I also installed an app to record her phone conversations and another to track her phone's location. I knew this wouldn't hold up in court, but I felt justified. I decided to get the boys and myself away from Isabella. I called the airline and booked a flight to Pittsburgh, leaving before midnight. I then called Isabella's parents. Her mom, Julie, answered. "Hi, Mom, I said I need a big favor." "Sure, Ethan, is everything okay?" "Not really, I'm bringing the kids home tonight." "Can they stay with you for a week?" "I'll explain when I get there." "Of course, is something wrong between you and Isabella?" "I'll explain later." "Please don't say anything." To Isabella, I promise. She said. I packed my bags quickly, then woke the boys' quartet up. "Guys, we need to pack and leave now." They looked scared and tired. "What's going on?" asked Liam. "It's an emergency. We're going home." "You'll stay with your grandparents for the week." "Now move it." "Where's Mom?" asked Nathan. "Isn't she coming?" "No, she's with Caleb," said Liam. I looked at him surprised. "How do you know that?" I asked. "She's been texting him all day." He said. I remembered seeing her on the phone. "Yeah, come on, we're leaving in a few minutes." I helped them pack and wrote a note for Isabella. "You weren't here when we got up, so I took the kids out for the day. I might be late. See you later." I wondered if Isabella would notice I hadn't left any affectionate words, but I didn't care. She'd probably read the note and head straight back to Caleb. We grabbed our luggage and checked out. I informed the night manager that my wife was still in the room but didn't know how long she'd stay. "I hope you enjoyed your stay." The manager said yes, thank you. I replied outside. We boarded an airport shuttle and the driver loaded our luggage at the airport. My new reservation was confirmed and we went through security on the plane to Pittsburgh. The boys fell asleep quickly but I stayed awake, researching Pennsylvania divorce laws. It's a no-fault state, but infidelity can affect proceedings. I would likely pay child support, but the evidence of her infidelity might help. I knew I needed a good lawyer, so I planned to ask Cliff, my father-in-law, for a recommendation using an app. I monitored Isabella's phone, which had archived all its contents exhausted. I decided not to review everything again and instead searched for Caleb's address and phone number, finding it in Zanesville. Finally, I tried to get some sleep. I woke as the plane descended into Pittsburgh. We disembarked, collected our bags and headed to the car. I called Cliff and Julie to let them know we were on our way. They greeted us warmly and brought us inside. "What's going on, son?" Julie asked. "I thought everything was okay between you and Isabella." "I thought so too," I said, "but I found out it was all a lie." "What do you mean?" asked Cliff. I showed them the DNA test from K's emails and her messages with Caleb. "Oh my God," Julie said. "How could she be so stupid?" "I'm sorry, Ethan. I thought she outgrew that after marrying you." "What do you mean?" I asked. Isabella was wild in her younger years. Julie explained it started in high school and got worse in college. She was constantly dating different guys. She was even engaged once but broke it off. "She never told you about this?" No, I replied. Yeah, it was during college. Julie continued she was engaged to a guy named Derek Jacku. They went to high school together. She pulled out a photo album. Here it is, she said, showing me a prom picture of Isabella and Derek. I immediately noticed Derek looked a lot like JN. I showed the picture to Julie. Is it just me or does he look a lot like Johan? I asked Julie and Cliff examined the picture. I think you're right. Julie said they look very similar, don't they? Cliff. He nodded. Of course they look alike. Cliff said, do you think he could be Junk's biological father? It looks like it to me. I said, but a DNA test would prove it. Is this guy still around? Yes, Julie said his family owns a deli here. He makes the best pastrami. He probably still works there. She wrote down the name and location of the deli and handed it to me. I'll have to visit him. I thought. I turned to Cliff. Can you recommend a good divorce lawyer? Yes, he replied. Are you sure you want to pursue this? Absolutely, I said. Isabella has lied to me for 13 years and now she's cheating with some salesman in California. I understand, he said. You've been good to her and I consider you a son, but she's my daughter and I still love her. Do what you need to do, but promise me one thing. What's that? I asked. Promise you won't physically hurt her. He said. I nodded. I promise. I said thank you. He said also come over for dinner tonight with the kids. We need to talk in detail. I'll be here. I said. He handed me a business card, Evelyn Stone. It read with an address and phone number. Check, the best call her office early Monday. Thanks. I said. I'll see you tonight. Please don't let Isabella know we're here. Mom's the word. Julie said. We said goodbye and I hugged the boys, promising to come back tonight. I left and headed home without Isabella and the boys. The house felt dark and empty. Everywhere I looked reminded me of happier times. Now, tainted by her lies, I wiped away tears, and vowed never to cry over Isabella again. Looking in the bathroom mirror, I realized I hadn't slept properly in almost 2 days. God, I said to myself, I look terrible. I brushed my teeth and crawled under the covers, falling asleep almost immediately. I walked into our hotel room at 8:00 a.m. on Sunday, hoping to see my husband and boys. After how Ethan treated me the day before, I was nervous. Thankfully, I had showered before leaving Caleb's room. To avoid Ethan smelling anything suspicious, I opened the door, expecting the usual morning noise from Shani and our restless boys, but it was silent. Worried, I went to our bedroom and found a note on the dresser. K. You weren't here when we got up, so I took the kids out for the day. I might be late, see you later. Short and to the point, typical of Ethan. Notably, it lacked his usual affectionate words. He was probably still upset about Friday night. I decided not to call or text. It wouldn't help given his mood. Besides, I wasn't interested in seeing the tar pits. Anyway, I saw my phone on. The dresser, unlocked it and noticed the Messenger app was open. That's odd. I thought I usually close my apps. I dialed Caleb's number. Hey love, I said when he answered. Ethan and the boys left early and might be back late tonight. I'm free for the day and night if you want. Has he left already? Caleb asked. Yes, I said. He got tired of waiting for me. His loss. I'll meet you downstairs for breakfast. Then we can hit the pool and have some fun later. We'll do, lover. He said. I can't wait. I replied. I grabbed a few things from the dresser and left. The clock showed 1:30 p.m. when I woke up. I must have been more tired than I thought. I got up, wiped my eyes and headed to the bathroom. Being Sunday, I couldn't do much with the lawyer, but I had one crucial task. I checked my phone and saw Isabella hadn't texted or called figures. She spent the day with Caleb after showering and dressing. I checked her phone activity on my tablet. She had called a number with a 740 area code, Caleb's area. Listening to the call, I realized she planned to spend the day and night with him. Her tracker showed she was still at the hotel. I found the deli where Derek Jacku worked and headed there. Inside, a man behind the counter wearing a name tag that said Derek turned around. He'd put on weight since high school, but I recognized him. "Are you Derek Jack?" I am asked. "Depends on who you are," he said, smiling. "If you're a bill collector." "No," I laughed. "I'm Ethan McKnight." "Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." He said, "What can I do for you?" "Do you know Kay Williams?" I asked. "Yeah, I did." He said, "Back in high school, in college, I heard she got married to me 13 years ago." I said. The smile vanished from his face. "Weren't you engaged to her once?" I asked. "Yes," he said, "but I caught her with another man, so I broke it off." "You took her to prom, right?" I asked. "Yes," he replied. "She was pretty wild back then. I hoped she'd settle down, but I guess not." "Did you see her?" "About 11 years ago." I asked. His face redeemed. "Yes," he said quietly. "She wanted to talk, said she wanted to make amends. She asked me to get her pregnant, claiming her husband liked it." "Not exactly." I said. He looked at his wedding band. "I wasn't married yet." Then he said, "I met my wife 6 months later." "Did you hear from Isabella?" After that I asked. "Yes, she said she had a baby boy named JN." He replied. I showed him a picture of Liam. Striking resemblance. "Don't you think?" "Yeah," he said. "What do you want from me? Would you testify in court?" I asked. "Tell the judge what you just told me." "Sure." He said. "She played both of us. Would you undergo a DNA test to confirm you're Junk's father? Are you coming to me for support?" He asked nervously. "No," I said. "I don't know what the court will decide. I've been raising John for 10 years. He thought for a moment. "Okay," he said. "What do I need to do?" I pulled out a cotton swab. "Just let me take some saliva from your cheek," I said. He opened his mouth and I swabbed his cheek, then put the swab in a marked bag and pocketed it. "There's something else," I said. "What?" he asked. "I'll have a pound of your pastrami, please." "I'll pay for it." He grinned widely. "You have good taste. We make the best pastrami in the state." "So I heard," I said. He handed me a sample, which was the best pastrami I'd ever tasted. "Very tasty." I said. "I'll add a sandwich for you at no extra charge." He said. "Sounds good." "Derek," I said, "I haven't had lunch yet." He weighed a pound of meat, bagged it and made a sandwich, wrapping it in paper. I thanked him and paid for the pastrami. "Ethan, you seem professional." He said. "I'm sorry about everything and I hope it works out for you." "Thanks, Derek," I said, "and thanks for your honesty. I'll see you around, see ya," he said. As I left, I drove home eating the sandwich. I had another important task. I put the meat in the fridge and finished the sandwich on my tablet. I checked Isabella's phone activity. No new messages. She didn't even care where we were. I went through her emails again and found exchanges with Dr. Alexander, who performed my vasectomy. He asked if she had talked to me about it. "Yes, I have," she answered. I told him I was having a hard time with Nathan and he agreed. "Good," he replied. "I'll take care of it myself. He won't be able to have kids when I'm done." "Why don't you want kids with him? Have you looked at him?" "No way," she responded. I couldn't believe what I was reading. She and the doctor conspired to make me infertile while making me believe I was doing it for her. I copied incriminating emails, photos and videos onto a flash drive for the divorce. I discovered she had affairs with at least 5 other men after Dr. Alexander left the clinic. These happened while I was away for work 3 or 4 times a year. Then she met Caleb and things changed dramatically. Caleb and his wife were in a club and wanted Isabella and me involved. Isabella declined on my behalf and they kept the affair going. I wondered how I hadn't noticed. How long would this have continued if I hadn't found out? How would I explain this to the boys? I had always told them honesty was best, even if it hurt. One day I'd have to tell them, damn her. I thought realizing I had to leave soon for dinner with the boys and my in-laws, I showered again feeling dirty. After reading Isabella's emails at home I rang the doorbell and Cliff let me in. The boys bustled around me. I love those boys so much and wish I was their biological father. We had dinner and then moved to the family room. Dad Liam said, "Are you and Mom getting a divorce?" I nodded. "I'm afraid so, son. Did I do something?" he asked. Tears in his eyes. I pulled him close. "No, son, you haven't done anything. You're both the best sons anyone could wish for. Then why don't you love Mom any more?" "It's hard to explain," I said. "Sometimes moms and dads go through things that can't be fixed, but I love you and always will be there for you." "Okay." I hugged both boys, comforting them, but they knew things would never be the same. "Listen," I said, "go upstairs and get ready for bed. I need to talk to Grandma and Grandpa." "Okay," they said, leaving the room. I spent the next hour telling Cliff and Julie what I knew. I showed them the messages, emails, photos and videos. They were outraged at their daughter's behavior, but watched the videos anyway. "It looks like she's been doing this our entire marriage," I told them. "That explains what happened last summer." Julie said, "What do you mean?" I asked. "Last summer when you were at Edward's for a week, Isabella brought the boys over saying she had a girl's birthday party at her office and might stay late. We didn't see her until Sunday afternoon." I remembered that trip. I had to oversee software testing and was gone for a week. I found emails from that time between Isabella, Caleb and Alicia revealing she spent the week with them. I showed the emails to Cliff and Julie. "I'm so sorry, son," Cliff said. "You deserve better. You've been a wonderful husband and father." "Thanks, Dad." I said, "I'm sorry to drag you into this, but I can't stay with Isabella." I called Moran. He said she can see you at 7:30 tomorrow morning. "Thanks," I said. "I'll be there. I'll bring everything, including financial documents." "Good, Evelyn is the best. Just don't do anything stupid." "I won't, I promise." I said, "What about the biological fathers?" he asked. "I met Derek today. HEK, a nice guy, and was honest, but I don't know about Dr. Alexander." "Yes, he's a cocky guy. I'd like to see you rein him in." I laughed. "I'd like that too." Realizing I had a lot to do, I told them I'd better get going. "I'd like to say goodnight to the boys." "Good idea." Julie said. I went upstairs, hugged the boys, told them I loved them and promised to see them soon. I said goodnight to Cliff and Julie and headed home. I gathered all our financial information, printed it out and put it in a folder along with incriminating emails. I copied pictures and videos onto a flash drive. I checked Isabella's phone one last time, saw no activity and called it a day. I couldn't believe she hadn't texted to check on the boys. The next day I got up early, saw that Isabella still hadn't texted or called, showered, shaved, dressed and headed to Evelyn's office. I met her at 7:30, Mr. McKnight. I presume she said, "Please call me Ethan." I said, "You must be Miss Stone." "It's Mrs. Stone, but you can call me Moran." She said, "I see you got your father-in-law's message." I did. He said you were the best. I am. She said, "My secretary won't be here for another half hour. Let me get us coffee and we'll start." "Sounds good." I said. She made us coffee and escorted me to her office. "Your father-in-law tells me you want a divorce. Is that true?" she asked. "Yes, it is." I replied, "Good, tell me what's going on." I told her everything, showed her the emails, texts, DNA, form, and handed her the thumb drive with photos and videos. "And you haven't heard from her since you left California?" "Nothing." I said. "Not a text or call?" That won't look good in court. You've identified the biological fathers. Yes, I said, mentioning my meeting with Derek. I see divorce isn't about justice. It's usually about money. Mothers almost always get custody, fathers pay child and spousal support. Assets are split in half and the custodian usually gets the house. Pennsylvania is a no-fault state, but infidelity can be grounds for divorce. Is that what you want? Yes, I said we need to prove it to a judge, but you have a strong case. We can ask that spousal support not be awarded, but you might still pay alimony, depending on many factors, even if I'm not the biological father. I asked you raise the children for 10 years, she said, but we still have options. You said junior father is Dr. Nathan Alexander. Yes, I replied, realizing my youngest son was named after his real father, Hek, the one who gave you the vasectomy. Moran asked. Yes, I confirmed. Is that significant? Probably, she said thoughtfully. I'll work on that. Meanwhile, I'll draft a petition for her to get physical custody. But you'll have joint custody. That's likely what the court will decide. I'll also ask for minimal child support and no spousal support. We'll offer her the option to buy out your half of the house. The court might order counseling. Are you interested? No, I said. She lied from the start and took away my chance for a family. Nothing will make me reconcile. I understand, she said, but the judge might still order it. Just be aware, I nodded. What about DNA testing? I asked. We have your wife's test results, but additional testing could be helpful. Go ahead if you want. We discussed more, and she gave me a list of steps to protect myself financially. Then she asked, when do you want the papers served? As soon as possible. I said. You said the hotel room in California is booked through Friday. Yes, but she can return anytime. She probably doesn't know I've left good. We'll serve her at the airport if she comes back early. Call me if I don't answer, leave a message. Meanwhile, don't do anything rash. Stay strong for your boys. Thank you. I said. Is there anything else? Not now, but contact me if you hear from her. I will. I said. How much do I owe you? I blushed at the amount but knew it was necessary. I wrote a check, handed it to her and left feeling a bit better. I still hated Isabella, but at least I was taking action on the way home. I went to the bank and followed Evelyn's advice. I withdrew half the money and opened a new account in my name, then paid off and closed the joint credit cards and ordered one for myself. Isabella had her own card, which I also paid from our joint account. By the time I got home, it was almost 11:00 a.m. 8:00 California time, and I figured if Isabella was going to call it would be soon at 8 a.m. Monday. I entered our hotel room, unsure of what I'd find. I hadn't heard from Ethan yesterday and I was worried about the boys. I knew they were safe with him, but it would have been nice to hear something. I unlocked the door, but the room was eerily quiet. Where were they? I called out but no one answered. The boys' beds were made and their clothes and toys were gone. I ran to our room and saw that Ethan's stuff was gone too. The note he left Saturday was still on the dresser untouched. I realized he knew everything. I called him. Hi, Ethan said. Honey, it's me. Where are you? Are the boys? Okay, what's going on? Like you care? He said angrily. Of course I care, I love you and miss you, huh? Is that why you waited 36 hours to contact me? Too busy with Caleb to notice we weren't there. What are you talking about? I knew the boys were safe with you and you hate using your phone nonsense. You knew I'd be gone, so you spent the day and night with your buddy. Don't lie to me. I know everything. What do you mean? Everything, I asked. Nervous, I found the DNA test. The boys aren't mine. I know who their fathers are and I know you schemed to keep me from having children. You lied. Our entire marriage, even this vacation, was an excuse to be with Caleb. Ethan. It's not what you think, I said, trying to deflect. You don't have to tell me that you schemed to deprive me of my family. It's over. We're done. I've already seen a lawyer about a divorce. No, please, Ethan, I don't want a divorce. I don't care what you want anymore, Ethan. Please let me come home so we can talk this out. There's nothing to settle. The room is paid for through Friday, so stay there. You'll get the papers when you return. I cancelled your joint credit and debit cards, but you still have your personal card, Ethan, please. I started, but he hung up. I stared at the phone, contemplating whether to call back, but decided against it. The more I thought about what he said, the angrier I got. Yes, I had cheated many times. I was wild and thought marriage would change that. I stayed faithful for the first 2 years, but then I let my ex-fiancé, Derek, get me pregnant. I never really wanted kids with Ethan. He wasn't ugly, but he wasn't Brad Pitt either. I kept my affairs secret, waiting until Ethan was away on business trips after John was born. I had more lovers, and I made sure Ethan didn't find out I had an affair with Dr. Alexander, who got me pregnant with Nathan. I named Nathan after his real father, who wanted nothing to do with him. Dr. Alexander suggested Ethan get a vasectomy, and I convinced Ethan to do it. He believed my lie and agreed. After Nathan was born, I continued dating other men discreetly as long as Ethan remained in the dark. I thought everything would be okay. Somewhere along the way I met Mac. It's not his real name, but everyone calls him that. We slept together a few times, and then he made me a very lucrative offer. Everything we did was for cash, and I managed to save a good amount. I decided to keep it as a backup in case Ethan ever left me. Some of what I did for Mac was illegal, but he assured me everything would be fine if I stayed calm. Around that time I verified through a DNA test that neither of the boys were Shane's. I was pleased with the results and kept the document for future use. I knew I'd eventually have to tell Ethan the truth, and I didn't care about his reaction. What could he do? I felt it was my right to choose the father of my children. Ethan's reaction to finding out was extreme. We'd been through a lot over the years, and I didn't think this should be any different. I never thought he'd go through with the divorce. He always deferred to me. Until Friday night. He called me a promiscuous, which made me furious. Yes, I'm a promiscuous, but how dare he call me that? I'll show him what a real promiscuous can do. I started forming a plan, but then I worried if Ethan really knew everything, I could end up in jail. I made a call for my contact list. Cross, a male voice answered. Ma, it's Kay. Hi, Kay. How's California getting a good tan? Yeah, fun. I said we've got a problem. Ethan knows. He said he knows everything. Crap. Max said I had just finished talking to Isabella, deciding I couldn't take any more of her scams. I checked that the app one installed on her phone had downloaded the audio file and transcript of the conversation. She was talking to a number in Pittsburgh registered to someone named Mac. After the conversation ended, I waited for the app to copy the files to the cloud. Once available, I printed the transcript and played the audio. Cross, said a male voice. Mac. Isabella replied, it's me, Isabella. Hi, Isabella, how's California getting a good tan? Yeah, fun, she answered. We've got a problem. Ethan knows he knows everything. Mac asked. Yes, she said, and it has to be done Thursday night. Why Thursday? I'm sending him something tonight. He'll be upset and probably won't defend himself. Also, I'll be here until Friday, and he'll likely serve me divorce papers when I return divorce. Mac asked. Yes, he found out about me and is preparing divorce papers. What are you going to do to upset him? He thinks I'm a strumpet. I'm going to show him what a promiscuous I really am. Mac laughed. You are a promiscuous, aren't you? She giggled. Yeah, but he doesn't know how much it has to look like a home invasion. Does he have a weapon in the house? No, he wanted one, but I never allowed it. What about the boys? I don't want them hurt, but there can't be witnesses, understood? Yes, what's in it for me? Ethan has $1 million life insurance policy and his employer has a 50,000 policy. I'll give you 10,000. You're asking a lot. Make it 25,000. Okay. So you want me to eliminate your husband and possibly your boys for 25,000. You want it done Thursday night, looking like a home invasion exactly, and I want you to handle it yourself. I know you've done it before. I understand you realize this is risky. We both do good. But I want to celebrate when you get back. She giggled. Sure, we can celebrate D-Day together. D-Day, yes, the day Ethan dies. They laughed. I've got to go. I won't call until I get back. Don't worry, I'll act like a distraught widow. Okay, I'll text you when it's ready. I can't wait. Talk later, bye. He said, ending the call. I sat there stunned. Isabella had promised 25,000 to have me and possibly the boys eliminated on Thursday. Why and who is this cross guy? Is he a cop? What are they hiding? I sent the audio file and transcript to Evelyn's email and called her. She answered on the second ring, Evelyn Stone. She said, Evelyn, this is Ethan McKnight. I sent you files K and a guy named Cross plotted to eliminate me and the boys this Thursday. What, she asked. Shocked, are you sure? Yes, I sent the audio and transcript. How did you get them? Never mind, explain later. I'm heading to the office. I'll clear my calendar. Call the DA and my private investigator on my way, I said, grabbing my tablet, laptop and transcript printout. I headed to Evelyn's office. Two men were reviewing the transcript with her. Evelyn introduced them as Bill Rollins, her private investigator, and Ryan Jacobs, an assistant DA. How did you get this? Ryan asked. I explained about the apps I installed on Isabella's phone to archive her data, including emails, texts, videos, photos and calls, decrypting and saving them in the cloud. I'm not sure we can use this as evidence in court, given how you obtained it. He told me, look, Mr. Jacobs, I said the phones and services are in my name and I pay the bills. That's why I only use my phone for calls. Are you willing to testify under oath? He asked. Absolutely. I said I'll give you access to everything I have, so you can review it. I need to talk to my boss about it first. He said, do you know who this cross guy is? I shook my head, not directly. Isabella had an affair with him a couple of years ago, judging by her emails. He even sent her pictures and videos show me. He said I logged into the cloud account where Isabella's phone data was archived. In the stuff folder, I found emails with a long video showing Isabella with Cross. We watched until a clear shot of his face appeared. Crap. Bill said, I know that guy. Who is he? I asked. That's Nathaniel Cross. He said, Hune, a police captain in Pittsburgh. Are you sure? Ryan asked. Absolutely, Bill said. Ryan stared at the frame. I think you're right, he said. Can you print this out? He asked Moran. She plugged the laptop into her printer and soon had a color picture of Cross with K. Ryan looked at me. Can you give me access to all this information? He asked. I can. I replied. Do you have a laptop? He nodded, opened his bag and connected to Evelyn's Wi-Fi. I set it up to monitor everything. I think we should put Mr. McKnight in protective custody until this is sorted out. Ryan said to Moran, no way. She said he has 2 boys to take care of and putting him in custody could be a death sentence. I won't let Cross get to him. I have a couple of guys who can guard him. Bill said, do it. Moran said. Ryan looked at me. Do you know why they want to eliminate you? I showed them emails between Isabella and Nathaniel. I found this in her emails. I said. Ryan's eyes widened as he read. Holy crap. He said. What? Moran asked. Our office is working with the Pill and Booze Administration on prescription pills on the black market. We haven't found the source yet. He said, where does your wife work? I told him about her clinic. You think my wife is involved? I asked. That's what these emails suggest. Cross might be involved too. If your wife thinks you know, she'll want you out of the way. He turned to Moran. Are you sure you don't want your client in protective custody to make it easier for Cross to get him? She asked. No, I want Cross behind bars immediately. It's not that easy. We need internal affairs and an investigation. He's a police captain, not a rookie. It'll take time. We don't have time for political nonsense. Moran said, by the time you go through channels, my client could be dead. We know Cross plans to act on Thursday. That's less than 3 days. What do you want me to do? Ryan asked. Call your boss now. She said, Hune probably at lunch. Ryan said, Hune's probably heading back to his car. Call him and put him on speakerphone. Ryan nodded, dialed his boss and put the phone on speaker. Giles. The man answered. Boss, this is Ryan Jacobs. I'm with Evelyn Stone and her client. We have a problem. What kind of problem? Can't it wait until I get back? Ryan looked at Moran, who smirked. Not exactly. Moran said, we have evidence. A police captain is involved in a liquidation for hire and pill distribution scheme. Who is this? Captain Giles asked Cross. Ryan said, Old Cross, no way, he's a top officer. I can't believe it. We have compelling evidence. Ryan said, what kind of recorded phone conversation and incriminating emails? Ryan said, crap. Giles said, we don't have time for politics. Moran, the liquidation is planned for Thursday night and involves children. Crap, Giles repeated. You already said that. Moran said, what are you going to do? Fine, Ryan, let Jenkins cover your work for a few days. Focus on this and bring me a solid case in 48 hours. Can you do that? I can do it. Ryan said, keep this to yourself. Giles said, I'll inform the chief and alert IA if there's substance to this. We'll act quickly. Does that satisfy you, counselor? For now, Moran said, but if anything happens to my client or his kids, I'll make sure you regret it and your re-election will be in jeopardy. Don't worry. Moran Gill said, I'll do my job. I hope so. She said, I really hope so. Ryan gathered his gear. I'd better get started. We need a warrant for your wife's arrest. She's due back Friday. I nodded. Good, I'll arrange for the locals to pick her up. Can I have your number for more information? He asked. I wrote down my number and address and handed it to him. He thanked me and pocketed the paper. We'll also need to search your house. I'll get a warrant and call you when we're ready. Understood, I said. He nodded, shook my hand and left. Moran spoke after Ryan left. This changes your divorce case, obviously. I said, then apologized for my tone. I'm just really pissed off. It's okay, Ethan, I'd be pissed too. Do you want custody in the house? Yes, I said. She won't be able to pay child support in jail. Agreed, we'll figure it out. Go take care of your kids. I will. I said. Bill returned and asked, do you have a security system? Yes, I said. What about security bars on the windows? No, I said. I never wanted them. I understand, but you should get them and armored doors. Now I know a contractor who can install them. You can remove them later. Okay, I agreed, it might slow Cross down. I'll assign someone to patrol outside your house and another inside. Bill said thanks. Also send people to check out Cross's place. He'd recognize me. Got it. Bill said live your life as usual but be extra observant. Thanks, I will. I said. Moran added. Let me know immediately if you hear from Kay or Cross. I will. I promised. Before heading home I visited Cliff and Julie's house for dinner and to see the boys. Julie had lasagna ready, Cliff, and I talked while I ate. What's the word? Ethan. He asked. I told him about the threat. He shook his head at the phone conversation between Kay and Cross. Well, the boys are safe here. Do you have a weapon? He inquired. No, I answered. Kay wouldn't let me buy one. Nonsense, he said, and returned with a 12-gauge rifle. Do you know how to use this? I was in the Marines. My dad has a similar rifle. I replied. Good, Cliff said. It's loaded with rock salt. Not lethal, but it'll sting. Take it and use it if needed. Thanks, I said. Anytime. Look, I'm sorry about all this. Cliff said apologetically. It's not your fault. I told him you didn't make her do it. I just don't know how to explain it to the boys. Explain what, Dad? John asked from the doorway. I gestured for him to come over and hugged him tightly. Liam, I've never lied to you, and I won't start now. You may hear bad things about your mother soon. I said gently. She cheated on you, didn't she? He asked. I nodded, struggling with how to tell young children their mother is a cheater. Yes, son, she cheated. I confirmed. I hate her. He cried. No, son, don't say that. She's done bad things and she'll pay for them, but she's still your mother. I advised. But you hate her. I can tell, he accused. Damn, I thought, how do you explain that to a 10-year-old? The truth was, he was right at that moment. I hated her with every fiber of my being. It's different, son. I told him what your mother did was meant to hurt me. But if she hurt you, didn't she hurt Robbie and me too? He asked, and he was right. She's hurting all of us. I said she doesn't fully realize it yet, but she will in time. John wrapped his arms around me and cried, I love you, son. I said, I love you too, Daddy. He replied. I held him for a long time. Then my phone buzzed. It was Ryan. We're ready to search your house, Mr. McKnight. He said. Thanks, Ryan, I'm on my way. I replied. I explained to Liam that I had to go home. Nathan had come into the room by then, so I hugged both boys, kissed them goodbye, and shook Cliff's hand. Julie hugged me at the door, and I promised to update them soon. I left with the rifle when I got home. Bill's contractors were finishing the security bars and armored doors. The foreman handed me the keys and I signed the paperwork and paid with my credit card. The iron bars looked better than I expected, but I wasn't sure I wanted to keep them permanently. I walked into the house, unloaded the rifle and set it in the home office. I placed the shell casings in the desk drawer and kept the barrel open. Soon after, Ryan and a few officers arrived. One introduced himself as a DEA agent. Ryan showed me a search warrant and they began searching carefully, returning everything to its place. After an hour, someone called from upstairs. Found something, boss? An officer said. I followed Ryan to the craft and sewing room. The closet door was open, revealing a hidden cutout with 2 large metal boxes. Ryan looked at me. Did you know about this? He asked. No, I stay out of this room. Out of respect for Isabella. I said. Ryan put on gloves and opened the first box, which contained pill bottles and sachets labeled Acme Medical. Isn't that where your wife's boyfriend works? Ryan asked. Yes. I replied. The DEA agent examined the pills. These appear to be Schedule II controlled pills. We'll need to verify, but it looks like several types are here. We need to visit that clinic. Ryan agreed, opening the second box. They found several wads of 100 bills. Looks like your wife has been very busy. Ryan said. I'd estimate about 12 here. I was shocked. Inside the box was an envelope with a bank statement showing another $500 million in a savings account with regular deposits over the last year and a half carefully kept below $10,000. She's been structuring her deposits. Did you know? No idea. I said. Ryan handed the boxes to a technician for fingerprint checks. He found KS' laptop on her desk. "We need to confiscate this," he said. I nodded. He also found several folders of papers in a drawer and a mailbox key which he bagged as evidence. After searching more, Ryan spoke to me privately. "Ethan, we'll need to designate this room as a crime scene. We'll seal the door when we're done and no one can enter until we're finished. Do what you need to do." I said this could become a federal case. If her boyfriend was transporting pills across state lines, the FBI might get involved. "What about Cross?" I asked. "If we find his fingerprints, we'll have a strong case. Stay out of trouble and let us know if anything happens." "I will." I said. A couple of hours later, everyone except Bill and one investigator left carrying boxes of KS stuff. Bill then said my guy saw Cross at a mail store. He pulled out a bag and put what looked like a paper lunch bag in a mailbox. 10 minutes later, someone else picked up the bag. "We have pictures. The box is registered to Cross." "Did you tell Ryan?" I asked. "Yes, just before he left." "Why would a respected police officer do that?" I asked. "I have a hunch, but I need to investigate further," he said. Then he introduced the other man, Ethan. "This is Peter Green. He'll stay with you tonight and accompany you everywhere. Another man will keep an eye on things outside." I shook Peter's hand. Peter is a former Navy SEAL. If anything happens, follow his lead. "Got it. Got it." I said. "Good." Bill said. "Have a good evening and call me if anything happens." We said goodbye and I invited Peter to sit. I made coffee and ordered pizza. We spent the evening eating, watching TV, and swapping stories. Peter turned out to be a nice guy. Around 9:00 p.m. I checked KS phone activity and found none. I grabbed my loaded rifle and went to bed, making sure Peter was set for the night. I woke up at 4:15 a.m. Tuesday to an email alert. It was from Calebill's address with a video attachment. I watched the video showing Isabella with multiple men. In the video, she looked into the camera and said, "What do you think of your strumpet wife now, creep? My partner, Max, will eliminate you by Friday. Enjoy it while you can. I'll take your insurance money and live how I want. Screw you and your stupid family vacation." She laughed and raised both middle fingers, shocked. I sent the video to Moran and called her. She answered on the first ring. "Good morning, Ethan." She said, sounding sleepy. "Is everything okay?" "No," I said. "I just got a video from Isabella admitting to conspiring to eliminate me." "What?" Evelyn asked, shocked. "Yeah, it's shocking." I confirmed. "Come to my office at 7:30, she said. "I'll be there." I replied I couldn't go back to sleep, so I showered, shaved and got dressed. I made coffee and offered a cup to Peter, who was already awake. I made breakfast and we watched the news while we ate. "I have a meeting with my lawyer early this morning." I said. "You have to accompany me everywhere, right?" "That's what I was told." Peter replied. "Good." I said. "Do you need to freshen up?" "Already did." He said. I grabbed paper coffee cups and poured us each a cup. We left and headed to Evelyn's office. She, Ryan and Bill were there. Evelyn waved us in. "Good morning, Ethan." She greeted me. Ryan nodded a curt morning. "Good morning." I said. Ryan looked exhausted. We reviewed the video. "You got this morning?" Moran said. "It looks like a confession to me." "It does to me too." Ryan added. "There's also a threat of child endangerment." I informed my boss. "What did he say?" I asked. "He agrees with my assessment." Ryan said the LA County Sheriff's Department got the arrest warrant last night and the feds have a warrant for Caleb's arrest. Isabella and her lover will be picked up this morning. My office is expediting the extradition papers now. That was fast. I remarked. "When there's a clear threat to kids, we act quickly." He said. "Thanks to Bill's investigators and the DEA, we have enough evidence to arrest Cross. They're taking him from his apartment now." Made some progress. Then I asked. Yes, Ryan confirmed Cross had a criminal enterprise which could mean a life sentence. Why, I asked. HEK, a police captain, HEK deep in debt. Bill said his wife divorced him and took everything. HEK barely making ends meet paying alimony. Ryan checked his watch. I need to go. I haven't slept in 2 days. The feds are checking out clinics and are interested in your wife's lover. Call me if you hear anything. I nodded and shook his hand, thanking him. This changes your divorce. Moran said the court won't let her take the kids, especially if she's in jail. Let's wait and see what the court does before suing. As for the biological fathers, I've researched both. Derek Jaku has no real assets, but Dr. Alexander is different. I can start paperwork and maybe negotiate with him. Would you like that? Absolutely, I said. Good, she said. Go home and rest. I'll get back to you. I thanked her and left with Peter following me. Early in the morning I was awakened by loud banging. At first I thought it was in my head, but I soon realized it was the door. I looked at the clock. 5:30 a.m., who would be banging on the door? So early I woke Caleb, who threw on a robe and staggered to the door. Police, open up. I heard that answered my question, but why were they here so early? As soon as Caleb opened the door, several large officers entered, 2 of whom threw Caleb against the wall and handcuffed him. 2 officers approached me in bed. One looks down at me. Are you K. McKnight? One asked. Yes, I replied, still groggy. Get up, you're under arrest. He said, arrested for what? For conspiracy to commit liquidation and violating federal laws regarding the illegal sale of controlled substances. Now get up. I'm not dressed. Can I at least get dressed? The officer pointed to 2 female officers who pulled something decent from the closet. The male officers turned away as the women handed me jeans, socks, underwear, and a t-shirt. I dressed quickly and they handcuffed me. After reading my Miranda rights, Caleb was already gone. What about my phone? I asked. One female officer took it from the dresser and put it in her pocket. They led me out and put me in the backseat of a police car. The officer with my phone sat beside me and another sat in the front. We went to the station where I was processed and photographed. Can I make a phone call? I asked. The officer pointed to the desk phone. Can I use my phone? I asked again. Sorry, it's evidence. She said, use this one. It took me a moment to remember Ethan's number. He answered after the second ring, clearly angry. What? He snapped. Ethan, it's me. I said, my voice shaking. Holy crap, what do you want? I got arrested. I admitted. Yeah, that's what happens when you plot to liquidate your husband and kids. He said, by the way, they're arresting your partner this morning. Oh no, I thought Mac had said we wouldn't get caught. Please, Ethan, I need help. Yes, you do. Maybe you'll get it in jail until then. Screw you, witch. He hung up, leaving me staring at the phone. I handed it back to the officer. How long am I going to be here? Can I post bail? I asked. No bail has been set. The officer said you are in custody pending extradition to Pittsburgh. Oh my God, I thought. What about Caleb King? The officer checked her computer. Mr. King is being extradited for federal charges in Columbus. This is it. I thought I'm sunk. The officer took me to my cell, where I sat on the cold hard concrete seat, staring at the walls, shocked at how far and fast I had fallen. I finished talking to Isabella and laughed. I couldn't believe her audacity expecting my help. After plotting to eliminate me and the boys, she could rot in jail. I hated her more than anyone or anything in my life. Talk about nerve. I said. Peter nodded. Yeah, we pulled up to my house and went inside. I checked Isabella's phone for any new activity. Nothing. I called. The hotel explained the situation and arranged to have her things packed and sent home. Then we sat in the living room and I turned on the TV. Peter's phone rang and he left the room for a few minutes. "Turn on the news," he said. When he returned, I switched to the local news channel. A reporter stood outside an apartment building. Captain Nathaniel Cross, a highly decorated police officer, was shot and eliminated early this morning during an arrest related to a conspiracy to sell stolen prescription pills. The reporter said details are limited, but the police chief will hold a press conference later today. My phone rang. It was Bill. "Did you see the news?" he asked. "Saw it. What happened?" Cross opened the door and started shooting. The officers returned fire and took him down. "So I'm safe now. Let's be cautious. I'd like Peter to stay with you for the week. I don't think Cross had anyone else after you. But better safe than sorry sounds good to me. Have a good day. I'll talk to you later." "Thanks," I said, ending the call. I looked at Peter. "Looks like you're staying here for the week. Need anything?" "No, I'm good," he said. I sighed in relief. Later that day, Peter and I went to see the boys after dinner. I told them about the day's events. "So is Mom going to jail?" Liam asked. "Looks like it, son. Probably for a long time." He got quiet. I knew being a single parent with their mother in prison would be tough, but I was grateful for supportive relatives. The rest of the week passed quickly. On Wednesday, Evelyn informed me that Isabella had been returned to Pittsburgh and her court hearing was set for Thursday. I made sure to be at the courthouse. I watched as Isabella in an orange jumpsuit and shackles was led in. The judge ordered her detention without bail. She sobbed as she was let out. Her attorney asked if I could bring the boys to visit her. I told him they didn't want to see her. Moran said the divorce papers were ready and asked if I wanted to be present when they were served. I agreed and met the BFF at the jail. Kay was brought to the visiting area, still shackled. She looked up at me and smiled weakly. I just stared at her. The BFF approached and asked if she was Kay McKnight. I am. She replied. He handed her the papers and stepped back. She began sobbing as she read them. Normally I would have comforted her, but not now. I stepped forward and held out a pen. "Sign the goddamn papers." "W.I." I said. "Don't I get anything?" She asked, tears in her eyes. "Not a chance. You won't need anything. Where you're going. Can I at least see the boys?" "They don't want to see you to us. You're dead, and speaking of dead, your partner was eliminated during the arrest." I heard. "Please, Ethan, forgive me." "No, I loved you for over 13 years and you repay me with lies, cheating and denying me children of my own. I will never forgive you now. Sign the divorce papers." Sobbing, she picked up the pen and signed the papers. When she finished, I handed them to the BFF. "Thank you," he said. "I'll return these to Mrs. Stone and she'll file them with the court." I watched him leave, then turned back to Isabella. "I just want to know one thing, Kay." "What?" she asked. "Why did you do it?" She shrugged. "I don't know, because I wanted to and I could, I guess, and look where that got. You're in serious trouble, but it's not my problem anymore." I glanced around the gloomy room. "You know, I have a feeling you're going to die behind walls like these, and you know what?" "No, Ethan," she said, tears welling up. "I can't wait to piss on your grave when you do," I replied, echoing her earlier words. She started sobbing, but I didn't care. "One last thing for me and the boys," I added what she asked, looking more wistful than ever. I raised both middle fingers. "Screw you, witch," I said, turning away. I heard her sobbing uncontrollably as I walked out. Too bad. I thought Kay's liquidation for hire trial went quickly, given the boys were also targets. She was sentenced to 25 years to life. The federal pill investigation dragged on for months, resulting in an additional life sentence. Caleb was also sentenced to life. My boys and I moved on. They never wanted to visit their mother, so I respected their wishes. Cliff and Julie visited their daughter monthly. It took time to adjust to being a single parent, but Cliff and Julie helped a lot. Julie urged me to find a nice girl, but I wasn't ready. After what Kay had done, I wasn't sure I could trust or love again. However, a couple of weeks after Isabella signed the divorce papers, I had a vasectomy reversal, even though the doctor said it might take a while before I could father children. A few weeks later, Moran contacted me with something important. What I asked come by my office. She said when I arrived, she pulled out a bottle of champagne and poured 2 glasses. She handed me one along with an envelope open it. She said I opened the envelope and found a check for $5 million signed by Drive Alexander. Shocked, I asked how did you manage that? I convinced Dr. Alexander it was in his best interest to settle. After pointing out the potentially devastating and embarrassing divorce his wife would likely want and the damage to his reputation, he decided to settle rather than explain why he forced you to undergo an unnecessary procedure. Wow, I said, remind me never to get on your bad side. She laughed. That's your after-tax profit. He also paid all your fees and expenses. He must be very rich. I said he is. She said last year he gave more to charity than this settlement. She raised her glass and I joined her. My self-imposed exile from women lasted 5 years. Then I met Rachel Parker, one of Liam's teachers. Like me, she was a single parent, also divorced and wary of relationships. We dated for a year before I proposed. She said yes and a few months later we married. About a year after that, she gave birth to our daughter, Sarah Jane, named after our mothers. Tears filled my eyes as I held her for the first time. Rachel hugged me tightly, knowing Sarah was the first baby I had fathered. I called the boys and their grandparents into the room and introduced Sarah Jane. They immediately adored her. While Rachel, the kids and I moved on, Isabella's life deteriorated. A few months after her first conviction, she was diagnosed with HIV and separated from the other inmates. She died of AIDS about 13 years later, buried in Potter's Field with only a simple plaque. I wanted to fulfill my promise to pee on her grave, but Rachel convinced me. Otherwise, come sit with me. She said on the back porch. She poured me a cup of chamomile tea. Ethan, I know how hard it was to get over what Kay did, but you have to let it go and move forward. It's hard and it still hurts. I said I know. She said if I thought it would help, I'd go with you and piss on her grave. You know that, right? Yes, I said, but now she's gone and she can never hurt you again. Rachel said Isabella suffered from AIDS almost as long as your marriage. She died alone, unloved and forgotten. She paid the ultimate price. What more can you do? I had to admit she was right. Have you told the boys? She asked. They are in college now. I told JN and Nathan. At first they thought I meant. You then realized it was about their mother. How did they take it? They didn't seem to care. What does that tell you? She asked. They've moved on with their lives. Exactly, she said, and so should you. You've been a great husband and father. You loved and raised Liam and Nathan, even after learning you weren't their biological father. You adopted Mark and raised him too. HEK, a good boy. I said thanks to you. She said he sees you as his father. We watched Sarah playing in the yard. Didn't Isabella want that Caleb guy to give her a daughter? Rachel asked. Yeah, I replied. It felt like ages since that Friday night. Think about it. If she hadn't been so greedy, you could have had a daughter with her and Sarah wouldn't exist. She was right. I kissed Rachel. Just then Sarah ran to us with a white flower. Daddy, look what I have for you. Thank you, dear. I said that woman said you really like them. Sarah said Rachel, and I looked around but saw no one. Which lady? Rachel asked. That one over there. Sarah said, pointing. We saw nothing. Goosebumps ran down my spine. What else did she say? Rachel asked. She said she's sorry for everything and wants you to forgive her. Sarah said, looking at me. I saw the vegetation swaying as if touched by a light breeze. A sudden gust of cold air came and went. I looked at Rachel, tears in my eyes, and nodded. "It's time," I said, knowing it was the hardest thing I'd ever do. Rachel smiled and Sarah hugged me. "I forgive you, Kay," I whispered, looking up. Sarah hugged me tighter and kissed my cheek. "I love you, Daddy," she said. "Thank you." She ran back into the yard. I looked at Rachel, wondering what had happened. She smiled and kissed me. At that moment I felt happier and more content than I had in a long time, as if a huge weight had been lifted. Maybe I thought happiness is the best revenge. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I supported my wife wholeheartedly through her law degree, yet she spent a weekend getaway with her lover, leaving me with nothing but a cold pat on the head. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Growing up, I valued stability and routine. My parents, though not wealthy, created a nurturing environment focused on hard work and loyalty. They were high school sweethearts who married young, serving as a model of consistency and love. I hope to have a similar bond with my future spouse, built on mutual respect and commitment. In college, I met Emily and was immediately drawn to her. She was ambitious, intelligent, and vibrant. We fell in love quickly. I had just graduated with a degree in it and secured a job, while Emily continued her education, eventually earning her law degree. Our relationship felt predestined, and I supported her through law school, believing in our future together. Recently, my wife of 24 years, Emily, left for a weekend getaway with her lover Luke Carter, without any reassurance or affection, just a cold pat on the head. Her indifference was chilling, and I was overwhelmed by uncertainty about what to do next. We married at 22, and I had just started my job while Emily pursued her law degree. I supported her through those tough years because I loved her and believed it would benefit us both. She graduated, got a prestigious job, and built a successful career, though she earned more. I was proud of her accomplishments. We postponed having kids to focus on her career, and eventually she decided against having any. We became a dual income, no kids couple. I didn't even know what birth control she used, and deep down I resented her decision about children but tried to enjoy life. Emily was always the dominant partner, and I didn't mind putting her needs first. However, her attitude recently changed and her increased libido benefited me until last night she casually informed me about her date with Luke Carter, with no guilt, saying she needed new experiences but still wanted to have fun with me. I knew arguing was pointless and a cold emptiness filled me. I didn't kiss her goodnight or say goodbye the next morning, feeling she was already dead to me at work. I was a zombie, dreading what Emily planned for that night. I knew I couldn't endure the humiliation of her plans and feared the consequences of divorce. Feeling trapped, I thought there was only one solution: someone had to die. When I got home that evening, Emily was getting ready for her weekend date while she showered and dressed. I took a weapon from my briefcase and loaded it. My plan was to shoot Luke. When he arrived, I knew I'd end up in jail, but I didn't care. However, Luke just honked from his Maserati without coming to the door. Emily patted my head like a dog as she left, not noticing the loaded weapon under the couch pillow. I growled as she walked out with her overnight bag. Despite my anger, I couldn't shoot her, and running out to shoot at the car felt absurd. After they left, I reflected on our life together, looking through old photos of happy times in Cancun, Paris, and our Caribbean cruise. None of it mattered anymore. I had no support system. My family was gone and Emily had no interest in my life. I made some changes to our joint bank account, sent an email to her law firm about her affair, and left a note with my wedding ring on the coffee table. I sat on the couch reminiscing about better times and eventually found the courage to pick up the weapon. "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I hope to see you soon," I mumbled before pulling the trigger. I was lying in bed with Luke's in and hadn't thought about Terry since I left home on Friday. I wasn't pleased that Luke brought him up, but he was right. Turo's days of sleeping all night were long gone. Terry had always been warm and loving, but sometimes a girl needs more excitement. I honestly didn't think about him at all this weekend. I said, you put him out of your mind. Don't forget. He's a few years older, so it's expected. Didn't you think about what we discussed earlier? I asked. You mean doing it in front of your husband? I asked, raising an eyebrow skeptically. Yes, I replied, just to remind him how things will work from now on. Don't worry, Terry's a coward. He won't do anything. He didn't even try to stop me when I left Friday night. Well, kitties can turn into mountain lions when pushed too hard. Remember the Connors case? RY warned. You said he didn't try to stop you. Did he do or say anything? Luke continued. No, he just sat on the couch. He hasn't said anything since I told him Thursday night, I answered. Did he call or text you? Luke asked incredulously. No, he hasn't. I replied. You don't find that strange? RY asked. Not really, he knows how I act. When I've made a decision. I said either that or Hune's already dumped you. Luke replied sharply. He wouldn't dare. He knows I love him and it's just sex. I retorted. RY looked at me as if to say what's wrong with you, but then softened. If you say so, let'n go again. Fred, not until you promise to help me punish him when we get back tomorrow night. I said okay, I'll help. Luke agreed. We pulled into my driveway late Sunday night. The house was eerily quiet and the yard hadn't been mowed, something Terry always did on Saturdays. I mentally noted to talk to him. I expected that with my new interest. Nothing else would change. Are you ready for this? RY asked. Of course, I replied, say it. Luke instructed. I grabbed my bag and headed for the door. Luke following closely as I turned the key. I thought at least Terry Hasten changed the locks. I opened the door and was hit by a horrible smell. What the hell is that? I exclaimed, covering my mouth and peering inside. What I saw horrified me. I quickly closed the door and ran into the yard where I threw up. What's going on? Are you okay? RY asked, approaching me. It's Terry. I stammered. He's dead. What dead? RY almost shouted. Are you sure? I'm sure the couch is ruined and there's mess everywhere. What am I supposed to do? I said, panic rising in my voice. Well, call emergency. Luke replied nervously. Thanks, Captain Hindsight, I snapped sarcastically. RY recoiled but quickly regained his composure. I'm sorry, RY. I didn't expect this. Would you stay until the cops come? I asked. I can stay for a few minutes. Luke said reluctantly, but this is your mess to clean up. Thanks. I said. I dialed emergency. The operator assured me the police were on their way and suggested I stay outside. I agreed. Given the stench, we waited and Ray Maserati and it hit me. Terry was dead. I didn't want this. I wanted him to take care of me in old age. Realizing that, I burst into tears. RY put his arm around me. You know you'll have to call Bled. So RY said it'll be in the paper and the firm doesn't like surprises. I know, I said quietly. Jonathan Bledo was the managing partner of our firm. You should call him now before the police arrive. RY suggested. You're right. I said, pulling myself together as a lawyer. I needed to act. I called Bledo home number. He answered after the third ring. Good evening. Emily Bledo said. What can I do for you, Mr. Bledo? My husband is dead. It seems he eliminated himself. I told him, my voice trembling. Well, that explains why he never responded to my email. Green replied in his usual deliberate tone, an email. I asked, puzzled why my boss would write to Terry. Yes, he sent a disturbing email on Friday night. I saw it after dinner at the country club and replied right away. Is it true? Green inquired. What is true? Sir. I asked, now worried that you spent the weekend with Luke Carter and were physically engaged. Is that true? He repeated in his relentless tone. Yes, sir, it's true. I said, fearing for my job. The firm's morals clause could get me fired. Lying would only make it worse. I'm sorry to hear that, Emily, and about your husband. Have you called the police? Yet, Bleedo asked. Yes, sir, I confirmed you'd be busy for a few days. Take a week's vacation to handle your husband's passing. We'll discuss you and your future here when you return. Green said, but I have the Jonathan case. I protested. Jenny Hawkins is your second assistant, correct? He asked, knowing well he had appointed her. Yes, sir, I said, feeling numb. Jenny is competent. I'll have her file a continuance to get up to speed. Focus on your husband's arrangements. I'm very disappointed in you. Emily Bleedo said. I understand, sir, I said nervously. Is Mr. Carter with you now? Bled. So's tone was emotionless. Yes, sir, I replied. Inform him to report to my office first thing in the morning. Green ordered sternly. Yes, sir, I'll tell him. I said, thank you. I'm sorry for your loss, Emily, we'll talk later. Goodbye. Green said, ending the call. I was stunned. It felt like he dealt with calls like this daily. I shook myself and looked at Luke grimly. Well, RY asked awkwardly. Green wants to see you in the morning. Apparently Terry sent him a letter about us. I said, feeling powerless. Crap. Luke sighed. We're totally screwed. I finished his thought. Maybe or maybe not. We have seniority and it's the first time. Maybe they'll be lenient. I suggested. You don't really believe that, do you? RY asked. Not really, but I hope. I'm so sorry. Emily RY said. Me too. RY. I'm as much to blame. I had no idea Terry would react like this. I said. At that moment 2 police cars and a coroner van arrived. An officer asked RY to move his car and another officer asked me for identification. I showed my license and they entered the house. As they opened the door, the smell hit them and the coroner's team began their work. Can you tell me what happened, Mrs. Baker? The officer asked. I left the house Friday afternoon. Terry was alive on the couch. I came back shortly before calling emergency. I explained. Terry is your husband, the sufferer? The officer asked. Yes, I said, and you were gone all weekend? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, I answered, and what did you do this weekend? He asked neutrally. I was with a coworker. I answered evasively, feeling my stomach twist. Is this the gentleman you were with? The officer asked. Yes, I confirmed, trying to stay detached but failing. I'd been in many interrogations, but this was different. He continued with a few more questions, which I answered briefly. After another 20 minutes, the officer finished taking my statement. I tried to stay nonchalant, but he was focused and my face reneged. As I explained my weekend, I had to admit I spent Friday night at an exclusive nightclub and the rest of the weekend at a prestigious apartment complex, even giving my apartment number. What was I supposed to do? Take the fifth demand, a lawyer? He was just taking witness statements at a possible crime scene. I was just a bystander, even if involved. That's all for now, Mrs. Baker. He said. I need to speak to your colleague. The officer walked off to talk to RY, passing where I had thrown up. He noted it and continued. It was evening and curious neighbors were watching from their windows and porches. Damn it. Did this have to be so public? Maybe I should have stayed with RY longer and come back after dark. A few minutes later, technicians came out with Terry's body on a gurney. I shuddered but couldn't look away. They put the gurney in the van, folded their suits into a bag and drove off. An officer with sergeant stripes approached me carrying 2 plastic bags. "Mrs. Baker," he said, "I'm Sergeant Smith. We found this weapon next to your husband. Did you know he had it?" He asked, showing Terry's weapon. "Yes, it was a gift from his grandfather. Hugh's had it for years," I replied, shivering. I wondered if Terry had gotten the weapon after I left or had it all along. Had he planned to use it on RY or me before turning it on himself? The news stories of elimination self-destructions I had ignored now felt real. Terry loved me, didn't he? "We found this on the coffee table," the sergeant said, holding out a bag with a note and Terry's wedding ring trembling. I read the note through the plastic. It was a furious letter blaming me for his passway in our ruined marriage, filled with words he had never used before. With shaking hands, I returned the note to the sergeant. My knees were shaking, but I didn't buckle if I wasn't in shock before I was. Now I realized that if Terry had spoken up on Thursday, maybe he would still be alive, but I couldn't dwell on. Maybe as a lawyer, I had to deal with the reality in front of me, taking deep breaths to steady myself. I asked the sergeant, "Can I go back to my house now? We're still examining the scene. It's pretty bad in there. Your husband committed self-destruction Friday night, and I don't think you should stay here for a couple of days. I called a cleaning service, but I'd recommend finding a hotel until Tuesday or Wednesday. Can I at least get my computer and some things for a couple of days?" I asked professionally. "When we're done," said the sergeant, "it could take another hour." He studied me for a moment, then handed me a card. "I know this is a shock. I recommend Gina Hastings, an excellent counselor we referred to for trauma. Tell her you spoke to me. Check, get you in quickly." "Thank you, Sergeant Smith," I replied, feeling annoyed at needing a counselor. "I'll think about it." His expression showed disapproval and concern. "Call her soon or talk to a pastor or friend," he said, then went back inside. I sighed and sat on the porch swing Terry had installed last summer. We had only used it once since then. I couldn't stop thinking about Terry's letter. Luke joined me on the bench, keeping a distance. I noticed some neighbors still watching from their windows. They wanted to know how we spent the weekend. Luke said with a sigh. "You told them everything?" I asked, stunned. "Almost just the basics." Luke replied. "What did the sergeant want?" I inquired. "Terry wrote a self-destruction note." I said blankly, "Blaming you?" RY asked sarcastically. "He called me a witch and said his blood was on my hands." I replied, "You can't blame yourself, HEK, the one who pulled the trigger." Luke said firmly, "You're right." I almost whispered, "But I have to face the consequences of my decisions." Luke continued. "I think I know how to address Bleedo. Since I'm divorced and you're widowed, there's no risk of lawsuits. Our date was personal and not a scandal. The firm has no reason to fire us. I'll call you tomorrow after the meeting to coordinate." I looked at him, realizing too late how much Terry had done for me. RY was focused on saving his career while I was trying to save my sanity. "Let me know what Bleedo says." I finally said, "I will." "Are you going to be okay?" Luke asked. "I'll be fine," I replied, though I doubted it. "Call me if you need anything," RY said before walking away. "Yeah, okay," I mumbled. Shortly after, an unmarked van arrived. A young man with shoulder-length blonde hair approached. "Is this the Baker house?" he asked. "Yes," I confirmed. "And you are Jack Harrison from Harrison Cleaning Services?" "I've been told there's been an incident," he replied, handing me a card. "Yes, the police are still inside." "Great, thanks." He put on his mask, boots and gloves, then went inside. A few minutes later, Jack and the police officers came out. Sergeant Smith walked over to me. "We're done, Mrs. Baker. Here's my card with the case number. I'll have a report ready in a day or two. Call me if you have questions." Sergeant Smith said thank you, can I get my things now? I asked of course, but put on a mask and booties before going inside. The sergeant said Jack offered me some to use thank you. I said taking the card and putting it in my purse. Jack handed me boots and a fresh mask. The officers left as I put on the mask and boots. Jack opened a jar of mentholatum. Put this on your nose. It's still pretty bad in there, he advised. I followed his instructions and entered the house. The ointment helped, but the foul odor persisted. I inspected the mess on the expensive sectional sofa and realized I would need to replace it. Cost over $6,000 and wasn't even 8 months old. The abstract painting above it, which cost $2,000, was ruined, splattered with Terry's blood and brain matter. The carpet in front of the couch was soaked with blood and fluids. I can clean the carpet and hopefully salvage the subfloor. Not sure about the couch, but I'll try. Jack assured me please do, I said quietly. How long will you be here most of the night? Can I call or leave a message when I leave? Yes, I said, handing him my card. Just lock up when you leave. I felt uneasy leaving him alone, but he was licensed and insured, so I took the risk. Yes, he replied, pocketing the card. I went upstairs, packed for 3 days, grabbed my laptop bag and quickly left the house before my stomach rebelled again. Jack was already hard at work. I told him I was leaving and he waved as I walked out. I checked into the Holiday Inn Express nearby, hoping for a room. Luckily one was available. I handed the clerk my ATM card, but it was declined. What, I asked, shocked. We always had enough in our joint account for 6 months' worth of bills. I used my credit card instead and went to my room determined to find out why the ATM card failed logging into our joint account. I saw a low balance warning. To my horror, there was only 24 left. Terry had donated almost everything to children's charities and a local orphanage. This was likely his way of showing his displeasure about my decision not to have children. My immediate concern was covering our bills, which were paid automatically. I transferred enough from my account to cover this month's expenses, wondering if Terry had done something similar with his account. I noted to visit the bank tomorrow. Exhausted and hungry, I ate a greasy hamburger that didn't sit well with my queasy stomach back in my room. I showered and got ready for bed, falling asleep immediately. In my dream, I heard a male voice say, I see you finally decided to get your Lyris rear back in the house. It sounded like Terry, but sharper and angrier. Terry, is that you? I asked, seeing nothing but dark fog. Can you come out so I can see you, please? Sure, the voice replied. A shadowy figure emerged, horrifying me, as I saw half of his head missing, bone shards falling away. I realized it was a nightmare. No, this isn't real. You're not real. You're just a piece of that nasty hamburger I ate, I declared, trying to muster courage. His eyes flashed red and he came toward me. The smell hit me first. Then his blazing eyes blinded me. A primal scream made me jump back and fall to my knee, hands over my head. Good, okay, I repeated frantically. This is real. You're real. You better believe it. You pathetic excuse for a wife. He growled. Terry. I started, but he held up a hand to silence me. Shut up, witch. This is on your conscience. What do you think? He asked, turning his head to show the exit. Wow, not much different than that 2000 piece of crap painting you insisted on. I thought you liked that painting. I objected weakly. I hated it, but it made you happy. I figured you'd get sick of it, just like you got bored with me. Was being with Luke worth it? I looked down and embarrassed, but silent. The truth was it had been the best fun I'd had in a long time. Your thoughts are clear here, Emily, Terry glowed. I tried to look away, but he was everywhere. I read your note. I stammered, changing the subject. Why didn't you tell me all this on Thursday? Would it have mattered? He asked grudgingly. I guess not, Weck never know. Now I spat back, hating to be defensive. I think we both know the answer. Terry snorted. What did you do with our money? I asked, trying to change the subject again. My anger began to rise. Bills still need to be paid. You're smart. You'll figure it out. Terry replied dismissively. I know you gave it to children's charities. Why? I asked, anger building. You denied me children. So I wanted other kids to benefit. At least the money went to good use, Terry explained. But what about me? You know how I feel about having kids. I protested. Yes, you made it clear. You didn't want to be burdened with a career and a baby. You got your way, just like with Luke. How's that working out? Terry retorted. I'm still alive. I didn't choose the coward's way. I hissed. His eyes flashed red. Cowardly way out. You think it was easy to blow my head off watching you leave, for Luke was the hardest thing. I told you it was just one weekend. I told you I loved. You knew I'd come back. I said desperately. You patted me on the head like a dog. You thought I'd be your willing betrayed man. I don't remember that, but I'm sure I meant love. I protested. Terry chuckled darkly. You expect me to believe that? After that weekend, do you think I'd want to touch you again, knowing what you did? I'd rather die than be your betrayed man. How do you know that? I asked. Your thoughts are transparent here. Look, he said, pointing. A swirling mist appeared, turning into a large disk. An image of Luke and me appeared. I realized in horror what Terry had seen. I cried out in fear and tried to deny it, but I knew it was true. The next revelation was worse. I was the star of this show. That didn't happen. I protested. No, but you and I talked about it. Terry said you might as well have done it. What excuse were you going to give me that it was a one-time thing? I looked at Terry shocked. How could he know? Yes, Luke and I discussed it, but we hadn't made plans, but none of that happened. I insisted. It doesn't matter here. Thinking and talking about it is the same as doing it. Terry replied, and what is this place? Heaven. I asked sarcastically. No, it's a meeting place between your reality and mine. Terry explained. A red light began to shine through the fog. What was that? I asked. Our time is up. I have to go back. Terry said we'll talk again. Wait, why did you leave 24 in the account? I pleaded. You're smart, figure it out. Terry hissed. See ya. He added, turning away. I woke up drenched in sweat. It was 8:30 in the morning. I had fallen asleep but felt like I'd run a marathon exhausted. I went to the bathroom, then looked in the mirror. Dark bags under my eyes made me look 10 years older. I remembered Terry saying I looked 10 years younger inside. I had a full day ahead, so I showered, dressed, and went downstairs for breakfast and coffee. I picked up the morning paper, curious about any reports on Terry's self-destruction. There was a small notice about Terry shooting himself, but my name wasn't mentioned, which was a relief. I finished breakfast and walked to my car. My phone rang. It was RY. Hey, RY, how did go? I asked about as expected. RY replied, I'm on administrative leave. While they investigate. Things don't look good. When will you know? I inquired. Within 2 weeks, but I'm not waiting around. How are you holding up? RY asked. I'll be fine. I said, not mentioning my nightmare. Then I asked, does anyone else in the office know anyone with an internal email? RY said, looks like your husband told everyone crap. I sighed. Do you want to meet for lunch? I have a lot to do today. Besides, it wouldn't be wise under the circumstances. RY replied. You're right. Call me if you need anything. RY said. We ended the call. I checked my messages. Jack had left the house at 5:30 a.m. I also had a message from my sister, Laura. I saw the paper. Is that your Terry who eliminated himself? Laura texted. Yes, I texted back. I'll call later. Laura was 2 years older and often played mother hen. I wasn't in the mood to fight with her. I drove to the house and parked in the garage. Inside, the smell of Terry's blood was gone, replaced by the strong odor of cleaning products. I avoided taking deep breaths to keep my lungs from drying out. Walking to the front room, I was surprised to see the couch looked almost new, though it would save me from replacing the $6,000 couch. I swore I'd never sit on it again. Briefly, I was angry at Terry for not choosing his chair. I noticed the painting above the couch was also saved thanks to Jack. Satisfied with Jack's work, I went upstairs to our home office. I gathered the folders with Terry's bank information, our wills and the mortgage insurance policy, putting them in my briefcase. The house felt eerily quiet, without Terry. I could hear the grandfather clock ticking, and for a moment I thought I smelled something rotten. A chill ran down my spine, but I shook off the anxiety and continued my tasks. I realized I needed to notify Terry's work about his self-destruction. The answering machine had several messages from his job. Wondering about his absence. I called back and spoke to Allison Jones, his supervisor. Emily, is everything okay? We've called several times. Is Terry all right? Allison asked anxiously. No, Allison, he's dead. I replied as calmly as I could. Dead? Oh my God, what happened? Did he have a heart attack? No, he shot himself. I said, marveling at my calmness. Oh no, Allison, sigh, when did it happen? Friday night. I was away over the weekend, I said, hoping to avoid more questions. I'm very sorry, Emily, let us know about the wake. Everyone here will want to attend. Allison said I'll have HR contact you about insurance and his 41k call if you need anything. Thank you, Allison. I appreciate it. I said we ended the conversation, and I felt relieved it had gone better than expected. Terry's company insured employees for 2.5 times their salary, which could amount to $25,000. I hoped there wasn't a self-destruction clause, and I knew his 401k would be useful. I hung up and noticed the house's eerie quietness. We had lived here for over 20 years, mostly good years now. The house felt like a grave. Memories of Terry were everywhere, though thankfully not his ghost. I felt a chill and thought someone was watching me, but I assured myself I was alone. I opened the windows to clear the chemical smell and left the house, quickly heading to the bank. At the bank, I asked the teller for Terry's account balance. We had access to each other's accounts for emergencies. The teller frowned at his computer and then went to get Arnold Johnson, the bank manager, who invited me to his office. Mrs. Baker, glad you came in. I was planning to call you later. Arnold said. Oh, why? I asked, feeling curious and concerned. Our system flagged many transactions over the weekend from 2 of your accounts. I wanted to make sure you were aware. Arnold said. I know my husband made several charitable donations on Friday without consulting me. I hoped they could be stopped and cancelled before they went public. I also wanted to check the activity on his account. Arnold raised his eyebrows and looked at the monitor before replying. I'm afraid that's not possible. Mrs. Baker, the donations were processed right before the deadline on Friday, so most of them have already gone through. I need that money. I pleaded. Is there any way to get it back? You could contact them and explain the situation. They might return the money, but there's no guarantee. Arnold said apologetically. I can give you a printout of all the recipients. It's a long list. A simple appeal likely wouldn't work, and suing all those charities would cost more in legal fees and damage my reputation further. I could imagine the headlines: greedy lawyer sue charities. If nothing else, you'll have a big tax deduction. Arnold said, trying to lighten the mood. I stared at him, puzzled by his attempt at humor. After a few awkward moments, he cleared his throat and looked away. What about Terry's account? I asked, changing the subject. Arnold checked his computer inside. He has enough to keep the account open. There was a lot of activity on Friday. He paid off and cancelled his credit card and made a large payment to the West Side Funeral Home in Crematory. That hit me hard. Terry had planned his self-destruction carefully. What about our other accounts? I asked. He didn't touch them. Your joint savings and certificates of deposit are still intact. Arnold said. Good, I replied, relieved. I also need to apply for insurance on our mortgage. I handed him the papers. Everything seems in order. Arnold said, pulling out a form. Fill this out and return it with a copy of the pass-away certificate. The sooner the better. I'll notify the home loan office. Thank you, Arnold, I said, tucking the form into my briefcase. My pleasure, Mrs. Baker, my condolences. If you need anything else, please call. Arnold said as we shook hands. Despite his professionalism, I felt judged. I thanked him and left the bank feeling slightly better. I stopped at the store for a snack and then went to the West Side Funeral Home. A thin young man in a white shirt and tie greeted me. Welcome to West Side Funeral Home. I'm Alan Markham. How can I help? I'm here about my husband, Terry Baker. I said. Baker, that name is familiar. Please come into my office. Alan said. He offered me coffee and sat at his computer. Yes, I see him here. I tried to call him today. Hugh's dead, I said quietly. I understand. Alan sighed. Did this happen Friday? I replied, giving minimal details. He ordered and paid for a basic cremation service on Friday. It's unusual for clients to pay so soon before needing our services. Was he terminally ill? No, I replied. Alan looked at the screen. Then we need to make final arrangements. Do you have his pass-away certificate? No, not yet. His body was taken to the morgue Sunday night. I'll get the certificate once the coroner is done. When they release his body and you get the certificate, let me know and we'll proceed. Mrs. Baker. Alan said. We spent the next hour discussing the arrangements. Terry wasn't a regular churchgoer, but he was raised Methodist or Lutheran. I decided on a simple cremation without a memorial service. Alan asked if I wanted to keep Terry's remains, but the thought made me shiver. No problem, Mr. Baker paid for his remains to be buried in the columbarium. Unless you want to take them. Alan said. I left the funeral home feeling depressed and needed to talk to someone. I called my sister, Laura, who worked part-time at the county library. Hey, sis, Laura answered. I was wondering when you'd call. I've been busy. I said. I didn't realize there would be so many details. Can I stop by? I really need to talk. Of course. Laura said in her motherly voice. Richard is still at the hospital and won't be home until late. So we have time. Thanks, sis. I'll be there in a few minutes. We hung up and I drove to her house. We always got along well and I knew I could tell her anything. She greeted me cheerfully at the door. Would you like to talk over a cup of tea? She asked kindly. Sure, I replied. Laura went to the kitchen and I sat at the dining table fidgeting. She returned with 2 cups of hot tea after adding sugar. I began to tell her about my weekend with Hawaii. Laura listened quietly. Her face neutral as I recounted everything, except for my plan to have Hawaii entertain me in front of Terry in the nightmare, and here I thought you were smarter than me. Laura said quietly when I finished, you became a big-time lawyer, married a man who supported you. Was your weekend worth it? Her tone was flat, almost like a slap in the face. It was supposed to be a short break. I objected. I told Terry it didn't mean anything. It was just sex, something I needed before I got too old. Just one weekend. He chose the coward's way. I snorted and stared into my cup, realizing I had lied to her. I had planned for more weekends, but Terry didn't know that and she didn't need to either. The sex, huh? And you expected him to welcome you back like nothing happened. Come on, Sis, you can't be that naive. Laura said, still in her motherly tone. I felt indignant. I was a beautiful woman and I wanted confirmation that I was justified. I glanced at her and saw uneasiness in her eyes, as if she could read my mind. Then her tone sharpened. If Terry came home and said he was going away with a woman for the weekend, would you welcome him back with open arms? I hadn't expected that from my sister. Terry would never cheat on me. He wasn't that kind of person, and if he did, I'd destroy him in the divorce. I replied reflexively. Even as I spoke, I realized how it sounded. I had just admitted to being the kind of person who would do that. Laura didn't blink, knowing me too well to be surprised. I see, so you can play around, but he couldn't. Laura asked in her motherly tone. Of course not. I protested, feeling unsteady. He had no reason to need more variety when he had me. I was the one who needed it, deserved it. Realizing I had said too much, I quickly added, besides, it was only once. Or would you have gone further? Made Terry watch or brought home other men? Laura asked. Her calm, traditional demeanor made it all the more disorienting. What do you think? I don't know about these things, because I work part-time at the library. Did you do anything like that with Richard? I asked. Shocked, of course not. I love and respect Richard too much, but I know others who have, it was clear. She thought I no longer respected Terry, and what did their husbands do? Most divorced their wives. Some went further, exposing their wives to family and friends, emptying accounts. You still haven't answered. My question was having fun with Rayworth jeopardizing 24 years of marriage. It suddenly hit me. The 24 Terry left in our joint account represented one for each year of our marriage. Laura noticed my change in expression. What's the matter, she asked. Terry donated all but 24 from our joint account to children's charities. I mumbled. Really? Laura giggled. That's not funny. That account had 6 months' worth of bills. I exclaimed, but you have to give him credit for style. Laura said, chuckling. What does that mean? I asked, growing angrier. You denied him children. So he gave your money to children's charities, knowing you didn't want kids. I just never wanted them. I objected sharply. Emily, I've seen how you act around our kids. It's obvious you don't like children. I just didn't want any of my own. It's my body. I continued smugly, and Terry respected that, but I'm sure you told him that after the wedding, she sighed. I wish you'd respected him as much. I respected and loved him. I protested, but it sounded weak. Really, I'd hate to see what you'd do if you didn't love him and you're so stoic about his self-destruction that hit a nerve. What was I supposed to do? I'm left alone with responsibilities. I have to move on. If I break, it won't change anything. No, but it might help you deal with his pass away. You didn't even cry when Dad died. A long pause followed. Laura looked me in the eye. You're either holding it all in and are a potential time bomb, a functional psychopath, or deeply numb. Sooner or later it will come out. Emotions have never been my strong suit. I replied softly, pushing away the discomfort. Yeah, I know. So what now? Asked Laura. I have no choice but to move on. I said bitterly. No, you don't, but Richard and I will be here for you. We may not approve of your choices, but your family. Thank you, Laura, I appreciate it. I said, feeling grateful. We spent the next hour making small talk, which helped ease my anxiety. Richard's. On his way home, Laura said, glancing at a text message, would you like to stay for dinner? It'll just be leftovers. Your leftovers are always good. I said I'd love to stay. We had a nice dinner, avoiding the elephant in the room, which was fine by me. Richard was less talkative but showed some mild empathy when he entered. He nodded at me and exchanged quick subtle gestures. With Laura, deep married communication. I looked away wondering when Terry and I had lost that connection. Dinner was lasagna and Laura used to cooking, for a large family made more than enough. She also served her homemade apple pie, which I always loved, so I accepted a generous slice. We ended with a small glass of wine and light conversation. Realizing it was time to go, I thanked Laura and headed for the door. Laura stopped me, putting her arm around my shoulders. "We really love you, Emily," she whispered, hugging me tightly. "Thank you," I whispered back, surprised. "I love you too. If you need anything, just call," Richard added quietly. "Thanks," I told him. We said our goodbyes and I drove back to the hotel in my room. I turned on the TV for background noise, changed into my nightgown and lay down. My eyes were on the TV, but my mind replayed my conversation with Laura. Was I really as indifferent and selfish as she suggested? Yes, I heard Terry answer, startling me. He was leaning against the wall looking down at me. Why are you here?" I asked, perplexed. "You fell asleep." He chuckled. "Are you going to haunt me in every dream?" I asked, feeling a cold pit in my stomach. "That's the plan," he replied with a crooked smile, his exposed skull making it eerie. "So you really think I'm an uncaring, emotionless, selfish witch?" I asked boldly. "Yes," Terry replied, unembarrassed. "Your actions show it. Look." He nodded toward the TV, to my surprise. It displayed scenes from my life. Tears welled up as I watched our wedding, seeing us young, vibrant and full of love. As the movie continued, I saw the changes in me. Terry was always supportive, working hard so I could finish school. We saved money, often eating cheap meals, but we were happy. After graduation I got a job and things changed. We bought a house and lived frugally until my career took off. I started to see kids as a hindrance. I watched as I ignored Terry's efforts, brushed aside his concerns and dismissed his dreams. I never wanted to get pregnant, but I kept it from Terry, using my career as an excuse. "You should have been honest from the beginning that you didn't want kids," Terry said emotionlessly, giving me goosebumps. "You knew I wanted kids," he growled as we watched the movie. "I'm sorry," I stammered as our married life unfolded. I saw a wall grow between us, brick by brick. Terry always supported me, putting my desires first. On the other hand, lost respect for him when I earned more than he did. It didn't matter that we lived better on both salaries. I saw everything as mine. I was clearly the dominant one in our marriage. Terry resented it but silently submitted, committed to our marriage on our 12th anniversary. He realized he could live decently on his own, but didn't want to admit defeat by divorcing. I meanwhile enjoyed my dominance, which led me to pursue RY. By the time the affair started, I had no respect left for Terry. "Yes, that's right," Terry grumbled. I realized it was a belated response to my apology. Where was this Terry when I needed him? Maybe if he'd been rude before I left last Friday, I wouldn't have done what I did. Had it really been only 3 days? It felt much longer. The alarm clock started beeping. I rolled over and turned it off, looking at the wall where Terry had been, but he was gone. Was it just a dream? Was Terry right? Would he haunt me forever? I got out of bed, showered and brushed my teeth. The old woman in the mirror didn't look like me. I looked and felt terrible. Despite spending the night in bed, I felt drained. I packed, had breakfast and checked out. The house smelled better than yesterday, but still felt like a crypt. The bedroom was like a refrigerator, and passing the couch felt like walking past an open freezer. The thought of sitting on it made me shudder. I didn't know what Terry would do next. Would he only haunt my dreams? I paced around inventorying Terry's things. Then I realized I needed to talk to Jerry Smith, a certified estate planner at our firm. He'd probably be upset. I informed the bank about Terry's passway, but I wasn't too concerned. "I wondered when you'd call," he said, answering the phone. I kept my tone businesslike, explaining what I had done, and he assured me everything would be handled. It was a perk of working at a law firm and would relieve a huge burden. Thanks, Jerry. I appreciate it, I said, trying to sound sincere, despite looking exhausted. No problem, it's what I get paid for. Can you gather all your financial documents and bring them to me this afternoon? Jerry asked. Yes, I'll be there at 3:00. I replied. Works for me, said Jerry. I spent the morning gathering what I needed, including a copy of Terry's will. It felt eerie, as occasional cold gusts blew despite closed doors and windows. I heard creaks like someone walking upstairs, but I chalked it up to nerves and kept packing. A hot shower calmed me and I changed into something less casual than jeans, but more casual than my usual business suits. At the office, everyone looked at me cheerfully, then quickly looked away. It was obvious they knew about my weekend with Luke. My cheeks flooded as I hurried on, going casual these days. Emily, Jonathan asked behind me. I turned to see him smiling, but it didn't reach his eyes. I came to see Jerry about Terry's arrangements. I said defensively, it's the most sensible thing you've done since Friday. He replied evenly, when you're done, come to my office for a few minutes. Sure, I said, nervous about my career. Jonathan, the managing partner, was an old-fashioned gentleman, but I recognized an order when I heard one. I finally reached Jerry's office. He waved me in with a forced smile, offered coffee, and I handed him my papers. We discussed everything while he reviewed them. Everything seems in order. Jerry said, I'll take care of it. Anything else I need to amend my will and trust? I said, that makes sense. He replied, pulling out my folder. Your husband is listed as a beneficiary, executive, and medical power of attorney. I'd like my sister, Laura Hopkins, to replace him. I said, and give her power of attorney just in case. Very well, just write it in pencil and initial it. I'll make the changes in a day or so. Thanks, Jerry, I said. Ending our meeting, I walked to Jonathan's office, noting the secretary's caustic look as if I were a nuisance. Emily, come in, have a seat, Jonathan said with a pleasant smile. How are you holding up? It's been a challenge, I replied cautiously. It sounds like you didn't sleep well, Jonathan remarked with concern. It wasn't easy, I admitted, hesitating to tell him about my dreams. Jonathan nodded and continued. You're probably wondering why I asked to meet. Jonathan began. The senior partners aren't happy. Your husband sent emails to everyone in the firm, and it's likely this information has leaked outside. Your personal and professional credibility has taken a hit. The only reason you haven't been fired is your exemplary 20-year record. Here. I pondered his words and what he didn't say. His look made me make a decision. I hoped I wouldn't regret. Maybe I should tender my resignation, I said quietly, feeling knots in my stomach. Jonathan pretended to consider it before nodding. As much as I'd like to keep you, Emily, I think it's for the best, given your service and record. The partners will agree to keep you on the payroll until the end of the month. This will give you time to handle your husband's matters. We'll also put together a reasonable severance package. You're smart and driven. You'll get back on your feet. Thank you, Mr. Bleedo, I said quietly. It felt surreal. Sure, you might want to consider a change of scenery. Have you ever been to Boise? He asked. In Idaho. No, why? I replied, puzzled. A high school buddy of mine is managing a firm there and needs someone with your experience. I can give him your name, he offered. Sure, I replied hesitantly. Great, I'll let him know. Here's his card, Jonathan said, handing me the card. I glanced at it and put it in my purse. Can I ask about why? What's going to happen to him? I questioned. Jonathan looked thoughtful for a moment before answering. I can't go into details, but let's just say Mr. Carter has exhausted any goodwill. You're not the first associate whose marriage is ruined. That's why he was transferred here after his divorce. His ex-wife caught him with a par illegal. The lawsuit required us to keep him employed and pay generous alimony. I didn't know that, I said, quietly stunned. I knew his reputation, which is why I chose him for my affair, but not all this. Well, I have a meeting. I'm sorry for your loss, Emily, and I'm sure I'll see you again before you leave. Jonathan said, standing up to signal the meeting's end. I'll be back. I still have some papers to sign. Thank you for everything, I added, shaking his hand, fighting back tears. I hurried out of the office, avoiding others who were probably watching. Once in my car, I burst into tears. I loved this job and the people I worked with, and I had been here for over 2 decades. The thought of moving to Boy felt like exile. Eventually I calmed down enough to drive, though it was difficult, with blurred vision. From crying, I almost got into a few accidents. I finally made it home and sat on the couch, burying my face in my hands and sobbing uncontrollably over the loss of my job. I cried until I heard a sharp knock in the living room. Surprised, I saw a framed wedding photo lying face down on the nightstand with shattered glass. Goosebumps ran through me as I realized I was crying more over my job than Terry. Frightened, I threw the photo on the couch and looked around to see if anything else had moved. I couldn't explain how the picture had fallen so forcefully, then it hit me. It had to be Terry. I went from frightened to angry, from horror to rage. Leave me alone, I screamed into the empty room. You're dead. Go away, stop messing with me. Damn it. Suddenly the temperature dropped and the room darkened. I almost expected to see objects flying off the walls and thought I heard maniacal laughter from the stairs. There was no way I could stay in the house alone. I grabbed my phone and called Laura in a panic. Hey, sis, what's up? She answered cheerfully. Not great, can I spend the night with you guys, please? I pleaded, my voice, shaking. Her tone instantly turned concerned. Of course, we'll get the guest room ready. Is everything okay? She asked. No, it's not. I'll explain when I get there. Thank you, I said. I ran upstairs to pack my overnight bag, throwing things in hastily. I had to leave before Terry did something else. I held the banister tightly as I went downstairs. Sure, Terry would push me if I wasn't careful. I rushed to the garage, threw my stuff in the car and drove away, leaving skid marks on the pavement. Laura met me at the door and I collapsed into her arms sobbing. She comforted me and got me to sit on the couch and calm down enough to speak. Good God, sis. What happened? Did someone break in? She asked, alarmed. It's much worse. It's Terry. I replied, Terry is dead. What can he do? Laura asked, looking at me strangely. I told her about the past 2 nights and what happened at the house. She listened silently as I babbled, Hune trying to drive me crazy. I know he is. I sobbed. Honey, you've been under a lot of stress. Maybe you just need to relax and get a good night's sleep. Laura suggested. No, you don't understand his self-destruction note said he hoped I'd see his face every time I closed my eyes, and I have. I haven't slept properly since Sunday and I quit my job to avoid getting fired. I sobbed again. Oh no, what about the house and bills? She asked, concerned. I have the money and insurance will cover the mortgage. I'm working until the end of the month and I've been promised severance pay, but I can't stay in that place. Ter hates me. He'll liquidate me if I stay. I explained, voice shaking. Come on, sis, that's extreme. How can a dead person hurt you? Laura asked, trying to reason with me, but you weren't there. I protested. No, I wasn't. Let me take your things upstairs. Then I'll make you some tea and a grilled cheese sandwich. That should help you calm down and then we can talk. Okay, Laura offered. Okay, I said, feeling like a scared schoolgirl. Laura carried my things upstairs and made tea and grilled cheese sandwiches. She brought them on a tray to the front room and sat with me. The tea flavored with honey and the sandwich brought back childhood memories and helped me relax, feeling better. Laura asked soothingly. Yes, much, I replied with a sigh. Thank you, you're welcome. Have you told anyone else about seeing Terry? She inquired. No, are you kidding? I'd be institutionalized. I said, half joking. Not necessarily. You've been through a lot. Seeing Terry must have been a shock. Maybe you should take a few days off. I can talk to Richard about letting you stay at the lake house a few days in the country. Might do you good. Laura suggested you may be right. Jonathan also suggested I get away. He mentioned Boise. What's in Boise? Laura asked, surprised and amused. A friend of his manages a law firm there and needs a good lawyer. I replied, are you going to call him? Laura asked, I suppose I should, but I'd hate to leave here. You and Richard are my only family right now. I took another sip of tea. By the way, I changed my will and trust. You're now my sole beneficiary and executive. I've also given you power of attorney. I hope you don't mind. No, of course not, Laura said, but you're young, you'd be around for a long time. I hope so still. I like to be prepared. I replied. We ate and drank in silence for a couple of minutes. I really messed up, didn't I? Whispered. You haven't been helping your case lately. Laura admitted diplomatically. I guess I wanted to have my cake and eat it too. I said wryly, and look what it cost you. Laura said quietly. I already knew what my actions had cost me, my husband of 24 years, my career and my peace of mind, all because I wanted to fling with Luke Carter. Yeah, I sighed, but it's too late to cry over spilled milk. Like Mum used to say, you need to pull yourself together. Sis, you're right. Maybe I'll take you up on your offer and get my mind right again. Right now I just need sleep. I yawned deeply. The tea had done its job and I felt my eyelids getting heavy. Letton, get you upstairs. Laura said. She helped me up and led me to the guest room. I barely managed to slip into my nightgown before collapsing under the covers. Thank you, I mumbled, for everything. You're welcome, now get some sleep. Laura said, kissing my forehead. She closed the door as she left and I dozed off. So you thought you could get away from me by running to your sister's house? Terry's sarcastic voice woke me. The room was filled with a thick grey mist and Terry stepped out of the closet, skull fragments on him. Why are you here? Why can't you leave me alone? I asked desperately. Leave you alone? Huh, I'll never leave you alone. Which Terry growled, his disfigured face twisted in anger. You were the one in the house, weren't you? I asked. Yes, it took effort, but now I know I can do it. Terry grinned. Please, can't you just leave me alone? You're dead. You have to move on. I pleaded. Yes, I'm dead, but whose fault is that you pulled the trigger? He retorted. Yeah, I pulled the trigger. It was either me or your boyfriend. Terry snapped back. You were going to destroy Luke. I said I thought about it seriously, but it would have been too quick. It wasn't supposed to be like that, he said, his eyes flashing crimson. How was it supposed to be? He shouted. To go along with your affairs. Leave divorce papers behind and let your law firm ruin me publicly, or maybe burn the house down and spend years in prison. I had no options left, so I chose the only one that gave me some self-respect and revenge. I pulled the trigger because it was my only choice. Now my blood is on your hands. Look, I saw my hands covered in dark red blood dripping onto Laura's bedspread. You may not see it in daylight, but it's still there and nothing can remove it. Terry added. He staggered back, more pieces of his shattered head, falling but disappearing before hitting the floor in a whisper. He added, I have unfinished business. I can't move on until it's completed. By the way, was your fling with Luke worth it? You lost me and your job. Terry continued. I know how much that job meant to you. Look, Terry, I'm really sorry, I shouldn't have done it. Please go away. I protested weakly. I don't think you get it. Terry replied, his tone softening. You shouldn't have thought about it at all, but you still think it's all about you, and as for leaving you alone, that's not going to happen ever. Please, Terry, I'm begging you. I can't take it anymore. I cried, tears streaming down my face. You know the saying, in one hand is desire, in the other is crap. Let's see which fills up first. I wanted a faithful wife who loved me as much as I loved her. How did that turn out? Enjoy the rest of your pathetic life, which Terry muttered, then burst into laughter. He disappeared into the closet and the fog drifted away. The blood on my hands in Laura's bedspread vanished. I collapsed onto the pillow crying. The next moment I saw sunlight through the window. I smelled bacon from downstairs and checked the bedspread, no trace of blood. I did my morning routine, got dressed and went downstairs. I didn't feel much better, but at least not worse. Good morning, Richard said cheerfully with his morning coffee. Laura is almost done with breakfast. Have some coffee and sit down. Thanks, I guess I will. I said. I greeted Laura, who was putting bacon on a plate, grabbed my coffee and sat down. How did you sleep? Richard asked, worriedly eyeing my haggard face. Not well, I admitted. Did you see him again? Laura asked, placing bacon and scrambled eggs on the table. I glanced at her, then at Richard, who looked concerned but not shocked. I realized Laura had shared my secrets with him, but I accepted it. They were a real couple. Yeah, I replied. Am I going crazy? I asked Richard. I'm a surgeon, not a psychiatrist. He replied with a slight smile, but from what Laura told me, you're under a lot of psychological trauma and stress from Terry and your work. You're probably right. I said, not wanting to list my woes, but you might want to talk to our staff psychiatrist at the hospital. She's very good and might help you. I might agree. I said. We ate scrambled eggs and bacon. Laura was the best cook since our mother, and her eggs were delicious. We also talked about you spending some time at the lake house. We don't mind if you stay there for a few days to calm down. Richard said that would be nice. I said I knew the medical examiner wouldn't release Terry's body until the end of the week, and I had 3 weeks before I was officially dismissed. Maybe a few days at the lake would help. Good, I'll give you the key before I leave. Can you handle driving? Richard asked. I can handle it. I replied with a smile. We finished breakfast and I helped Laura clear the table. Richard handed me the cabin key from his pocket. I'd been there many times and knew the way. Have a nice vacation. Richard said. Thank you both for everything, I said, hugging them. My pleasure. Laura said, call if you need anything. I packed up and left, deciding against going home for more things after yesterday. I didn't want to be there again. I stopped at Walmart for supplies and hit the road. Driving down a 2-lane road with the windows down and the radio on. I felt the wind fluttering my hair. I anticipated a few days of peace. I was half an hour from the lake when it happened. Nice day for a drive, isn't it? I heard from the passenger seat, stunned. I saw Terry sitting there looking out the window with sunlight shining through the exit wound in his head. What are you doing here? I almost shouted. You fell asleep at the wheel, not very safe. Terry said. Watch the road before the intersection. My world shattered as a huge 18-wheeler slammed into my door. The impact sent the car spinning and I was hit again by another truck. My car ended up in a ditch upside down. Airbags deployed. I'll see you later. Terry said before I passed out 25 years later. Hello, Mrs. Hopkins. The cheerful receptionist said, as Laura signed in hello. Amy. Laura replied. How is Miss Baker today? She asked April Callahan, the head nurse. It's the same. She just sits in her wheelchair watching TV or looking out the window. Nights are hardest for her. She insists she sees her dead husband in her dreams. April said. Sadly, Laura knew this, but also knew Emily had come to terms with it. Terry's nightly visits no longer horrified her as much as they used to. It's true. Something strange happened the other day. April said as they walked to Emily's room. What exactly? Asked Laura. If I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't believe it. April began. You know the picture of her and her husband on the dresser? Yes, it was taken on their wedding day. Laura said with nostalgic sadness. I was in her room feeding her lunch, when the picture suddenly fell forward and broke the glass. April said I almost jumped out of my skin. Maybe there was a draft. Laura suggested, feeling a chill. No, all the windows were closed and no fans were running. April replied. That's odd. Laura said she remembered Emily saying the same thing happened at her house the day before the accident. Emily had slipped into a coma and recovered but was left a quadriplegic. She often complained about things moving in her room, but I thought it was the staff while cleaning. The strangest thing was Emily's reaction. April continued. Oh? Asked Laura. She just smiled and said, HEK, still mad at me. Does that make sense to you? Asked April. Oddly enough it does. Laura replied with a sad smile. I'll tell you about it someday. I look forward to it. April said I have to make my rounds, but the front desk wants to talk to you about her benefits before you leave. I'll talk to you later. Laura said she reached her sister's room and saw the frail 71-year-old woman in her wheelchair staring out the window. She remembered the accident as if it were yesterday. Emily was on her way to the lake house when she was hit by an 18-wheeler. Then another truck. Emily had apparently fallen asleep at the wheel and ran a red light. Officers said Emily had to be extracted using the jaws of life and narrowly avoided drowning as water filled the cab. Laura and Richard blamed themselves for not driving her to the cabin. The police report cleared the trucking company of fault. Emily's law firm's health plan covered her hospital expenses, but not all long-term care costs. Laura with power of attorney used Emily's funds, including her 401k and Terry's 401k and the insurance from Terry's firm. Laura also sold Emily's home using most proceeds for medical expenses now covered by Medicare. Emily still had out-of-pocket costs. Medical expenses over 25 years had nearly depleted her funds and Laura feared Emily might need to move to a less comfortable nursing home. Look what I brought you, Laura said, pulling a new Afghan from a large bag. I just finished it yesterday. It's so cute. Emily squeaked. Thank you. I thought it would keep you warm at night, Laura said with a smile. I'm sure it will, Emily said, looking out the window. Can you keep a secret? She asked. Of course. Laura replied, that weekend I spent with RY. I haven't told Terry yet, but I've realized it wasn't worth the cost, Emily said. As a tear rolled down her face, the room's temperature dropped and the hospital bed rattled quietly. Laura looked fearfully at the bed, then back at her sister. I think he already knows, dear, Laura said quietly. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.